For the first time in its illustrious history, the ROTAX Grand Festival comes to British shores as the build-up to the biggest party in world karting, the ROTAX Grand Finals, intensifies. 90 drivers will descend on UK karting's Jewel of the North, the uniquely challenging Warden Law circuit, with dreams of securing one of the final 5 places on Team UK at next month's finals in Sarno. In Micromax, look for the likes of Alfie Mayer, Dean Pahal and the Pharaoh brothers to lead the fight to join British champion Luke Millwood and runner-up Austin Oman on the plane to Italy. Team UK are the defending Micromax Grand Finals champions, so the pressure is on. New British Minimax title holder Albie Friend has already qualified for Sarno, as have his rivals Emerson McAndrew-Uren, Oliver Spencer and Harry Taylor. It'll be interesting to see if reigning Micromax Grand Final champion Jensen Chalk can beat the likes of Edward Haynes for the remaining ticket. 2 tickets are available in Junior ROTAX. Lewis Goff and reigning Minimax Grand Finals champion Rory Armstrong have booked their places already in 2024. For the last tickets, the rest of the field have to battle past 2022 Grand Final champion Scott Marsh and double British champion Cole Denham, who both start as favourites. Whoever emerges victorious in Senior ROTAX gets the honour of being Team UK's sole representative in ROTAX's Ultimate class, DD2. Kai Hunter will be tough to beat on his home circuit, but with Archie Walker and the returning Louis Westover all champing at the bit, nothing is certain. And that's before we mention the arrival of junior champion Harry Bartle and runner-up William Antrobus on the scene. As always, you can watch all the action of the 2024 ROTAX Grand Festival along all Alpha Live and the Karting UK network of channels. Well, good morning everybody, or good afternoon, wherever you're watching in the world. Welcome to Karting North East at Warden Law, near Sunderland in the very northeast corner of England. My name is Henry Beaudette. Joining me, as he's always done this year in the UK, is Andrew Mather. This is the first time we have hosted the ROTAX Grand Festival. We've got 2 days of racing to bring you an extended format here on this uniquely challenging circuit. Warden Law, 1,200 metres. We call it the Jewel of the North. It is a real challenge for the drivers. It says their elevation only 5 feet, but that is extremely misleading. There's lots of undulations on this circuit. The day started foggy, as you can see on our live pictures there, but clouds are going to briefly lift to allow us to see the track. It's going to be not going to be sunny weather, Andrew, but it is supposed to remain dry.
Dry, still challenging out there. A little bit of dew on the circuit this morning. Good morning, everyone. Welcome back to Karting North East, and welcome, as you say, Henry, to the first time that we've had the ROTAX Max Challenge Grand Festival on UK shores. 5 tickets to Sarno are what we're going to be talking about this weekend. And, of course, it's also the Motorsport UK E Plate as well. That's up for grabs this weekend.
So this is a Motorsport UK organised and promoted event. But before we get into the whys, the wherefores and what is up for grabs, let's hand down to the third member of our broadcast team. It's Nicole Sutherland in the pits.
Thank you, Henry. Here I am then, trackside at a very wet and windy Warden Law. Of course, this track, though, even though it's wet and windy, the nature of the surface of the track retains its grip really well, which is going to keep the racing nice and close, nice and exciting. As the boys mentioned previously as well, exciting because every class has tickets available and up for grabs to Sarno, the Grand Finals in late October. Even though it's a little bit later on in the season, we've got lots of exciting stories going out in the paddock for you guys at home to keep an eye on. Chassis changes, team changes, and talking of chassis changes, one to mention is Oliver Spencer in the Minimax class, who has changed over from an OTK to the Birrell chassis to get himself ready for Sarno in October. Oakley Pryor and Guy Cunnington in the senior class are gunning for those tickets to return to the Grand Finals. They were there in 2019 and had lots of success, so lots of things to keep an eye out on for this weekend. I caught up with a junior ROTAX driver, Joshua Smith, to talk about a quick lap of Warden Law this morning. Let's head over to see what he's got to say about how to approach Warden Law. Junior ROTAX driver Joshua Smith talked us through a quick lap of Warden Law. Joshua, tell us about it.
Head down the straight, making the car as fast as possible, using all the entry, holding the brake around the corner, getting back on the throttle, using all the curb through the second corner, using all the runoff as well, keeping it as tight as possible over the exit curb, letting the car run through here as wide as possible, keeping the head down over the bump, keep it tighter than most, holding the brake, keeping it tight, using the curb of this part, letting it run as well, over the curb, over the chicane, keeping it tight, letting it run again, keeping it tight through here, using all the track, let it open up into gasworks, keep it tight, use all the track on exit, making sure not to hit the bump, keep it tight through the left, over the curb if possible, and keep it open up the right and using all the track, head down, and that's a lap.
Thank you, Josh.
Thank you very much indeed, Nicole and Josh. Well, Andrew, this is the third biggest ROTAX event in Europe this season. You've got the Grand Finals, which we're all aiming for. You've got the International Trophy at Le Mans, and then the Grand Festival. There are 90 drivers here. Well, 88 now. We could say a big hello and get well soon to Gustav Usakovs, who will represent Latvia in the Grand Finals later this year. He rolled his kite yesterday and has broken his wrist, so get well soon to Gustavs.
Yeah, hopefully he'll have enough time to get ready for Sarno. A real shame to not be able to have Gustav Usakovs racing this weekend, but you're absolutely right, Henry. There's, a lot of drivers have already qualified, especially for Team UK, but there's the potential here for one of the biggest teams to be formed from the 5 tickets available for all the different categories this weekend at the Grand Festival. They see down in the pre-grid area, the first class that'll be going out on circuit will be Micromax. The format, should talk about that for this weekend. Pretty straightforward for every single class. Today is all about the heat races. Three races each for each driver, determined by time of qualifying earlier on today.
It's an extended format, so every driver gets 3 10-minute plus 1-lap heats today. Tomorrow we have a super heat. It's not a pre-final, it's a super heat, and then into the finals, where the following tickets are to be given out. As well as the E-plates, the Motorsport UK E Plates, we have 1 ticket in Minimax, 1 ticket in Micromax, 2 in juniors, and 1 in senior. The senior ticket is actually for DD2, the 2-speed ROTAX class, which is the ultimate class. But a little bit more information about this event before we get started today. This is a flavour of what makes the Grand Festival so unique. Here we go then for Heat 1 of the day. Pole position is Austin Oman and Luke Millwood, the number 1 and number 2 seed in the UK this year. Joss Hushka and Lucian Smith go from row number 2. Albert Farrow and Dax Farah start on row number 3. And on row number 4, we see Arthur Farrow and Alfie Mayer.
Next up, Sebastian Crawford and Benedictas Masiokas. That completes the top 10. Harris Barber and Maximilian Abrahart start on row number 6. Carter Jackson and Dian Pahal have work to do from the 7th row of the grid. That is your field for Heat 1 in Micromax.
Yep, 10 minutes plus 1 lap. Now you can see the drivers are on wet Mojo tyres. It's not raining, it's not even misting. This track, as Nicole said, does retain grip and it dries up very quickly. The track surface is quite coarse.
It is indeed. It's, as Nicole mentioned earlier, got a lot of grip out there for the drivers to lean upon. Into the tram lines we go then. Are we racing? Yes. Lights out for 10 minutes plus 1 lap for the first time here this weekend. The ROTAX Max Challenge Grand Festival is underway. Little bit of action in the middle there. I think the Farrow brothers nearly came into a bit of bother. The number 5 of Arthur Farrow there, so this tricked me already, because of course we've got new drivers, or drivers in with new numbers off the back of their rankings decided 2 weeks ago in the last round of the British Championships. So that was both of the Farrows. Arthur with the number 5 having a bit of bother right at the start, but it's a good one for Austin Oman there in the number 2, leads in the early stages.
Yeah, the beauty of this event, Andrew, is that of course we concluded the Motorsport UK British Kart Championships a couple of weeks ago at Wilton Mill, and this allows some of the drivers that gained a national seeding to use it in a big Motorsport UK promoted event. So you're thinking, what are national seedings? So we got a large audience from overseas watching. If you finish in the top 10 in the Motorsport UK British Kart Championship, you get to use that number in that class as long as you are in it. So you can see in this race, we've got Austin Oman, the number 2 plate, who is leading the race, and the number 10 seed, Josh Hushka, they're running a little bit wide. Now, before we get into the nuts and bolts, over the course of the next 2 days, Andrew Mather and myself will talk about who is... Oh, and there is the very, very smartly liveried kart of Carter Jackson running a little bit wide. Several drivers have already qualified for this event, but due to this as being, for the micros and minis, this is an international level event. Austin Oman and Luke Millward, the 2 drivers in this field who have already got a ticket. Luke Millward getting a 5-second penalty for an issue at the first corner, I believe. Now, if Austin Oman and the number 2 plate car, the champion Luke Millward were to win, this event, they would take this ticket, and the ticket they won for the Motorsport UK British Championship would go to the best placed non-qualified driver in this division. And Andrew Mather, the best placed non-qualified driver in the British Championship standings that would benefit from a Millward or Oman victory would be?
The number 3 of Maximilian Aberhart.
Number 3 of Maximilian Aberhart. We will do our best to keep you updated to that as the day progresses. As always, big hello to everybody on the live chat, watching both on the Alpha Live YouTube channel and the Karting UK YouTube channel. Hello to Fletcher Jameson, to the Troglodytes. Oh, hello, Troglodytes. Motorsport-timing.co.uk is where you can find the live timing. Cross-Eyed Lion, hello, our friend from Germany. Cross-Eyed Lion watching as well. Now, on track, Austin Oman, the number 2 seed for Sam Pollitt Racing, and there's some big news from Sam Pollitt Racing. If you watch last night's Track Talk programme, which will be broadcast during the lunch break here, you will see that. So no spoiler alert. Dax Farah, who has moved across from Coles Racing to Strawberry Racing this weekend, is hassling Austin Oman.
And this is a really good run, early stages from Dax Farah. Dax Farah not one of the regulars in the British Kart Championship, so the form book on that front, we don't really know, because he wasn't at Wilton Mill a couple of weekends ago, as an example, wasn't here at Warden Law when there was a full round of the British Kart Championships earlier on in the season. This is a good start for a driver very much in the mix, not one of those drivers who's already qualified into Team UK for Sarno later on in October. Behind him, Josh Hushka, who had a really, really good kick-up in form earlier on in the summer, particularly when he raced at Kimbolton. And a little bit wide there for Dax Farah. This could be a chance for Josh Hushka, and you can see there, getting out wide.
Oh, the dirt.
A lot of dirt on the outside there. A bit of a tricky position to be in.
Yes, indeed. The Hunter family, who own the circuit, and the entire team at Karting North East have done a fantastic job in preparing this venue. The last time I saw this much ROTAX branding around any place was actually at the factory in Austria. But so they're coming into, they've gone through Brian's Bend. Here's Dax Farah now. He's coming out of St. John's into the Senna S's. And so this is the first part of the Senna S. The second part, you may have seen one of our viral moments of 2024 was Albie Friend going around the outside there to take the lead and into the Dunlop chicane, out onto the back straight, which is anything other than straight, uphill into Gasworks hairpin, side by side. Joss Hushka for Sam Pollitt Racing now moves into P3, and so he moves into P2, sorry. Lucian Smith is the driver of kart number 7 for KR Sports. This is the battle on your screen for second, third and fourth. Austin Oman, meanwhile, pulling away up at the front.
And Lucian Smith, definitely one of the favourites in this Micromax category going into this weekend. Changed teams in the middle of the National Championship season and has flourished ever since he stepped into the KR Sport. Unfortunately, that looked to be like Carter Jackson in the number 77 is at least severely delayed in this race, is in the pits. There is the number 77 with that lovely decal kit on it, but it's not out on track.
It reminds me of the film Tron, or Tron Legacy was possibly, but the first film Tron. Some of you aren't able to old enough. Ollie Westover, hello. Ollie's son Louis Westover is returning to karting. Louis International is back this weekend. I'm assuming Ollie and Bernie are watching in Spain, which the weather would be dissimilar to this. Well, who knows? I mean, we are right on the Tyne and Weir side. This is the People's Republic of Tyne and Weir side, and the fog on the Tyne is not all mine. It's all ours. It's all ours. It's a bit misty as we are into the final 3 minutes of this race. And Albert Farrow recovering from his earlier misdemeanor and is up into, he's in the 6th position. You can see on our new and improved Alpha Live ROTAX liveried specific timing and scoring banner along the left-hand side of your screen. You can see the ROTAX partners up at the top right-hand side of your screen. And of course, Alpha Live will be bringing you live coverage of the ROTAX Grand Finals in Sarno for the very first time. So, ROTAX family around the world who are watching, this is the coverage that you can expect when we head to Sarno. You get so close to drivers, you can almost count the freckles on their noses.
Good scrap this for third place. Hushka and Smith have worked together to get back onto the rear bumper of Dax Farah. Farah has come through again into second place. They're about 2.5 seconds off the rear of Austin Oman in the lead of this race. In fact, Farah has just set the fastest lap of the race, a 1:04.83. So the track getting quicker and quicker all the time. No rain by the looks of it outside of our commentary box window at the moment, Henry, so that's going to be giving some of the mechanics and teams, I think, a bit of a challenge for the upcoming races as to what they're going to do with tyres.
And of course there is a bit of a breeze. You know, we are close to the North Sea and the wind doth whippeth in from the North Sea. We are, we're 330 miles from Cardiff. I know that because I drove it yesterday. So, but Austin Oman, I mean, what a comeback from Austin Oman. Okay, narrowly lost out on a British title to Luke Millward, but has set his stall out early here. Maximilian Abrahart is down in 12th position, and he'll be the happiest 12th place driver alive if this was the final itself. But Abrahart has work to do. 1 minute to go. You're still watching the battle for second position as Dax Farah takes a wider line into Brian's Bend. You can see the battle for second place. Hushka is in third. Smith fourth. Then it's the number 5 kart of Arthur Farrow. His younger brother Albert Farrow right behind him in 6th. Then it is Alfie Mayer, Luke Millward, Benedictus Masiokas, Harris Barber, Dian Pahal, Maximilian Abrahart, Sebastian Crawford and Carter Jackson. Luke Millward's cup of misery is going to flow over even more because he's already down in 8th position. When he gets his 5-second penalty, that will push him back to 11th.
It will, but at the same time, I think Luke can look at the performance from earlier in the season here at Warden Law. He was 22nd in the heats through the British Kart Championship round and came back to finish on the podium. So it's only Heat 1. A lot of racing still to go here this weekend at Karting North East. 10 seconds on the clock. Owen has already got across the line, so we'll get 2 more laps in for this first heat of the weekend. Closest battle out there, still this one for second place, Farah, Hushka and Smith.
Yes, indeed, through Brian's Bend. Now we go into the dog leg. Out of through the dog leg there, you can see the curves. These smaller Micromax karts really extenuate the bumps. Over the bump here, you can just see there's lots of minor sort of undulations, which is really challenging. The drivers say that of all the circuits in the UK, Karting North East is one of the hardest to set up for. It's very, very tricky and challenging indeed. I have to say that this is an event that was open to drivers of all nationalities, especially in Micro and Minimax. And I have been around the world in the last couple of months trying to get drivers from overseas to enter. Motorsport UK did a fantastic job as there's a change for second position. Josh Hushka moves to P2. Motorsport UK, they got a discount deal with a ferry company to get over here, and everyone said the same thing. There's no way we're coming because the British drivers will absolutely thrash us. So we are victims of our own success. We already have 21 drivers qualified for the Grand Finals, not through the British Championship, but through the International Trophy. We'll get into that later. We're watching the final lap, but Team UK are the dominant force in ROTAX karting globally at the moment.
Absolutely. So we are on the final lap. Austin Oman looks nice and comfortable at the moment, 2.5 seconds clear. We should note as well, if we haven't already, that Dax Farah has picked up a plus 5 second penalty across the course of this race. So whilst this is a great fight to watch, it is going to cost Farah a little bit in terms of final race position. But this has been a very good drive. Great comeback once again from Austin Oman.
Yep, picking himself up, dusting himself off. He knows he's already going to Sarno, so the weight is off the shoulder, and the driver is being released, and he wins by 2.8 seconds. Josh Hushka will take second. Dax Farah, do you know? So, he pulled out by over Lucian Smith. 2, 3, 4, 5. He will come home.
By half a tenth.
He will come home 200ths of a second eventually behind Arthur Farrow in 5th position. So Smith will move up to 3rd, Farrow will move up to 4th, Farrow will move down to 5th. Then it'll be Albert Farrow in 6th position. Luke Millward finished 7th on the road. He will drop to 10th position behind Benedictus Masiokas. Now, Benedictus Masiokas, here's another thing. He's Lithuanian, but he has a British license. If he qualifies for the Grand Finals, he races under the license. So he would represent Team UK, even though he's born in based in Lithuania. But here is a look at your provisional results from race number 1. 14 drivers, 13 to the finish. Carter Jackson saving his best for later.
Absolutely. So there we go. That is the end of the first heat for Micromax. But as we say, they've got 2 more today. The next run for Micromax will be at 2:30 local time here in Sunderland. It'll be the first race after the lunch break, and they'll race again at 4 o'clock. So good first run there from a wide range of experienced drivers at this level. More racing to come up here, Henry. Minimax will be out next.
Oh yes, there's a quick look at Austin Oman and his dad Tristram. Again, Tristram, one of the very best in the the 90s and early noughties there at driving, at karting. And we'll try and have a listen in. But Austin in the background there, you can see Dax Farah and his mechanic. And there we go, Josh Hushka, slightly taller than 2 Sam Pollock Racing drivers. There is Dan Ashton and his Great Britain livery trainers, red, white and blue. For the livery trainers, not bad choice today. I'll let him get away with that one. That's very, very good indeed.
And we should mention some of the prizes on offer as well. Like what we've already mentioned in terms of tickets to Sarno, the E-plates as well.
Very heavy trophies, my word. The last time I picked up something that heavy, it was a prop in EastEnders. And Saskia was getting hit over the head with the ashtray back in the day, and some guy from Spandau Ballet did that.
It did indeed. Engines. There's an engine on offer for top privateer in each the micro and the mini category, so we'll keep an eye on that across the course of the weekend. In Micromax,
that is a straight head-to-head fight between Maximilian Aberhart and Carter Jackson.
It is indeed. There's also tyres. There's going to be a random draw for all of the entrants here. Mojo tyres will be won on the random draw later in the weekend. So it's not just the prizes on track that the drivers are hoping to get their hands on across the course of this weekend.
Now it's a three-way fight for the engine in Minimax between the three privateers. Achille Giannone. Now we'll have a look at Achille Giannone's kart there. That is another very, very smart kart. The privateer driver again, Italian family, but UK license, between Fraser Anderson and our only sort of semi international driver, privateer driver, Cody Lepatruel from the Channel Island of Guernsey. Amelie Davey as well, I think, is from Guernsey, and she is here. Marilyn Tinkler saying, go on, Joss. Alpha Live saying, of course they are saying, well done, Austin Oman. I think Nicole Sutherland is going to say, well done to Austin Oman very shortly.
Austin Oman, then. You're trying to work out what your lead was from second. I think it was 2.8 seconds there, so good start to the weekend. You feeling good?
Yeah, with that start, I feel like we'll have a good chance of winning this weekend.
And it's a bit wet and windy out here. Do you like those conditions? Do you want it to stay like this?
Yeah, I would like it to stay wet, because yesterday we weren't always winning, so.
Another question then for you, Austin. Recently, we've seen you make a bit of a chassis change. You've gone over to the Kart Republic. Why is that, and what do you think of that so far?
When we drive it, it just feels like we can turn easier, and yeah.
Okay. So at a track like this, where the corners come at you quite fast, is turning in earlier a bit of an advantage on the Kart Republic?
You don't really want to be turning early, but you can turn a little earlier.
Great to hear from you then, Austin. Good luck for the next race. And we'll head back up to hear some short words about the Grand Finals in Sarno in October.
Yes, indeed. The 25th anniversary of the Grand Finals. If you're not sure what the Grand Finals are, it is simply a meeting of champions from around the world, provided with equal brand new go-karts, brand new ROTAX engines, tyres. It is, you do not race for your team or anything, you race for your country. And we don't call it the biggest party in world karting for nothing. And for Alpha Live audience who may not have watched it before, Alpha Live bringing you that coverage, but that's in October. We've got plenty of work to do today, Andrew, starting with the Minimax class.
Let's take you through the grid then for this first heat in Minimax. Albie Friend, the British champion, starts on pole position, joined by Strawberry Racing teammate Tom Reed. On the second row of the grid, Luca Holmes-Ballack and Jensen Chalk. Good strong row there ahead of row 3. Fraser Anderson, top privateer on the grid alongside Joshua Cook, who's moved up to Minimax this weekend. On row 4, Emerson McAndrew-Uren and Harry Taylor.
And slowing down Luca Holmes Ballock there, but Benjamin Lawn and Max Gilman, who round out the top 10. It was Max's birthday yesterday. Happy belated birthday, Max. Jack Collinson and Ollie Thompson are on row number 6. Edward Haynes and Hasnain Khan start on row number 7. Row 8 is Riley Murrow and Sebastian Clark.
Alex Goodson is joined by Sebastian Behrman on row number 9. Harry Radcliffe and Cody Lepaterel form out row number 10. Max Jolly, home driver here in Warden Law, on row 11 alongside Soren Gallagher. Achille Giannone and Amelie Davey go from row 12. It's a 26-kart field completed by Miles Burton and Oliver Spencer. Spencer disqualified from qualifying for being underweight.
Possibly to do with the change of chassis from OTK to Birrell, who knows that, and Miles Burton having an engine issue. So we are into the tram lines. Lights are out. We are underway, sadly, without Luca Holmes Ballock. And as the 175 kart spins to the inside, that is Joshua Cook, our Micromax, the Micromax International Trophy champion. He's moved up to Minimax, but this event, the 161 is off as well. That is Fraser Anderson, so the leading privateer in qualifying, also scrambling to get his kart back on the prepared surface. Josh Cook will go back to Micromax for Sarno, but this is good practice for next season when he moves into the Minimax class full time. Up at the front, well, picking up where he left off in the in the British Kart Championship, Albie Friend takes the lead. Aha! Maria Smoga, hello, congratulations from Sibiu, Romania. So last weekend I was the Transylvania Trophy in the Turgu Sucuiesc in Romania, and I actually had a day where I could do a bit of driver coaching, and I was very, very lucky to meet a young lady in her first ever ROTAX race, her first ever go-kart race, young Katinka Moga from Sibiu in Romania. She won the Roadrunner Karting Junior Race School Academy, and her prize for winning that was a fully paid up drive in the Transylvania Trophy. And I was very fortunate. She's a very, very talented young lady, and I was able to do some driver coaching. So hello to Sibiu, Romania, hello to Katinka Moga. And I have to say that the entire Alpha Live house last night were very, very interested and took great delight in looking at my present that I got, which was the aircraft carrier and pen combination.
I was going to say, I've got several pens from various circuits around Europe, and I was envious of the aircraft carrier pen.
So there's a name, Katinka. There's a name. Write it down, ladies and gentlemen. Katinka Moga. There's a young Romanian lady that could make some big waves in this sport in the future.
Things to note in the early stage of this race.
Yes,
everybody has switched to dry tyres, and the dry line is forming pretty quickly. It's down the inside. That's the number 7.
That's Edward
Haynes. Haynes has not qualified for Sarno yet. He's one of the big hopes for this weekend. That was a move for third place past Riley Murrow.
Yes, now there are 4 drivers in this class who have qualified for the Grand Final. Albie Friend, Emerson McAndrew Uren, Harry Taylor and Oliver Spencer. The best placed driver in the if any of those were to win, then the tickets for the British Championship would go to the best placed non-qualified driver already, and that would be Andrew Mather.
You've caught me there. I want to research that one. It's someone that is not here as I've cast my memory back.
Oh, right, okay. Guys, I thought it might have been. It's the number 5 seed, isn't it? The number 5 seed. I do apologise, Andrew. I didn't mean to catch you on the hop, as it were. As you watch the track, Albie Friend leading Emerson McAndrew by 1.5 seconds. This is what we call a fill, ladies and gentlemen, while Andrew Mather looks at the motorsport-timing.co.uk championship standings. There is the 8th place, the 8th kart of Oliver Spencer making big ground. Now, that's a KR Sport livery. Yes, it is.
It will actually be someone who's here. It would be Luca Holmes Ballock, because Joshua Griffin was the number 5 seed, and he's also already qualified for Sarno.
Has he now? I don't think he has.
Has he not already?
Maybe. Yes, he did.
From an international race?
Yes, he did. So it'll be Luca Holmes Ballock. And there is someone going very, very wide.
That's Harry Taylor.
Harry Taylor. Again, slapping the steering wheel there, just being passed by Miles Burton. So Miles Burton, starting from the back of the field, he's got Cato Motorsport Oval, but he's with the Richardson Chassis Engineering team. He is at 10 places to 15th. Oliver Spencer, now that's a KR Sport, he's entered with KR Sport, but he's not on the usual, it looks very purple to me. Have they sprayed that Birrell ART purple? I was told, my spies told me that he was using a Birrell because, and we've got a driver in the wall. Who was that had gone into the barriers? I'm looking up at, it was the number 172 car.
Amelie Davey.
Amelie Davey, sadly.
Oh, and another one off. It's one of the Sam Pollitt Racing team. It is the 191 of Jack Collinson. So Jack Collinson, who had a really good day in free practice yesterday. It's not the end of the weekend, of course. We'll still get 2 more heats, but that is a big disappointment. And it looks like he's just run wide through the horseshoe and got beyond the white line there. And on a weekend like this, when we have had a little bit of rain, that is pretty much the point of no return for Collinson's hopes. Collinson was up in P4.
Now, Roger Young, the newly engaged Roger Young, joins us from Chinese Taipei, the island of Taiwan. And there goes the number 143. That's Miles Burton. Luckily, he gets going again, asking, has Jensen Chalk already qualified? No. He has not. Last year's Micromax Grand Finals champion has not qualified this weekend. So I spoke to his dad, Mike, and it's or bust this weekend. Or bust, yes. So this is it. This is the only chance. Oliver Spencer is absolutely tearing through the field. He 8 at the moment. Albie Friend, meanwhile, well, he thought Austin Oman wins by 2 seconds. I'm going to win by 3 at least. Emerson Candrew in second. Haynes is third. You're looking at the battle on screen a little bit further back in the order. This is the number 127 car. This is Harry Ratcliffe. This is 12th place on back. Harry Taylor has got as the Dan Holland racing car is going through your screen. You've got Harry Taylor, Benjamin Lawn in the orange crash helmet. And off again goes Jack Collinson. Is he going to save it? Yeah. Oh, that was Harry Ratcliffe, sorry. Harry Ratcliffe going off.
So 3.25 minutes to go in this one. Friend leads by 3.5 seconds, continuing the form that we've seen through the British Kart Championships in 2024. He won here, of course. That was the start of his tremendous run through 3 rounds where he was no lower than second in any of his point scoring stages, and that second place was only once. It was a near perfect run that saw him through to become British champion. This is the fight a little bit further down the order. Good move down the inside there by Alex Goodson, liking that one into Senna 2 and past Riley Murray there up to P4.
And Alex Goodson moving over to the Dan Holland racing team. Now we have Sam Pollitt Racing and Hunter Motorsport. Could you please put your heads together during the off-season? And I think because Sam Pollitt may be going to Kart Republic, could we have a different graphics kit? Because you're fooling my old eyes. That is the Sam Pollitt race car. So you've got the black Kart Republic sticker on the front of the nose cones of the Sam Pollitt racing karts. That is how you tell the difference between SPR and Hunter Motorsport. Sumner Speed on the live chat. Well, Sumner Speed has already been at the top shelf, because he said that with a goat comms pairing of all time. I'm going to screenshot that and send it to the PFI pigeon himself, Anthony Jordan.
Fastest lap of the race so far, 55.25 seconds for Max Jolly. So Max Jolly coming through the field, and he's going to need to work hard across the course of the weekend. I tell you who else is coming through the field. Oliver Spencer down the inside for 5th place into Gasworks.
Picking him up and putting him down.
Lovely move. Yes. And, a driver who was very strong 2 weeks ago. Was very impressed. He's had a difficult season as Ollie Spencer, but the run that he had at Wilton Mill, it's first time on the podium this season for the last round of the British Kart Championships, is showing that in terms of race pace, he's got that form again here at Warden Law.
Now, there was we saw a move there by Jensen Chalk. That moves Jensen into 8th position, passing Hasnain Khan. He's behind. Now, in our preview, we handpicked a couple of drivers that would probably be favourites for this ticket. We handpicked Haynes, Chalk, and also Tom Reed in kart number 10. The farmer Tom Reed, who is a long way in front of this battle. He's in 7th place at the moment. He's with Strawberry Racing, got a podium in the last round of the Euro Trophy, I believe. Or is it the NL? I can't remember. Mark Baines will correct me, I am sure. But Tom Reed is having a good run. At the moment, there is a move. Oh, wheel to wheel between McAndrew, Uren and Haynes for 2nd position. At the moment, Haynes is the best placed non-qualified driver, but that doesn't matter because he's not winning. And this is good news. So Josh Griffin has a ticket. Yes, he qualified at Warden Law. So Luca Holmes-Ballock, if this were the final, he would be Albie Friend's best friend.
He would indeed. Time is up. The drivers will be seeing the last lap board shortly. This battle for 2nd place means that Friend has got a lead of more than 5 seconds right now. Emerson McAndrew checking over the shoulder there just to assess the situation. This is the fight for 6th place. Tom Reed trying to look for the cutback. Brilliant sequence of corners here at Warden Law, but Riley Burrows dealt with that well. Who is out of the race?
Soren Gallagher retires from 22nd position, sadly. But now, Edward Haynes having another little go at Emerson McAndrew. I know why Albie Friend, this is, so Albie's long-time mechanic, Panda, Lee Taylor, got married. And 2 weekends ago. Wasn't at Wilton Mill. George Friend, dad and mechanic extraordinaire, came in on the spanners for 1 day only. Got the win.
Got a nomination.
Got a nomination for the Vera Excellence Award in the British Championship. But Lee Taylor, still on his honeymoon, who's mechanicking for Albie Friend, the #1 plate. George Friend, his dad, and he's only gone and won by 7 seconds. So,
Be good news, but bad news for Lee.
I think George is getting an awful lot of help from. Well, I don't know. Is he? Who knows? He's been keeping it under his hat all these years. Keeping it under his hat all these years. George Friend, mechanics out. Albie is now just normally when you're a driver, you are. George is the dad of Albie Friend. Albie is now simply the son of kart mechanic George Friend. There we go. There's Emerson McAndrew Uren, who finishes in 2nd position. Edward Haynes comes home in 3rd. There's a high five. Good stuff there. Alex Goodson. Great result for Alex Goodson in 4th. There's Oliver Spencer getting out of his kart. He's always got something to say. Edward Haynes, we get good sportsmanship there amongst Minimax. Oliver Spencer finishing 5th ahead of Riley Murrow, Tom Reed, Jensen Chalk, Hasnain Khan. And I like that as well. Look at that. That's this is what you want to see. This is what you really want to see. Alex Goodson coming over, the handshakes, the high fives. These drivers, they move around teams. There's no, that's not George Friend. That's a help. I told you that George was getting a little bit of help. Behind Jensen Chalk, Hasnain Khan, Max Gilman, whose birthday it was yesterday. Now, on your timing and scoring screens, it has Max Gilman down as Hunter, as Thule Motorsport. He's moved over to MLC Motorsport this weekend. And this is the returning Amelie Davey to the pits. Depositing a little bit more of Tyne and Weir agriculture onto the racing surface, shall we say.
Indeed. So, Minimax, their first heat has been completed. The second heat for them will be at 2:50 this afternoon. So, just under 2 hours' time. They will, of course, run again at 4:20 later on for their third and final heat.
Now, we'll get back to what I was going to say about the global karting community after we speak to the son of George Friend, Albie Friend. Ollie Spencer, one of the two. He's not George Friend's son, don't think so.
Ollie Spencer, a bit of a drive there. Have you got somewhere to be?
Yeah, it was good. 26th, 5th is quite good. We was underweight in qualifying, which is disappointment. Quite a big error, to be fair. Like, the scales, I think, got changed in maybe a bit of a mechanical area, but I can't complain really. It's quite a good drive.
Very good drive, 21 positions in that amount of time. You weren't hanging around. But around this track, and especially in these conditions, what gives you the confidence to be able to go for some of the moves that you were going for and get them done?
Working the tyre on the outlap. Obviously, we were on new tyres then because qualifying was wet. Got the tyres working nice and quick. Tyre pressure was quite good. Went for the moves when they were available.
So tyre pressures then, and like you said, working the tyre hard. You sound like the process, what you're doing with that. Can you talk me a little bit about how you do it? What are you doing with the car on the outlap to get some warmth into the rubber?
Well, just like weaving side to side, like full locking into the corners, trying to get the rear wheels up to temp. So yeah.
And you know how to do that. You're a driver, you've been to the Grand Finals before, you've done a lot of racing. That knowledge, has that just come from the amount of racing that you've done throughout your career so far?
Yeah, I'd probably say so a bit, but also probably, from the amount of racing I've done probably helps. So yeah.
Well, we'll see how you get on for the rest of the weekend, see if you can get maybe a 26th to 4th in a minute.
Yeah, thank you.
We've got a little bit more time before we head over to the next race then, so let's talk to Emerson McAndrew. Emerson, start this weekend, what are you thinking about? What were you feeling when you were kind of watching Albie disappear off into the distance a little bit?
Yeah, we had a good start from 7th up to 2nd, I think it was. But yeah, I knew it was going to be fast, but we didn't have the pace, so we just had to fight for our place really.
So you don't think you quite had the pace? Was that down to maybe some decisions on the car or just the way you were driving it? What do you think it comes down to?
I don't think we got the car right, but don't know, could have done it better really.
And I saw you and some of the other boys, you've been bouncing around the track this weekend, playing a bit of paddock cricket. You enjoying the event so far?
Yeah, I think it's a really fun event so far. There's loads of things to do and yeah, it's just good.
And you've got a ticket already for the Grand Finals, but you've decided, to come here to Warden Law this weekend and race anyway. How come you've chosen to do that?
Because it's a big event and I want to win it.
Definitely, and you reckon you've got a good chance?
Yes.
Let's head up then into the box to hear about ROTAX, who they are and what they do before we head over to our next race.
Why do you come here? Is this your career?
Or is it all about fun? A chance to get away and leave it all behind?
Or do you chase your personal best? Challenging yourself over and over again. Why do you come here?
Maybe you're here to collect moments. Good ones. And not so good ones.
Or you can't afford mistakes because you want that victory. It's all about this one moment when the hard work finally pays off.
This is the place that brings us closer to the people who share our story. Whoever we are.
Whatever we're here for. Racing is who we are.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Junior Rotax, heat number 1. On the rolling lap, Jared Fox-Whiteley and Kai Beach, who has had support online from Paul Beach, are on row number 1. Albie Lap and Annie Bams, hello. Albie's up on P3 alongside William Archer, Alex is supporting him. Then it's Daniel Minto and Scott Marsh on row number 3. Kai Clark and Joshua Smith go from row number 4, with Jacob Woods and Charlie Wolf rounding out the top 5. Jack Thompson and the closer Cole Denham are next, with Noah Barham and Joe Anderson on row number 7. Lewis Goff and Isabella Stansmore Wilson go from row number 8, alongside Asden Smith and Archie Lovett. The top 20 rounded up by Alfie McBain and Stanley Clark, who's grown a mullet just for this event. Samia Paul and Riley Sims Ezard are next, with Rory Armstrong and Louis Radcliffe at the back of the field. Andrew Mather, there are certain drivers in this class who are eligible and certain drivers who aren't. Please, oh dear.
Samia
Paul, who, and that is that some of the axle that's also gone? That is the hub that's gone, and we will go around again, which is perfect timing to be able to explain a little bit about who and who isn't eligible for a ticket and why.
2 tickets available. 18 of the 24 drivers are eligible. Kai Veach, Albie Lapper, William Archer, Daniel Minto, Scott Marsh, Kai Clark, Jacob Woods, Charlie Wolfett, Cole Denham, Noah Barham, Isabella Stansmore Wilson, Addison Smith, Archie Lovett, Alfie McBain, Stanley Clark, Samir Paul, Riley Sims, Ezard and Louis Radcliffe are all of age, where if they win one of those two tickets, they fit within the age criteria to compete at Sarno.
Basically, the age criteria in junior is that you cannot turn 15 years of age. That's another kart out of the running.
That's Riley Sims Ezard, I think, the number 42.
Yes, so if you turn 15 at any point in 2024, even if it's the 31st of December 2024, if your 15th birthday is before then, you are not age eligible to compete. Lewis Goff isn't eligible because he's already got a ticket, but again, we go into that. And Rory Armstrong, last year's Minimax Grand Finals champion, well, he's already got a ticket through the Irish Championship. Lights are out, we're off and racing. Into turn number 1 we go. I have to say, Albie Lapper, Nanny Babs is watching now. Albie Lapper's main mechanic, Liam Wright, has got a family engagement this afternoon, and so Dad Phil, being the man of the house, he said, no, Liam, you must go to this and I will take over mechanicking, because Albie's had a bit of a rough start to the year, rough season so far, and then Albie goes and puts in the season's best performance in qualifying, so Phil is now slightly nervous and maybe wishing he didn't have that last glass of red wine last night at the hotel. I said, if George Friend can do it, Phil, so can you. But up at the front, it is Kai Veach for the KR Sport team, who is leading. Jared Fox Whiteley has fallen back a couple of positions for the Jax Motorsport team. He's too old,
but very strong around this circuit. We saw he had a wildcard appearance at the British Kart Championships when the Rotax classes visited here earlier in the year, and was very, very strong that weekend. Scott Marsh has had a very good start. Started on the 3rd row of the grid. 2022 Grand Finals champion, has not qualified for the 2024 edition yet. At the moment, though, he's having to deal with William Archer. William Archer continuing the good form that we saw 1-2 weeks ago at Wilton Mill, when he had his best showing of the Rotax British Championship, straight up to 2nd place. And for Scott Marsh, this is going to be the story, I think, of his weekend.
Yes.
He is probably one of the favourites, but this is such a competitive junior Rotax field. He's going to have to be on his A game if he's going to go to Sarno.
Yes, now for the viewers at home, the drivers, oh dear, that is one of the Sam Pollitt racing karts. You know, the marshals aren't allowed to assist in terms of, that was Louis Ratcliffe trying to get his kart back on. Now for the viewers at home, the drivers on the scoring ticker, you can see their positions. If their race number is highlighted in red, that means they're not eligible. If their race number does not have a red highlight, those are the drivers fighting for the ticket. Again, another really good innovation between the partnership of motorsport-timing.co.uk and Alpha Live. Oh dear, that is the driver who...
I think that's Joshua Smith.
So Joshua Smith, who gave us his onboard lap earlier. That's the only lap he's done so far today, because he hasn't, because he has gone out on the opening lap here.
Down the inside, kart number 65 moving up through the order. That's Jack Thompson for Hunter Motorsport. Hunter Motorsport looking for some big results here this weekend on their home circuit. 7.25 minutes to go. Kai Veach, after that brilliant start, leads by a second. William Archer P2. Kai Clark has come forward in this race as well. Kai Clark up 4 places from where he started on the grid. Now challenging William Archer for P2. He's not going to do the move here. That would be a bit of a brave one. Down into turn 4. Maybe one here into the centre S. Indeed, down the inside. Lovely stuff from Kai Clark. That's him up to P2.
And look who is moving into P3. That is Albie Lapper. I may have spoken too soon. I think Liam Wright's still here this morning. So I think the number 1 mechanic is
got
still
him going.
That's got him going, and Albie certainly he's probably thinking, God, I've got to win this race because Dad's taking over. And there's teammates having I'm joking, Phil, by the way, because Nanny Barbs will probably come and hair-footed up from...
give you an earful.
Give me an earful. I don't want to upset her. Now, Scott Marsh, 7th in last weekend's CIK World Championship at PF International. As we watch Junior Rotax, I think it is time that we mention that in the Kenzo Craigie start this year out in Junior Rotax in the UK is a former Rotax Grand Finals competitor, twice for Team UK, as we watch the number 23 car of Jared Fox-Whiteley picking up a position. Ethan Jeff Hall, a former British junior champion.
And he's here this weekend.
Is here this weekend, is now the world champion in senior, and in fact, all 3 senior podium finishers. Oh, dearie me, that was the number 65 car of Jack Thompson getting it a little bit wrong going into Gasworks hairpin. I think Jacob Woods was the unfortunate recipients there. Joe Anderson gets a penalty, a 5-second penalty. All 3 of the podium finishers in last weekend's CIK World Karting Championship, former Rotax competitors, former members of Team UK in the Rotax Grand Finals.
We had a chat with Ethan Jeff Hall and Matthew Higgins earlier on in the weekend as well, on a feature that you'll be able to watch on the Karting UK YouTube channel. Great scrap going on here. All the number 62 of Cole Denham getting involved with Scott Marsh. This is all around 5th place. Albie Lapper's just fallen off the back of this group, but still a good amount of time to race back in to the battle. They've been dropped by Jared Fox-Whiteley. There's the number 22 of Noah Barham going side by side with Woodsy, Jacob Woods. That is for 10th place, or 10th and 11th place, Charlie Wolford. Good to have Charlie Wolford on the grid this weekend.
Yep.
Not seen Charlie race for a while. He's having a strong first outing in this heat, is there in P11.
Yes, Jack Thompson getting a penalty as well. Now, of course, all around the Rotax world, the final rounds of various championships are taking place as we finalise the fields for the Grand Finals. The Belgian Rotax Max Challenge is happening in Genk. Hello to Alex Goldschmidt, commentator of that championship.
4 minutes to go. I think we're going to have a quick word with Nicole.
Matthew Higgins, senior Rotax driver and DHR coach, has joined me whilst he's trying to be a meerkat over the fence and watch his drivers. You're with Cole Denham this weekend. Cole's been to the Grand Finals before. Do you reckon he's got a good chance of winning a ticket this year?
Yeah, I think so. I think if he just calms it down like he has now, I think he's definitely in with a good shot.
Thanks, Matthew. Henry, over to you.
Of course, Matthew Higgins, competitor in the Grand Finals last year. He's qualified again this year, and he finished 3rd on the podium in the World Championship last weekend. Scott Marsh, 6th at the moment. Again, former Grand Finals champion, 2022 Junior Grand Finals champion. We're watching a good battle for, this is now 2nd, 3rd and 4th. Kai Veach has cleared off. This is Kai Clark, Will Archer and Jared Fox-Whiteley battling. The closer, Cole Denham, is closing in behind them. He's bringing Scott Marsh, Albie Lapper and Lewis Goff. Lewis Goff has already got his ticket through the British Kart Championship in 8th position. Charlie Wolf at 9th. Joe Anderson is 10th. Then it's Jacob Woods, Jack Thompson, Noah Barham, Daniel Minto, Archie Levitt, Rory Armstrong, Alfie McBain, Stanley Clark, mentioned it before, Stanley Clark is growing a mullet. You know, just
worth 3/10.
Wants to be like William Antrobus, but he can't. William Antrobus is the victory mullet, so Stanley Clark has just got a mini mullet. But he said his neck's never felt warmer, which is nice to hear.
2 minutes and 20 seconds remaining on the clock. This is the fight for second place. Once again, we've seen a race leader take off at the very front of the order. Kai Clark, side by side. Bit of a wrestling match between Cole Denham and Scott Marsh there. I think Scott Marsh has gone, right, let's start getting a bit of rhythm going here, because there's some questions to be answered. This was actually the venue of his strongest running in the British Kart Championships earlier on in the year. Marsh raced through into the top 5 in the final. He will want to be improving on that. Joe Anderson's just set the fastest lap of the heat so far, 51.84 seconds. But Kai Clark just stretching it out of the front here. No need to defend into the centre S. Fox Whiteley is going to go down the inside of William Archer with a lovely move there for P3.
Yes, now of course this is the junior arm of the Strawberry Racing team. Now the person that runs the or helps out with the micro and mini part of the team, Mark Baines. Mark Baines, frag, has never been to the... Oh, there's Albie Lapper getting his work in. Albie Lapper passing former Grand Finals champion and P7 in the world this year, Scott Marsh.
Well, that's what the drivers are going to need to do if you're in the shoes of Albie Lapper to qualify through to Sarno. More battles going on further down the order. One of the DHRs, I think that's Noah Barham, getting involved with the number 65 of Jack Thompson.
I was going to say, my Mark Baines point. If Mark Baines comes to the Grand Finals this year, and I know he's here, he's listening, people have asked Mark Baines to commentate with me for years. I will say, now I'll be... Anyway, if Mark Baines does come to the Grand Finals, I will get him in to commentate with me for one race. Our producer James Fitchie from Alpha Live has already had a heart attack.
Fretting.
There is my solemn promise. If Mark Baines at the Grand Finals, then he and I will commentate for one race and satisfy the legions of people who have asked us. We will need to employ someone for the bleep button and to do subtitles. But there we go. There it is. I put it out there.
Cole Denham's had a problem out there. I think we just saw him running wide out of Senna 2. He's got back on circuit, but has fallen down to 10th place. Time is up. Not quite on the final lap yet. Yeah, I thought that might be coming in. Plus 5 seconds penalty for Albie Lapper. So that's going to drop Lapper down from 3rd probably to around 12th place right now, as it's all getting a little bit feisty out there. That's over 5th place. That's Lewis Goff getting by Jared Fox Whiteley.
Yeah, I mean... Okay, so this has been a bit of a rambunctious heat race.
It's been a junior race.
It's been a junior race, but I think offline the track is still, you can see it's not very grippy offline. You know, the residual moisture is still there. A lot of dirt offline, which we can see the coloration of the track as well, because of course it was rain. And that is creating grip problems. I'm not trying to excuse some of the mistimed manoeuvres that we have seen in this race. However, there may be extenuating factors. Kai Veach has not had to worry about any of that because he has got his head down and is pulling away. At the moment, Ash Orchard and the KR Sport team are sitting pretty. I think Martin Smithers has been here as well, because they're two drivers, Veach and Clark. You are allowed to drive for KR Sport if your first name isn't Kai, by the way. But there is Kai Veach, clear visor, love that, look at that, whites of his eyes, great work there up at the gasworks from our Alpha Live crew. Their two drivers would be going to the Grand Finals to join the other KR Sport drivers. As the weekend progresses, we will tell you who has qualified and who they represent, because all the big teams are there. We've got Strawberry, KR Sport, Sam Pollock Racing. We've got, Dan Holland Racing have all got drivers safely in. And I know that Hunter Motorsport, I know that Jack's Motorsport desperately want to try and send a driver, not to mention Zip and RCE as well. There is your 1-2 finish for Kai Veach and Kai Clark.
And I've got to say, that was all off a tremendous start from Kai Veach. The way he was able to get round the outside of Jared Fox Whiteley at the very start of that heat was very, very impressive indeed. So Kai Veach takes an early lead in the intermediate classification for Junior Max, and it's a KR Sport 1-2. It's a Kai 1-2 as well, as mentioned there, Veach ahead of Clark.
Now, we've got, there's, that is Riley Sims Ezard, I think, being pushed back. Or is that Samir Paul? I think it might be Riley Sims Ezard going back onto the circuit. So, Veach and Clark from Lapper, although he will have a 5-second penalty. So Scott Marsh moves up into third position. Lapper will move back to ninth in the overall standings. Lewis Goff in fifth, followed by Jared Fox-Whiteley, our pole sitter, William Archer and Jacob Woods, Joe Anderson, Charlie Wolfett, Daniel Minto, Jack Thompson, Addison Smith and Noah Barham are next. And I have a feeling that before the next race there may be a bit of a conference. A conference call will go out to the juniors just to remind them about the correct way to drive a go-kart race. Archie Levitt, Cole Denham, Stanley Clark, Alfie McBain, Rory Armstrong, Isabella Stansmore-Wilson and Louis Radcliffe, with Joshua Smith, Samir Paul, Riley Sims Azard failing to finish. But we can go down to speak to one of the survivors of that race. Nicole Sutherland is down in the pits.
Thank you, Henry. Race winner Kai Veach joins me then. Kai, what have you thought of the event so far? What have you thought of that race?
It's been really fun, and I felt like I was very fast and just felt very flowing in that race.
So fast and flowing, and do you think that's because of the way you drive, or is it the nature of the track? What causes that?
I think it's the nature of the track because it's very smooth and flowing, and there's high speed, low speed, but it just feels very good.
And it was over a second lead from your teammate, who's also called Kai, so Kai 1, Kai 2. You feeling confident that maybe a bit of team games will be going in towards the later stages this weekend, or?
Yeah, I'm sure if we're together at some point we can work together, try and get out in the lead.
And of course, like I said, teammates, you're both in KR Sport. What have KR Sport said to you going into this weekend to give you some confidence that maybe you could grab a ticket for Sarno?
Just don't fight each other and be sensible.
Great to hear from you, Kai. Thanks very much. We'll take a little bit of a walk through Parc Fermé then. I can see a driver walking towards me, Daniel Minto. Daniel, see if I can catch up with him. Here he is then. Daniel, first weekend for you then in a junior. We normally see you in the mini class. How's it going?
Good, it's just hard racing really.
And is that because of like the other drivers in the class? You know, are they tough competitors, or is it because of the car? What's making it tough for you?
It's just the really good drivers and they know how to overtake.
You're very experienced though. You've got a lot of experience behind you in minis. Do you actually reckon a ticket could be achievable for you this weekend?
Could be. Just hope it stays dry.
And Warden Law then, home track, is it for you?
Yeah.
So a lot of laps. Can you tell me a little bit about what it's like to drive at Warden Law? What's the track like? What do you think of it?
It's a very good circuit. It's just hard sometimes on the neck and stuff, but yeah.
Hard because of like kart control, or?
Yeah, just fast and flowing.
Great to hear from you then, Daniel. Got a little bit more time. I'll keep making my way through Parc Fermé. Let's see who else we can catch up with. Who have we got? Let's talk to another Hunter Motorsport driver. Obviously, this is home track for Hunter, based at Warden Law. We've got the number 79. Weekend so far, how are you feeling? How are you feeling about it being a home race for Hunter Motorsport?
Yeah, it's all right. Like I'm enjoying it. That one wasn't too bad, but it wasn't the best. But no, it's been going all right this weekend, yeah.
And, you know, do you do a lot of laps around here, especially with the team? What have they said to you to give you confidence?
On Wednesdays quite often, and also come on Sundays. We do the club rounds as well, so yeah.
And expectations for the rest of the weekend, what are you thinking?
If we can get top 15, that'll be good. I'll be happy, yeah. Just try my best, have fun, I suppose.
Always the aim, isn't it? Have fun, try your best.
Yeah, cool, thank you.
Let's head up then to hear a little bit more about Sarno and where we'll be heading over for the Grand Finals in October.
Welcome back to live coverage of the 2024 edition of the ROTAX Max Challenge Grand Festival. First ever time it's been held in the United Kingdom. Let's take you through the grid for the first heat in Senior Max. Kai Hunter and Deacon Russell form up the front row of the grid. Louis Westover is back and on row number 2, joined by Ewan Charman. Brandon Klein-Nagelvort goes from row number 3, is joined by Jamie Perilli. On row 4, the pre-final winner here in the British Kart Championships visit earlier in the year, Archie Walker, is on row 4 alongside Tyler Harris.
Row number 5, Guy Cunnington, a former Grand Finals runner-up, and Jack Steadman rounds out your top 10. Lizzie Mentier and Jack Gillingham on row number 6, with Benjamin Southgate and Josh Graham all the way back on row number 7. Jack Lilly and Jack Collins are next, and someone just give me a can of Iron Brew.
William Antrobus moves up to Senior ROTAX this weekend. Second in the Junior British Championship, starts on row 9 alongside another driver stepping into Senior ROTAX this weekend, Henry Gregory. Austin Lee and the Junior British Champion Harry Bartle starts on row number 10. They're ahead of a returning Oakley Pryor and Rachel Robertson on row number 11. It's a 24 kart field completed by row 12, Daniel Armstrong and Alex Duncan.
Very, very quickly, the winner of this race, the final, gets a DD2 ticket. If Harry Bartle or Kai Hunter win, they have to take the DD2 ticket, and Teddy Pritchard-Williams would qualify as the best placed non-qualified driver from the British Championship. Teddy is here working with Sam Pollitt this weekend and is going to be cheering on Kai and Harry Bartle like never before. The lights are out, we've gone racing through turn number 1, and a good start from the Hunter Motorsport driver, Kai Hunter. Driver number 3, the 2023 British kart champion in Senior ROTAX. Kai is a former podium finisher, has actually finished first on the road twice in the Grand Finals, and has had issues post-race twice with contact and what have you all, something like that. But he is happenings that happen. So Kai is out for blood this year in Sarno. Sarno, the site of Kai's debut in DD2 back in 2019, when he was a very late entry because somebody got injured on the way to the track, and Kai happened to be there with his helmet. He was just old enough to qualify and went and made the final as well.
So, end of the first lap, Hunter leads from Westover. Deacon Russell down to P2. Good start from Brandon Klein-Nagelvort as well, is up to 4th. Archie Walker, who was very strong here earlier in the year, P5. That was a move for 3rd place. Klein-Nagelvort past Deacon Russell. Here comes Archie Walker, another driver who's, of course, changed race number from 2 weeks ago at the culmination of the British Championships. No longer the number 7,
well,
now the number 91. Oh, yes, that is very true. He has the right to number 7.
He is the number 7, but he's decided to go with his traditional number 91, has Archie Walker. There is Deacon Russell. Very, very impressive performance. Jack's Motorsport haven't taken, and the Project 1 Racing Group, they haven't taken a driver to the Grand Finals in their thing. They have a chance. They have a chance, several chances this weekend. I think that'll be really good, because in every... I'm gonna get myself in trouble here, but I gotta say it. The majority of the big teams would all have a driver in there. Okay, so 2D Motorsport wouldn't, MLC wouldn't, from the UK. But the big Hunter Motorsport have, with Gustav Usakovs in Latvia. But yeah, you would have all the main representatives from the British Paddock in Sarno, and the beauty of it is you all have to work together.
All have to be friends. All have to get the results out there, because there's teams aspects in the Grand Finals, of course, as well, which Team UK have been very successful with in recent years. Guy Cunnington, number 52.
Karting doesn't owe anybody anything. ROTAX don't owe anyone anything. However, if they did, Guy Cunnington would be the person it is owed to. Guy Cunnington, you know that you not have had an injustice, but you know there's a problem when they change a rule after a race. So back in 2019, Guy Cunnington and Axel Sarniala from Finland crossed the line together. On the cameras, it looked like Cunnington was ahead by...
is that Deacon Russell?
That is the number 21 car. It is Deacon Russell, has gone off. Guy Cunnington was maybe half a nose cone in front on the cameras. However, at the time, and there's the number 30 kart of Jamie Perilli, dispatching It was
the aforementioned Guy Cunnington.
The aforementioned Guy Cunnington. At the time, the rule book said it was the position of the transponder that decided the result. ROTAX were like, well, I know, it's a horrible thing. Unfortunately, there's the rule. So now it's a course of we do look at cameras.
Yeah.
So Guy Cunnington, crossed the line first and came second. Hey, that's how close it is when you're on equal equipment. Axel Sarniala was a worthy champion. So, if there's a redemption arc, Guy Cunnington's arc would be the highest. And so he is looking now. 4 laps, we're on lap number 5. There's Archie Walker to the inside of Jamie Perilli. And I think Guy Cunnington there deciding, I am not going to give Jamie Perilli an extra inch of room. He didn't drive him off the track, but he gave Jamie 2 options, the grass or the brake. And Jamie eventually chose the brake.
I hope the kart's okay there for Guy Cunnington. He can take a lot of hope into this weekend, because when Senior ROTAX's class finished here for their British Kart Championships round earlier in the year, very difficult conditions, we should say. It was the height of summer. Guy Cunnington of the drivers here this weekend was the highest positioned. He was 4th in that final. The 3 drivers on the podium, Macaulay Bishop, Callum Bradshaw, and Caden McQueen are not here this weekend.
Macaulay Bishop, the British champion, and Callum Bradshaw, the runner-up, they've already got their tickets. Caden McQueen not here, recovering from having to drive for Prague, UK last weekend. A big hello. Brandon Klein-Nagelbort. Is that going?
That looks a bit strange.
That looked a bit strange, and it almost looked like it was something dangling down from the back of that number 93 car, or was it just a bit of rubber falling off? It was, my eyes were deceiving me slightly, although if you have a little look there, and again, this is Alpha Live Cameraman Challenge of the week. The right, as Nagelbort goes away from camera, it is the right-hand side of his car. There is something a little bit, or it may just be the lower part of the chain guard. I don't know. There, sadly, out of the race is Jack Lilly, who is a new signing for Strawberry Racing. He's moved away from Sam Pollock Racing, and he's now signing for Strawberry Racing. But there's Cunnington and there is Walker. They are running in 5th and 6th positions. Charman is 4th. There is Ewan Charman. Nagelbort is 3rd, and I think it is just the chain guard. A great camera work there. Thank you, Alpha Live. Nagelbort is the Louis International, the returning Louis Westover. He's got his Nash Motorsports race suit on, because it's the team he raced for in the USA. Louis International is running in 2nd place behind Kai Hunter.
Is indeed. Changed for 3rd place as another driver comes into the business. I think that's Tyler Harris in the number 84 for MLC. Yes, it is. So not going to be a good score in the intermediate classification in this race for Tyler Harris. Ewan Charman, I've been thoroughly impressed with Ewan Charman. Start of the year on a Birrell ART. Performed very well in that Birrell ART. I think, remember back to the British O Plate at the very start of the season. But since he's made this change to Hunter Motorsport middle of the season, he has just grown and grown. He was a real thorn in the side of those fighting for the tickets through the British Championships. He was a little bit out of play on that one. He was never going to be in that battle with Bradshaw and others.
Not with the greatest of respect, he didn't have the package around him to enable him to do that. He was doing very, very well, but he didn't have any teammates up at the front, the same level to sort of bounce, bounce setups off and stuff like that. So he was, a singular thorn in a field of roses.
And I say that since he's moved to Hunter Motorsport, his results have been very good. He's one of my tips this weekend to potentially take that DD2 ticket. But at the moment, his teammate Kai Hunter on his home circuit with the number 3 now, of course, has already qualified through as Lizzie Mentier, as Harry Bartle sets the fastest lap of the race so far, 49.72. But Kai Hunter knows already that he's at least going in some form. It's just a question of which class Kai Hunter would be going to Sarno in. He's got one of those tickets from the British Championships already. That was, kind of as we've been talking about with Teddy Pritchard-Williams. Macaulay Bishop had won the championship, but already had his ticket from other higher tier events, so Kai Hunter inherited one of the 2 tickets on offer from the National Championship.
Now, Lizzie Mentier, fastest lap of the race, running in 7th position. She's 4 seconds off the lead. Do you know, Andrew Mather, how many British women have ever represented Team UK in the Grand Finals?
I'm not sure, but I know your encyclopedic knowledge will know.
I recall 2. Tiffany Chittenden, who then went on to race for New Zealand, and her sister Tamsin Germain. So, you know, Lizzie Mentier could become the 3rd. Yep, and they were both blonde as well, so it's Lizzie. There you go, interesting story.
I say Lizzie up in 7th place at the moment, another driver who's strengthened across the course of the 2024 British Kart Championship season. We've got 60 seconds of this one to go. Who's having a good drive through the field? We can see Joshua Graham. Round winner is Guy Cunnington down the inside. We'll cut back to what's happening further down the field because that's a sweet move by the 2019 British champion up to P4.
Up at Gasworks. Harry Bartle, starting from the back of the field after an issue in qualifying, has gained 11 places and is up into 9th. Welcome to seniors. William Antrobus has gone from 17th to 12th on his graduation to seniors. Henry Gregory, Greg's on legs, up to 13th from 18th of the grid on his debut in ROTAX. He's moved across from Army to
another category
to ROTAX and has obviously been enjoying it immensely. No, he said it was really different, getting used to the tyre and things like that. Oakley Pryor, who finished 6th in the Grand Finals back the last time he qualified in 2019, returning to the saddle for KR Sport. He said he was tugging this weekend, and he certainly is down in 21st. Hey, he wasn't lying.
No,
he wasn't lying. Welcome back to Oakley Pryor. He's just here to enjoy, you know, the event. All the drivers have got T-shirts. You know, the Motorsport UK, Jag ROTAX. They've been providing all that type of stuff. But it is the final lap.
Is indeed Kai Hunter in full control. Not as big a lead as we've seen for other leaders so far today, but I don't think anyone's going to be able to take the battle to Kai Hunter. I think it's going to be a firmer battle for over this 2nd place between Louis Westover and Ewan Charman. Out of the chicane, round the back of the circuit into Gasworks. Good defensive line there from Louis Westover. Is there going to be a cutback for Ewan Charman? He'll be on the outside initially on the run into the horseshoe. That's beautifully dealt with by Louis Westover. Kai Hunter is going to take victory in heat number 1. Louis Westover P2, Ewan Charman P3. Guy Cunnington home in 4th place, continuing the good form that we saw from him the last time Senior Max was at Warden Law for the British Championships. 5th for Brandon Klein-Nagelvort. Archie Walker P6, biggest mover in that race. Harry Bartle up 11 spots to 9th.
Yes, rounding out something, there is Kai Hunter, looking relaxed and suitably chilled out.
With his old race lid on now, because the conditions aren't, you know, absolutely perfect. But if the sun comes out, we will see a brand new lid for Kai Hunter, hopefully later in the weekend. If not, at the Grand Finals in Sarno.
Yes, we shall. Now there's Louis International. Afterwards, Louis Westover. A good return to the British paddock for Louis Westover in 2nd. A little bit further back there, Archie Walker 6th, Mentier 7th, Graham 8th, Bartlett, Jamie Perilli 10th, Deacon Russell went backwards a little bit to 11th, then Antrobus 12th, Gregory, Alex Duncan. Well, Alex Duncan, so he's got extra motivation, as you will see in Track Talk, which is coming up shortly, because we do have a break now. Alex Duncan, well, Alex's sister Olivia has given us some motivation, because Olivia will appear on, she will do an interview on every single paddock show and Track Talk that we do until Alex Duncan gets in the top 5. And
that is a contractual promise.
A contractual obligation, and she hates being interviewed. There we are. Rachel Robertson finishes 15th, then Daniel Armstrong, Jack Collins, Austin Lee, Jack Steadman, Jack Gillingham, and Oakley Pryor was the last finisher. Now, we are going to be taking our lunch break here. A good luck to Hannah, the timekeeper, on her first weekend with Motorsport Timing. Yes, Ian Rogers at Motorsport Timing has Hannah again working wonders, training the future of the sport. That's what we like.
Absolutely. If you've missed any of the action this morning, you will be able to watch it back at your leisure on the Alpha Live and Karting UK platform of channels. But maybe don't do it right now.
No,
we've got more
not now.
features. Track talk from yesterday.
Yes.
Bit of news from free practice. Bit of a talk with some of the drivers ahead of this weekend. And we will recommence with the racing in around 45 to 50 minutes time, just to run through the schedule for as from 2:30. Micromax will go first, Minimax at 2:50. Races every 20 minutes through this part of the day. Junior Max at 3:10. Senior Max will be next out at 3:30, 3:30 local time here in the UK. Then there'll be a little break, a really little break between the third and final set of heats. Just a bit of time for everybody to turn themselves round. 4 o'clock is then we'll see the third and final round of heats getting going with Micromax first again, then 20 past 4 for Minimax, 4:40 for Junior Max, and then 5 o'clock we'll see the third and final heat for seniors.
But you know what? This is a lovely leisurely timetable, and it means that we give you, the viewers, more time in between each race to get to know the drivers and to speak to them after the race with Nicole Sutherland. That is why we do what we do. Speaking of Nicole, it's down to you for last time this morning before the break for lunch.
I'm with Ewan Charman down in Parc Fermé. Ewan, is this your first race at Warden Law since moving to Hunter?
Yeah, and of course the home track, so big expectation, but kart felt really good, so living up to it hopefully.
And do you reckon there's a bit of a home ground advantage there?
I think so. I mean, probably not as much for me as for Kai, but of course joining the team, they know the ins and outs of this track, so it really does help.
And then back on the OTK recently, since being over on a Birrell, what's Warden Law like to drive on an OTK? Just what's it like in general in a senior ROTAX?
Oh, it's really good. It's a nice, fast-flowing track. The difference between OTK and Birrell is pretty much niche. It's just more teammates around me, which helps. But yeah, it was a good race in that one.
And obviously, every driver here this weekend is trying to grab a ticket for Sarno in October. But having Kai as your teammate, who is somebody who's been to the Grand Finals multiple times, what have you been kind of asking him and what have you been picking up off of Kai to maybe give you the opportunity to win a DD2 ticket later on this weekend?
Yeah, of course, he's just telling me to stay consistent and keep racking up the points, and hopefully we can come away with a win in the final. We haven't really spoke about any tactics in the final or anything silly like that, but yeah, hopefully we can work together and have a good event.
Great to hear from you then, Ewan. We'll throw up then to see some features that we filmed earlier on this weekend.
Hello and welcome to the 2024 ROTAX Grand Festival. On behalf of Jag ROTAX and Motorsport UK, I'd like to welcome you all to the Grand Festival being held for the very first time on UK shores. This is the third biggest ROTAX event in Europe this year, behind only the Grand Finals and the International Trophy. And it is the last chance for any of these drivers to qualify for the biggest party in world karting, the ROTAX Grand Finals in Sarno. Britain has one of the proudest records in the ROTAX Grand Finals. We are the reigning Micromax champions, the reigning Minimax champions, and the reigning Junior Max champions. We've also won a number of senior titles as well as DD2. The fact that we only have 90 drivers here is actually because our British ROTAX drivers are the best in the world, and quite frankly, we've scared off the competition. So that is a huge congratulations to you all already. You are the envy of the ROTAX world. It does mean, however, that Team UK has more pressure on it in the Grand Finals than any other nation. This British Championship is a training ground for the very, very best. And it's no surprise that both current CIK FIA World Karting Championships got their start in ROTAX racing. So, on behalf of Motorsport UK, Jag ROTAX, Karting North East at Warden Law, a wonderful venue for this, I would like to say good luck May the best driver win, and let's show the rest of the ROTAX world what Britain is made of.
Well, a big part of the 2024 UK karting calendar was last weekend at PF International. For the first time in 7 years, the FIA Karting World Championships came to the United Kingdom, and there was a great level of success across the classes, particularly for British drivers. Here this weekend at the ROTAX Grand Festival, 2 of the top 3 in the senior category are here in the paddock. Let's catch up with them and reminisce about their years racing through the ROTAX ladder. Here with Matthew Higgins. Matthew, 3rd place last week at the World Championships. Good weekend. Happy with the final result?
Fairly happy, not entirely. I mean, obviously we're there to win, so anything but a win is always going to be a disappointment. But yeah, still got to be proud of the result we got, and yeah, on this year an unproven car and package. So yeah, it just shows that the energy car is amazing, and yeah, we can get out there.
And getting the best out of the materials as well has always been such a big part of your racing career, but particularly in ROTAX days, racing through the British Kart Championships, competitive in terms of what's underneath you and the drivers out on track. How big was your time racing ROTAX in the preparation for last weekend?
Yeah, I mean, it's a mega good playing field where it's extremely level. I think everyone's kind of got a package out there. I mean, 9 out of 10 people have the package to win, so yeah, it's always competitive and close. And yeah, I mean, just the experience on the grid and the talent on the grid, it really does prepare you well. I mean, I often hear a lot of people say that you can't go ROTAX to OK, but Joe Turney, he gone ROTAX to OK. Jeff Hall obviously won last weekend. He's been on ROTAX this year, and yeah, myself have been on ROTAX this year, so it just shows how good the playing field really is.
And the karting pathway as well, and how it helped you. Obviously, you know, family-wise, rallying's been the historic story. But your journey from through the club racing into the nationals, all the way up to the top as a wild card as well. Not doing the whole season. Yeah. How big of the part of the journey has that been?
Yeah, amazing. I mean, that's where that is where you learn your skill, and that's where you learn the craft. So, yeah, for sure. The progression that you can go through in the British karting is probably better than anywhere else, in my opinion. I mean, you look at that grid, Brits dominated. Of course, it's on a British track, but whichever track it is in the world, at that World Championship, there's more often than not dominated by the Brits. So it just shows what a great pathway that Motorsport UK have.
And the season not done as well, and I know you've got some plans to do more bits of car racing, and also you've already got your ticket for Grand Finals through BNL. Looking forward to that? Yeah,
I'm really excited to do that one. I mean, we've had a pretty good season so far this year in the ROTAX with Kart Masters and the European Championship. So yeah, hopefully we can finish it off there.
Well, best of luck, Matt, and we'll be cheering you all the way. Thanks for your time.
Much. Thank you.
Here in the Sam Pollitt Racing awning with the new world champion Ethan Jeff Hall. Ethan, be saying those words, world champion, has it sunk in yet?
I still don't think it's sunk in yet. Obviously it was a great weekend winning the OK World Finals, but I don't think it's sunk in yet.
And a race that'll live long in the memory. For myself up in the box, it was a very dramatic finish. What was going through your mind when you saw Joe Turney have that problem at the bridge?
Obviously, I was putting pressure on Joe the whole race, and I was really quick. So it was a matter of being able to capitalise when he made a mistake, and obviously went off under the bridge. And it was a big enough mistake where I could get past, and I knew I had to keep him behind. So I had to stay on the track myself as well, but I had to make sure I was as quick as I could, as least mistakes as I could, and I did just that. So yeah.
The adaptability that you needed across the course of the weekend, across the whole season, because you've been running a programme in Europe with ROTAX, the Ginetta programme here in the UK, and then the 2 races, Kristianstad and PF International for the OKs. Taking it back to many years ago when you were running with Sam Pollitt Racing, one of the smaller teams back then, how important was that base of learning through the ROTAX ladder and in the British Championships for what you've achieved?
Yeah, it was so important. Obviously, Sam picked me up when I think I was just 6, and we did 3 years of racing with Sam, so he taught me everything about driving a go-kart when I was young. So to be back racing with him this year is a great feeling. Obviously, Sam's put me in a position where I've come through as a great driver and got titles like the OK World Finals, and I've obviously done Ginetta this year, and we're leading the championship going into the last round. So we'll see how that goes next weekend.
And the success that you've had in the ROTAX international competitions as well, twice international trophy winner amongst other things as well. How did that support and build you up through the course of your career? Obviously, we did a lot of racing in Europe in the last couple of years, and in England, being European champion, vice world champion in ROTAX, and multiple other championships. So that's definitely taught me a lot of learning, and just helped me up until this point today. So it's been very crucial. What advice are you giving to the drivers here this weekend as well, particularly the micro and the mini classes, the Grand Festival classes, getting them ready for this weekend? What are you telling them? It's just looking through the data, seeing where they can improve, and just trying to make them do the best as possible. Obviously, there's tickets up for grabs today, so this weekend. So just trying to make them be the best they can, and try and secure a few of them. Last question. I don't think anyone's ever done the double of an FIA World Championship and a Grand Final champion in the same year. Do you think you can do it? Well, being very strong in ROTAX this year, obviously winning my ticket from Le Mans, so it's definitely looking very possible. Good stuff. Ethan, once again, congratulations for last weekend and thanks for your time. Thank you very much. Well, here with the main man himself, Sam Pollitt. Sam, where do we start? Great season for your team. You should be, you're really proud of the effort that you've put in this year.
Yeah, it's been a really good year. We changed quite a few things at the beginning of the year, completely different to what we did the years before, and I think it's all sort of worked for us really.
Going back a few years, we just had a chat with Ethan about his starting out when you picked him up when he was 6 years old. The team wasn't the size that we're seeing now those years ago. How supportive has the ROTAX ladder been in growing the team and the business? Yeah, massively. I mean, when Ethan started, like you said, I think he was 6, might have even been 5. And we were a lot smaller than this, just doing the club events. And then we just obviously tried to grow it and at the point we are now. And the success you've had this year, wins in the British Kart Championships with Antrobus and Oman. You just missed out on the title with Austin as well in Micromax. What's next? Hopefully a little bit better next year. Hopefully one step further. If we can win the British, that's the goal. That was the goal this year. Obviously I think we won the most races in juniors, but a few penalties in some of the other ones cost us. Same with Austin. I think he had the most podiums, but again, a couple of penalties cost us. So I think the goal next year is to win the British. And how good is it as well to have an event such as the ROTAX Grand Festival in the UK as well? First time it's come to these shores. Yeah, really good. For a lot of ours that didn't do Europe this year, I think we had 5 or 6 that did. The ones that didn't, for them to experience sort of a European sort of event, I think it's good for them. Well, thanks for your time, Sam. I know you're very busy getting the next class out on circuit, and have a good weekend. Thank you very much. Great to catch up with Ethan Jeff Hall, the new FIA karting world champion, and Matthew Higgins, who was part of that 1-2-3 podium in the senior category. The big question now, who will be the next driver to come from these British Kart Championships and ROTAX Grand Festival grids and be at the head of the field in karting in the future? We can't wait to find out. The ROTAX Grand Festival has rolled into Warden Law this weekend as the last opportunity for a number of drivers to qualify through to this year's ROTAX Grand Finals. Also on the grid, a number of pilots who have already secured their place for Italy later in the year. Let's go around the paddock and have a chat with the drivers to see how they're feeling for this weekend. Edward Haynes was one of the members of a large Team UK presence at last year's Grand Finals, but at the moment hasn't qualified for Sarno in 2024. Racing with MLC Motorsport this weekend at Warden Law. Let's have a chat with him and see what his chances are for this weekend. Edward Haynes, in your year-old suit for ROTAX Grand Finals, because you've qualified before, what's it like to go to the biggest event of the year?
Well, Bahrain was spectacular. It was next to the F1 track. It was just amazing. Sarno will still be good, but I don't think it'll be anything compared to that. But if I win, it'll be way better.
As you say, you're looking to qualify for Sarno here this weekend. What do you think it's going to take to get on the plane to Italy?
Do the best I can. Whatever happens, happens.
And this circuit as well, is it one you enjoy?
Yeah, I started here. It was the first track I ever went to. It's a very good track. I like it. I reckon I can do well.
Good stuff. Best of luck for the weekend.
Thanks.
The level of competition in ROTAX in 2024 has never been stronger, particularly in the United Kingdom. A testament to that fact is some drivers who've previously gone to the Grand Finals haven't yet got their ticket to Sarno. One of those drivers is 2022 Grand Finals champion Scott Marsh. Let's see how he's getting on once again in the Strawberry Racing team. Scott Marsh, 2022 ROTAX Grand Final champion. You know what it's all about to go to the biggest event of the year. Looking to make it through here this weekend. What's it like to race and win at the biggest event of the year?
To be honest, when I won, it didn't really sink in until a couple of days later because it's such an unbelievable thing to win. So yeah, to go there again this year, hopefully we can do good this year and get there, but we'll see.
And the competitiveness of the field this weekend, it's not that you've had a bad year, it's been a very good year for you. What is it going to take to just get over the line this weekend, do you think?
Just got to keep on doing what we're doing because we're quite fast at the minute, so just need to keep up that speed and hopefully we can win.
And practice this morning, giving you a bit of chance to bed into the circuit. How's it feeling this weekend, especially considering we were here earlier in the year?
Yeah, so far we've been really strong. We're quite happy with the engine, quite happy with the chassis, so yeah, we're looking good.
Good stuff. A fantastic season so far for Sam Pollitt Racing, both at a national and continental level. They're looking to go and get another victory here this weekend in the ROTAX Grand Festival. Austin Oman is one of their best chances in Micromax. Austin Oman, good to see you again. Wearing the number 2 plate now as well for all of your success in the British Championships this year. Different prospect this weekend with the ROTAX Grand Festival. I know the aim is going to be to win, but how do you see this race in terms of preparation for going to the Grand Finals?
Just need to get ready, try and get first place and set our standards.
Set your standards indeed. Very high standards within this awning within Sam Pollitt Racing this year. How much have you enjoyed racing in Micromax in 2024?
Good, it's competitive.
And going forward this weekend, the track, is it again one that you enjoy? You raced here earlier in the year?
It's not a track that we usually go to, but we've been here a few times this year.
Good stuff. Well, I'll let you get back to all your hard work working on the chassis and everything, and best of luck for this weekend.
Thank you.
The senior ROTAX race here at Warden Law earlier in the year in the British Kart Championships was a very strong one for KR Sport. One of their best hopes for this weekend, who hasn't been to the Grand Finals before, is Archie Walker. Archie, looking to qualify for Grand Finals for the first time. That DD2 ticket up for grabs. Place that you like here as well at being Warden Law. We ran well here earlier in the year.
Yeah, we weren't too sure we were going to do this race, but we had a lot of success earlier on in the year here, so chucked in an entry and see what happens, but we have a feeling we should be competitive.
And the prospect of going to Sarno as well, how much does that G you on for a weekend like this?
Yeah, obviously it's a big reward. We've never been to the Grand Finals before, so I'd love to give it a go, especially in DD2. Like, I've always wanted to give a shifter kart a go, so why not try it at the Grand Finals, biggest stage.
And if you do get through, what will the next few weeks look like? How will you prepare?
Well, I have to try DD2, I guess, first, and then see where we go from there. But yeah, it'd be a nice reward and something to look forward to for the end of the year. So, see how it goes.
Good stuff. Well, go well, Archie. Have a good one this weekend.
Thank you, mate.
The new number 1 plate holder in Micromax UK is Luke Millward. Millward took that plate 2 weeks ago at Wilton Mill, but now has his eyes set on the next challenge here for the ROTAX Grand Festival. Here with Luke Millward in parts of the inner sanctum of the KR Sports operation. Luke, how proud are you to be going into this weekend knowing that you're already going to the Grand Finals?
It's great. We're just trying to help my teammate because we couldn't have done it without him. So if he gets a ticket, he could possibly help us in the World Finals.
So there's a good bit of almost like team management there to know that you've got a better chance if you've got greater numbers when you go to Italy.
Yeah, so hopefully we'll have 3 instead of 2 going to Italy in my class, but hopefully everything goes a success.
And in terms of your season as a whole, how much have you, obviously winning the championship has been a great accolade, but how much have you enjoyed racing in ROTAX this year?
A lot, but we always knew that the worries we've passed, work in Bolton and Warden Law. We're at Warden Law this weekend, so hopefully we can prove our point.
Fantastic stuff, Luke. We're looking forward to seeing you out on track once again.
Thank you.
Plenty of action out on track, plenty to play for this weekend at Warden Law. All races from this year's ROTAX Grand Festival can be followed on the Alpha Live and Karting UK platform of channels. Welcome everybody to Track Talk. Do not adjust your television sets or whatever it is you're watching this on. We are dressed in red, not because there's a problem, but because, Henry, it is ROTAX Grand Festival weekend.
It is. This is not, I repeat, this is not a round of the Vera Tools British Kart Championship. This is a unique event. The first time ever since the ROTAX Grand Festival began in 2016. It's been held in Spain, in Austria, in Belgium, in the Netherlands, all around Europe. It lands here at Warden Law, Karting North East, for the first time in its history. And it's not about national seedings, it's not about rankings and championship points. For the junior drivers, it is about the Motorsport UK E Plate, but for 5 drivers, it is about this: a ticket. The last 5 tickets to the ROTAX Grand Finals to represent Team UK. 1 driver in Micromax, 1 in Minimax, 2 juniors and 1 senior. And they are also fighting for what I have to say, Andrew, are some superb
I love these trophies.
I wouldn't pick them up with one hand. They've got some weight behind them.
Good base. They've got some very good base this weekend. As I say, really excited to get the Grand Festival here. We're going to head out and head into the paddock. Give you a little bit of a rundown on
This
what's
is the
been going on
paddock show.
today.
Oh no! This is
not
the
the paddock show.
This is the Andrew Mathers serious, very serious, track tech talk.
Yes, we're going to go through kind of what we've been seeing in free practice today. Now, the first thing that I think we've got to talk about, because you know we've brought the ROTAX Grand Festival to the United Kingdom, Henry, and we've got the weather to deal with. It's been very misty, a little bit foggy at times.
A little bit foggy at times. It is understatement of the day number 1. The mist rolled in off the North Sea at about 2 o'clock this afternoon. We actually had to stop practice for the time being. It's a new backdrop as well.
New backdrop as well for the Grand Festival.
I think we better get some business out of the way.
Yes.
This event is promoted and organised by Motorsport UK in conjunction with Jag ROTAX, Karting North East. You can see Mojo Tyres, XPS, but this is it's the 3rd biggest ROTAX event in Europe this year. You've got the Grand Finals in Sarno, you had the International Trophy at Le Mans, and then this here. Now, we are kind of victims of our own success.
A little bit indeed.
We've got 91 entries across 4 classes. This is an international level event. Therefore, it is one step below the Grand Finals on the ROTAX sort of ranking system. Normally, you would expect a whole host of international drivers to be racing here, but I've been round the world with ROTAX this year, and they've all just said, no way. No. We're not coming to Warden Law because we will get absolutely trounced by the British drivers.
They may get a top 15.
They may get a top 15 on a grid of 16. So basically, we have 91 drivers from the UK and Guernsey who are fighting for 5 tickets. But to be, that's not to say the event is superb. Motorsport UK put on a huge effort. We've had this. Every driver's got T-shirts and clothing. There's banners everywhere. There's the big famous ROTAX arch is here. They've had 6 practice sessions there, and they get more racing. So every driver, and this is a difference to a normal round of the British Championship. Every driver, time qualifying. 3 heat races.
3 heats, and they're longer heats as
well.
Longer
heats, and a super heat. Then the final. And it is the winner of the final takes the ticket. There's a few caveats. I've got my entry list here. It's a serious broadcast because I have paperwork, ladies and gentlemen. The junior drivers, there will be 2 drivers that qualify. They must be age eligible. We've got 25 juniors. Not all of them are age eligible. By age eligible, I mean the drivers must not turn 15 before the end of the 2024 calendar year.
Indeed. So there are a couple of drivers from our regular viewers who've watched the Rear Tools British Kart Championships. Harry Bartle, William Antrobus, they have moved up. They are still racing here this weekend, but they are racing in the senior category, not the junior category that we are familiar with them. The other change, I think we'll head into SBR if that's okay, because we saw 2 weeks ago, Henry, the culmination of the National Championship for the ROTAX classes. Brilliant finale at Wilton Mill. Because we have now hit the end of the season, we have got new plate numbers, ladies and gentlemen, including Austin Oman's now number 2 kart from Micromax. You've got the number 10 of Josh Hushker as well. Very good day, Henry, for Sam Pollitt Racing, running some new materials as well with the Kart Republic chassis that we should note. Both these two drivers fastest in, because of the conditions, the earlier practice sessions, the first practice sessions where we saw transponders on the karts, those were the quickest. These were the 2 quickest drivers in that session. It's looking like it could be another good one for SPR.
Just a couple of quick comments about this week. So normally, the advantage of having an early finish to the National Championship and then having a big event afterwards, it does allow the drivers to run their national seeds. Quite often in karting, a driver gets a national seed at the end of the year and then they move straight up a class. They don't get the opportunity to run their national ranking. Secondly, for the last 4 or 5 years, Sam Pollitt Racing have been the distributor of the Esprit chassis. Now they've got Kart Republic. But we're in the Sam Pollitt Racing awning. He's just escaped. Now, this is a ROTAX event. However, it would be highly remiss of us not to mention a certain event that happened last weekend.
1 week ago,
Andrew, I've got to say, I have to say, I was very proud. You did a superb job, and I was very proud. I can't believe I'm going to say this. I was very proud of Anthony Jordan for leading the broadcast. You and him, you and he, you absolutely got the essence of the event, the excitement, the drama, and and we have 2 new British World Champions.
We do indeed.
One of whom started their karting journey in this very awning.
And we did. We had a chat with Ethan Jeffall, the new world champion, earlier on, and today that'll be a feature that you can watch on the Karting UK channel. We won't go too far down because I've heard they're playing music down there and we'll get shut off the air.
But Kenzo Craigie, congratulations, the new junior world champion.
And we'll be seeing Kenzo in 1 week's time up at Three Sisters for the final event of this British season.
You can tell us the end of this season because people are in different colours.
They are indeed.
This is Sam Pollitt Racing's new Mini and Micro team manager, Theodore Pritchard Williams of Wales. Just missed out on a grand final ticket for Strawberry Racing in the sea again. Now here, different jacket, working a different role.
Yeah, no, I'm enjoying it. Winter racing is not for me, so I am as now not going to race anymore. But I want to work over winter, and it's nice to work with different people. He's got the number 2 on, so let's see if we can win this weekend with him.
Yes, now of course. So, if Austin Oman or Luke Millward or were to win Micromax, they've already got tickets. This is where the slightly different thing. Are you ready for this?
Josh Cooks.
Oh, well, Josh Cooks moved it to Mini this weekend.
Indeed,
So, this is classed as an international level event. The British Championship is classed as a national level event. If Austin Oman, for example, were to win on Sunday, he would have to take the ticket that is given for this event. It would mean that the first driver that's not already qualified for the Grand Finals in the British Championship standings, which I believe maybe Sebastian Behrman...
Maximilian
Abrahart,
it's Maximilian Abrahart. So, if Austin Oman or Luke Millward were to win on Sunday, they would take this ticket, and Maximilian Abrahart would get the British ticket that Austin or Luke gives up, and he would go to the Grand Finals. It's a bit complicated. There is a very strict system with ROTAX in terms of the levels of the ticket. It's not the first one you win, it's the ranking of the event.
If you know your football Champions League qualification, it's a little bit like that. For all that business. I do want to have a very quick chat with Jack Collinson.
I'd be beating drivers around the head and looking at dogs, but this is tech
Jack,
talk.
come on in. Resplendent in your new ROTAX Grand Festival shirt as a driver. Decent free practice today, P2 and FP3?
Yeah, it was another good practice day. I mean, hopefully I can head into a good weekend, Saturday, Sunday.
And you're coming to the end of your time in the mini category. You know, what are the plans? What are we going forward with, and how could this weekend be a factor in that?
Well, I mean, if I do get the ticket, I'll stay in for another 3-4 weeks till the Grands, and then if I don't get the ticket, I'll be moving up to junior.
As you say, it's that impetus, isn't it? That I think either way, you're going to be going up to junior for 2025, and it's getting seat time ahead of the new season.
Yeah, just need as much as possible so I can be as close to the front as possible come 2025.
And this circuit, it's a good one for you. Are you confident that you can get that ticket for Sarno?
I mean, if I drive good, think smart, I don't see no reason why I can't.
Good stuff. We'll leave you to it. We're gonna whip our way through. I just saw William Antrobus sneaking around the corner, who made his commentary debut, of course, at Wilton Mill. But we'll swiftly move on. Jack's Motorsport are next door. A little bit of a note on them today. Sebastian Behrman is one of those drivers that we noted. He's moved up to Mini.
Yes.
Was looking pretty decent as well. In fact, a bit of a rundown, as we say. We've talked about the micros and the minis. Micro top 5 in FP3. That was your fastest session. Oman from Hushka. Dean Pahal looking quick this weekend again.
Dean Pahal, the RCE. Now, the Paddock show tomorrow, I promise faithfully, we will start up the top. The Hunter family here at Karting North East have done a wonderful job. You will notice that the garages are new. There is a huge big tech building, and there'll be a race shop there. That wasn't here when we were here back in June.
Yep,
earlier in June. So the work is continuing apace. There is not quite enough room in the main paddock to fit everybody in, so there are a few people, well, lots of people, up the top. We will start up there tomorrow, so people don't accuse us of not going up there.
And it's one of the things in British karting that I don't know what you think about it, Henry. I'm really excited about the moment. We had a great weekend last weekend at the World Championships.
Yes.
It was so good to have FIA karting back on British shores. But we've seen it, you know, Lark Hall that we went to earlier in the season for the ROTAX. CIK graded circuit's becoming more of a thing.
World Cup 2026 coming to Lark Hall? No, it's not. But I mean, I want to start that
we'll keep that campaign going. But it's you know, the development work that's going on here at Warden Law. I can't wait till we come back in 2025 to see just how much further the circuit's come along. Yeah, July.
Not September.
Not September, but a little bit warmer.
Of course, it wasn't just Ethan Jeff Hall and Kenzo Craigie. Congratulations, Matthew Higgins, 3rd in the Senior World Championship. Congratulations as well, commiserations to Noah Baglin, one corner away from a World Championship.
And we shouldn't forget Joe as well. I know we've not seen. I mean, it was Joe Turney's first home race in 5 years, but you know, another driver who came from this paddock through ROTAX Racing.
James Ananostiatis.
Yep.
Raced here at the start of the year.
Yep.
2nd. Who finished 3rd?
3rd in the end, once everything was sorted out, was Rocco Coronel, who also raced on a one-off round in the British Kart Championships at BF International earlier in the year.
All 6 drivers that finished on both podiums in the World Championships
have done at least one race.
The UK.
Let's talk KR Sports. KR Sport looking for another good weekend. It's that time of the evening, Henry, where all the drivers have gone to bed.
It's calm. It's very cool, calm and collected. Now, of the drivers that haven't qualified already in senior, Archie Walker is probably the Archie Walker and Guy Cunnington are the 2 highest ranked drivers in this year's British Championship standings who are racing here that haven't already qualified for the Grand Finals. Archie's never been to the Grand Finals. Guy Cunnington finished a heartbreaking 2nd in the senior event at 2019 in Sarno. I'll tell you what, let's speak. I mean, the car is on the jig at the moment. We'll speak to Archie's man very quickly. What would it... Smithers is busy
adjusting.
What would it mean to you as a family if Archie were to represent the United Kingdom?
It would be brilliant. It would be a dream come true for him. It would be lovely.
He needs to work on some things. Obviously, this is not the best place for a kart to be on a Friday night.
But it's better here than on Saturday.
Yes, it is indeed. So, now, KR Sport have got a number of British drivers already qualified, and I mean, here's Luke Millwood. There's one parent who really wants their child to go to the Grand Finals the first time. Here's another parent whose child is going to the Grand Finals for the first time. The reigning British Micromax champion, Luke Millwood. Joe.
Evening, Henry. How are you?
I'm very well, thank you. Luke has raced at the Tillotson T4 World Cup for the UK. The Grand Finals, with all respect to Tillotson, Grand Finals.
Big, isn't it? It's big.
When did it sink in? Who did it sink in for first, Luke or yourself, or when you got a ticket?
I think when we got home. I think it was so hectic once we finished, come off track, everybody coming round, cleaning the cart down, packing up, getting ready to go. Then when we got home and it was quiet, just the family, I think we kind of spoke about it and it was good. And we were like, whoa, see ya.
Yeah, who's more excited about it now?
Luke shows it less than I do. I'm dead excited, I'll show it. He's excited, don't get me wrong. He doesn't show it, he's a bit calmer.
Cool customers, Luke Millward.
We had a chat with Luke earlier, and it's a really interesting frame of mind from my perspective that Luke was in this weekend, of not just thinking about his own, I mean, naturally racing drivers think about themselves, but the team game as well, because this is a kart that, ladies and gentlemen, I'm really looking forward to see how Lucian Smith gets on this weekend. Has been tremendous, was a big part of the team game 2 weeks ago, Henry, and it's interesting to hear Luke, I think he's got in his mind a little side of like, can almost be a repaying of the favour to get another teammate to Grand Finals.
Well, yeah, and speaking of the team game, I mean, we've got Britain, the UK have got 21 drivers already qualified for the Grand. KR Sport have got Luke, they've got Josh Cook in Micromax, they've got Oliver Spencer in Minimax, and then they've got Sean Butcher in Senior. So Dan Holland have got a bunch of drivers, so have KR. Sam Pollock Racing got a bunch of drivers. Hunter Motorsport has only got the one. Strawberry Racing has also got a bunch of drivers. Synergy have got a driver as well. So all the big names in the paddock have got drivers, already qualified. But you've all got to work side by side. The purple and pink, the Cosmic, the KR Sport, the Landon Ours, they all disappear, and it's just Team UK. What's it going to be? So for you guys, what's that going to be like? Working side by side with people that you've been battling with all year and may have had a few scuffles with, should we say?
Like you said, we've done it before with the T4, and I think it's really good for the kids. It's a good experience for them to understand that when you go racing, sometimes it's not just for yourself, it could be for a team or a country as well. So with that experience that we've done before, where we've raced with those kids at home, we go out there and we've talked to Luke about, look, the British kids, this is the job, and he totally goes with it and gets with it, and he's really good at it.
Excellent. Well, let's move on. We've done a lot of mini and micro. We'll go to what was the form in junior?
Very close. I'm really excited to see how junior gets on this weekend. Kai Veach, one of the fastest drivers in the top 6, once all the times were combined. A single 1/10 covered the top 6 across all those practice sessions today. So when the track conditions are in their zone, I think junior's going to be very, very exciting this weekend.
And we won't look at Matthew Easton doing something. We won't watch that at all because it's a serious programme, serious show, tech talk. Well, that is technical. He's doing something to an axle, smoothing an axle.
Making it run as efficiently as possible.
Leave the mechanic holding his tool and let's go.
Let's
James. He's just gone
down through the paddock.
It's like Anthony Jordan II. He just disappears, and I'm the one that's the polite.
Strawberry up next. Really intrigued to see how Harry Bartle gets on this weekend, because he's another one of the drivers stepping up. You've got drivers such as Tom Reed in the mini category, who I think is a very good shout for getting one of those final 5 tickets. Jack Lilly in there as well, now running the number 10, of course, was another driver quick. Seniors had a bit of a disrupted day in terms of they never really got at least a timed practice session in the good conditions before the slight fog and the rain came in.
Now, the one driver, he was here a minute ago and now he's scarpered. Scott Marsh, 7th in the World Championship last weekend, but is back. He is one of the few drivers in the paddock who has won a Grand Finals for. He won the junior class in 2022. He's still age eligible to qualify again. Now, he hasn't raced at all the British rounds because he's been doing other events, But, you know, Scott Marsh is one driver that knows how to win, but he's got to get there first. Rory Armstrong, the reigning Minimax Grand Final champion, he's qualified this year, but he qualified in the Irish National Championship. So he's got a ticket to represent his home nation of Ireland. But only 2 drivers have ever won a Grand Final for 2 different countries, Ben Cooper and Ben George. There we go. So indeed. Rory Armstrong trying to become the 3rd. But yeah, I'm really looking forward to seeing how this driver gets on the weekend.
And last weekend for Scott, it was one of those, I think, with a little bit of luck. You could have conceivably seen Scott up on that podium. Here he is. I'll let you have a little chat with him, Henry.
Okay, so Scott, you know how big this event is. Can you, for the people at home, try and explain how... but hang on a second, because Nathan Rawlings' arm is about to fall off. He's a big lad, though. But look at this. That is that is gold. Gold for number 1, Harry Bartle. Well, let's just let Nathan stand there for a little bit and annoy him. Hi, Nathan, how are you?
You're not too bad, mate, you?
I'm doing, how are your arms? Oh, okay, fair enough. Should we just... Sorry, okay. back to Scott. Try and describe what the ROTAX Grand Finals are like to people watching who have never seen them before, because Alpha Live are broadcasting them for the first time ever this year, so a whole new audience that may not have watched them already will be watching. What are they like?
Yeah, it's amazing. Also just the atmosphere. I mean, just a pleasure just to go there, let alone do well at the Grand Finals, which is also amazing. Even just a chance to go there, it's just fantastic.
Your chances this weekend, how were we in practice today?
Equal 5th. So in terms of all those times, 1/10 off. Not bad.
Yeah, it was a good day. I was first in the last session, so we're looking strong for tomorrow.
Looking chip for tomorrow. Okay, well, of course, we start tomorrow. Coverage of the event starts at 12 o'clock, 10 past 12.
10 past 12.
Tomorrow, with the first of 3 heat races. Now, of course, we're looking there, so we've got Austin Lee's car there. Dan Tate is a former competitor. He guided Mark Kimber to the first of his record, his first of his 3 Grand Finals tickets. Dan, I'm obviously working with Austin Lee. We've heard about for the drivers. As a mechanic, what makes the Grand Finals different from your perspective? Is it the length of the event, the waiting around?
Yeah, it is. It's a long week for the mechanics. Like, you don't really do a lot day to day because you're only on track 2 times a day. First day is the busiest, putting the seat and stuff in. After that, it's just a long week.
But of course, because you're on track so few times a day, the Grand Finals, practice this year starts on Sunday, and we have Monday and Tuesday night is qualifying, Wednesday is heat races, Thursday is heat races, and Friday pre-finals, Saturday finals. The onus is on to making sure that nothing falls off even more, isn't it?
Yeah, obviously, if you have something fall off in a heat, then your chances of winning are pretty much over. You've just got to be consistent throughout the week, and you have a good starting position for the final. Anything can happen in the final.
Yep, and anything can happen. 72 drivers in Minimax, 72 in senior, 72 in junior, 72 in DD2, 36 micros, and 36 DD2 masters.
And it's another one of those events, you can't buy your way onto that grid. It doesn't matter where you come from, what country representing, you've earned your way there.
The senior ROTAX winner gets a ticket to the DD2 class. Harry Bartle moves up to the senior ROTAX class today. He's looking to try and win a DD2 ticket. What is DD2? Well, the DD2 is the 2-speed ROTAX kart. It's got paddle shift, front brakes. They are about 3 seconds a lap faster than a senior ROTAX. They call them the ultimate class. DD2 Masters is the same kart, two speed, front brakes, but it's for drivers over the age of 31.
Yep.
31 and over. That is the DD2 class. The E20 class, the UK hasn't got a representative in the E20 class. That is the electric karts. The E20 seniors, I've driven one, they are brutal.
Good talk.
They're incredibly good talk.
Yep.
And, you know, my arms wanted to fall off after 3 laps. A bit like Nathan Rawlings' arms after I made him stand there holding a go-kart, answering questions for a few minutes. But, I mean, the Strawberry Racing team, I mean, juniors and seniors, Scott was 5th fastest. Harry Bartle.
I'll refer to my notes.
He was fastest. Yes, fastest. Now, this goes back. If Harry were to win, he would have to take the DD2 ticket, and Teddy Pritchard-Williams would get Harry's senior ticket that he's given up. ROTAX have brought some staff over. Darryl Smith is here from Austria. Gonçalo Duarte is heading up the technical thing. He's from Portugal, and he's just become a dad as well earlier this year. Now, we do have a driver already in DD2, Will Ellswood, the privateer driver. He's the only... Will Ellswood and Spencer Braum.
Yeah.
Spencer Braum competed and finished 2nd in last year's E20 class. He went to Lenato. He won an E20 race but got a senior ticket. Will Ellswood. Now, 2019. We talk about age in juniors. Will Ellswood turns up at Sarno, having qualified through the British Championship in junior. He arrives in Sarno to be told he is too old to race. Last year, he semi-retired from karting. I know his dad, Stefan, was devastated that he couldn't get Will to...
Another Grand Finals.
To this. They thought the dream of representing Team UK was over. However, Will went and did an E20 race and qualified with a DD2 ticket. So, you know, that's fantastic. That's a really good thing to watch. Now, we're coming towards the end. We've got 6 minutes of this to go. The Hunter family have been absolutely incredible at transforming this facility into the jewel of the North. I think it's only fitting that we finish Tech Talk with a walk
little
around
visit
the home team.
in Hunter Motorsport. I say, you know, we've got Kai Hunter in it. I think we've got another familiar face in
Mr.
it.
Excitement himself, Reginald Dewey, sir. Come here.
This is part of the track talk. Come on.
Well, I know, but now you can say hello to the viewers. It's been a little while. You've been away this year. What's been going on?
Just doing all the OK stuff, really, with Fusion and just like helping Hazelwood out and working for him, really. So.
Oh, we're gone fully international.
Yeah, it's good. It's really good gig. So.
I can tell you're working with Fusion because you can afford a nice big shiny bit of bling in your lug hole.
No.
Are we going to see Mr. Excitement back in a kart at all?
Probably not. Well, maybe. It just depends, really. It's either earn money or spend money. So.
Earn money is good. You know, big say hi to Belinda and Dave.
Yeah, hello. Love you.
May I say that? Thank you, Reggie. You're working with MLC Motorsport this weekend.
Max, Gilman, yeah. He's good little kid, nice family. So yeah, see how it goes.
Got to learn his name first. But again, the life of an international jet set in car mechanic. They won't drive this weekend. So yeah, so MLC Motorsport. They picked up a couple of drivers from Thule, Max Gilman and Edred Haynes.
They have indeed. And just to note as well on Reggie's work and the whole Fusion team, another one of the big success stories from last weekend's Fire World Championships.
Yes.
Didn't quite get the result they would have perhaps wanted. Kip Bolowski very well positioned in a good chunk of that race, but the step forward that they've taken again, showing the strength in depth in British karting.
I mean, not even the might of Fusion don't always get it right. There's more. You need every driver loves a shiny axle. Oh,
that's what it's about.
So, Kai Hunter, the number 3 plate this year, running the number 3, not the number 1 anymore. He already has a ticket. I go back to 2019 in Sarno. It goes without saying, Kai starts as favourite.
Yes.
He starts as favourite, it's his home track. If he wins, it would be the first time that he gets to race DD2. He went to Sarno in 2019, just having turned 15, and somebody injured themselves on the way to the track. And Kai's brother Reese was racing, and Kai had his helmet there, and he got the ticket. So he was the youngest driver, and he made the final. So, I mean, the Hunter Motorsport team, I think we're quite scarpered. We were embarrassing Reggie.
And it says well with us racing at Kai's home, you know, I think the big example that a lot of the drivers in senior ROTAX will be looking for this weekend is probably Mark Kimber when he went in and won NDD2.
Absolutely pulled their pants down and spanked them all over Portimao. It was incredible to watch Kimber. His first year. Why do we go pick on Isabella Stanswell Wilson? Look at this. Don't be hiding. They're all shy. Stanley Clark's growing a mullet, ladies and gentlemen. Look, turn around and show us that he said he's old enough to grow a mullet. How are we feeling, Stanley?
Yeah, not bad, thank you.
How warm is that neck of yours now?
I say it was needed today.
Yeah.
Oh, it's quite a lovely little neck warmer. Excellent. Isabella's still hiding at the back there. Now, we've spoken to her dad.
We have.
We've spoken to her mum. Have we spoken to her sister?
I don't think we have yet.
Yeah, we haven't spoken to her sister. It just so happens we've got a sister by here. This is Alex Duncan's sister. Hello. Turn around. You're on camera. Hello. 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 How are you? Right. What is a sister's job at a kart track? Mum worries. Dad stresses. What the sisters do?
Nothing.
Social media.
Watch him go round in circles.
Just watch him go round in circles. That's pretty simple. That's what we all do. Basically, all this is just boys and girls going round in circles. Yeah. Do you like watching them go round in circles, or are you just not allowed to stay home on your own because you'll have a house party?
Sometimes, if he does all right, I like it. But if he's not doing well, then I don't.
Oh no. Okay, fair enough. How many litres of iron brew should a proper Scottish go-kart racer consume per day?
2.
2 litres per day, I would say. That's
solid.
It's a fair shout. Thank you very much, Sister Duncan.
Thank you.
She loved that, didn't she? Right. Let's speak. We got very few minutes ago. Reese Hunter. On behalf of the Hunter family, finish tech talk off with this fine gentleman here. We're going to sandwich you so you can't escape.
Come on. How proud are you and the family as a whole to have this event? You know, the first ever time the ROTAX Grand Festival has come to the United Kingdom, and it's at Warden Law. How proud are you of that?
Yeah, really proud, to be fair. I think we've put a lot of effort in over the last 2-3 years. Obviously, we've got the track in 2019. All through COVID, we put a lot of work into it, all with the new development work and such a high stage as in for this event. To be at Warden Law, we couldn't be any happier.
And the start of more events like this, obviously the developments going on, the garages that have gone up since we were last here for the Tools British Kart Championships. This isn't the last time we're going to have an event like this here, is it?
No, I think I can't see it being the last event. I think there's further development going to happen, more improvements. We wanted to be the best in the country and support all the new young racers coming through and be the home of karting, if you know what I mean. So we're just putting more effort in and see how far we can take it.
And I think that's a really good point, Henry, about doing it for the drivers. Max Jolly, another one of the drivers moving up through the ranks into Mini this weekend, a really good example of that and how these guys have worked.
I think what Reese was just saying is PFI move over, there's a new kid in town. Hooey!
Absolutely. We're going to finish up there. Thank you very much for joining us for Track Talk, whether you've been watching on the Karting UK YouTube channel. If you've not done so already, do give it a subscribe. If you're watching live as part of the broadcast on Saturday, we'll be heading shortly back to more heats here at Warden Law.
Why do you come here? Is this your career?
Or is it all about fun? A chance to get away and leave it all behind?
Or do you chase your personal best? Challenging yourself over and over again? Why do you come here?
Maybe you're here to collect moments. Good ones. And not so good ones.
Or you can't afford mistakes because you want that victory.
this is the place that brings us closer to the people who share our story. Whoever we are,
Whatever we're here for, racing is who we are.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We hope you enjoyed Track Talk. There is a look at the driver that won the opening Micromax race of the day, and Micromax are the next race out. But before we get to the racing, many a time you'll hear us say that everything that we call on the track is provisional. Turns out, everything we say full stop is provisional. Andrew Mather, please read the updated bulletin.
Thank you very much to the team down in the Motorsport UK Race Control. Clarification on the scenario of if a driver who's already qualified for Sarno wins a final here this weekend. The key line is this: should the winning driver in any class already have a ticket, then ticket will be passed to the next eligible drivers, as in saying second place if they've not already qualified.
It's all decided here. But the next race up is Micromax next. Here we go then. This is your starting lineup for Micromax Heat number 2. Austin Oman and Luke Millwood start from row number 1. Joss Hushka and Lucian Smith go from row 2.
Row 3, Albert Farrow and Dax Farah. The fourth row of the grid, Arthur Farrow and Alfie Mayer. Row 5, Sebastian Crawford and Benedictas Masiokas. Row 6, Harris Barber and Maximilian Abrahart. It's a 14-strong field, completed by Carter Jackson and Dean Pahal.
Austin Oman won the opening race at a canter. I have a feeling, though, this will be a lot closer. Simple reason, the track is now completely dry. Everyone on new, slick Mojo tyres for the start of race number 5 of the day here at Karting North East, Warden Law, the ROTAX Max Challenge Grand Festival, brought to you by Motorsport UK. Into the tram lines, the lights are out, we are off and racing. Oman leads them down Conrod Straight into Brian's Bend. Everybody through safely and out onto the dog leg. The back of the field, Dean Pahal for the Richardson Chassis Engineering team. And 2-3 drivers on the grass. Is that the two Farrow brothers again, as well as Dax Farah, who's beached on the grass? You can see the wet grass, the tyre still spinning. But for the second race in a row, Andrew, Albert and Arthur Farrow have had a territorial dispute.
Yeah, it's a little bit later on in lap 1 that time. Round goes Harris Barber in the number 12. I went for a move down the inside of Dean Pahal and just lost it on the brakes. There's that sudden dip as the carts run down into Gasworks. Is back into the race is Harris Barber. But look at this. Well, we said earlier that there was no need to worry for Luke Millwood after a not the best heat number 1. Well, this is very much why, because Millwood, the new British champion, crowned less than 2 weeks ago, has immediately hit the front, and he's got his teammates Lucian Smith in close proximity. Those two who worked brilliantly at Wilton Mill a few weeks ago. Oh, Alfie Mayer gets it all wrong on a run there into Senna 1. That was to try and get past Josh Hushka for 4th place, and in the end, Mayer, I think, has slipped down to around 8th place.
Yes, indeed. Through the Dunlop chicane, the number 23 of Dean Pahal. Dean is aiming to become the first Sikh driver to represent Team UK in the 25-year history of the Grand Final. And at the start of the qualifying stone last, Dean, here he is. You can see the Kanda, the Sikh symbol on the back of his crash helmet. The Kanda is the sword that is used as, and the lion is used to signify the strength of the Sikh community in on the back of his crash helmet. He's already up into P7, and he finished quite high up in race number 1 as well.
This was up to 7th place in that one. A bit more news from heat number 1.
Yes.
If you've been away for a little bit of lunch, Lucian Smith was disqualified for a technical non-compliance in that first race. So not from the event, of course. He's running here in 2nd place and has now taken the lead of the race. But Lucian Smith needs a good result in this one. Remember, it's 0 points in the intermediate classification for a race win. As the lead changes back, Millward has taken it away from Smith once more. 2 points for 2nd place, 3 points for 3rd. You get the picture down the rest of the order. Tomorrow, though, we do have those super heats as well, which will be double points.
Yes. Now, if it's the superheat system, so this is unlike the normal structure of the British Championship rounds. We have 3 heats and a superheat. The result of the superheat, I don't believe, sets the grid for the final. So it's all points-based systems. Now, does that mean that we are using the CIK points method of 50 points for a win, 44 to second?
No, it's still the other way round. 0 points for a superheat win.
But 4 points,
4 points for second.
I see.
6 for 3rd.
More clarification, live clarifications for you as you're looking at the top 3. Millward, Smith and Oman trying to pull away for the next train of drivers, led by Jos Huschka, Maximilian Abrahart, Benedictus Masiokas on the Zip Factory car with a black crash helmet, and then it's the RCE number 23 of Dian Pahal. Gap back to Alfie Mayer in 8th. Here comes Dian to the inside and move Pahal up into P6.
Lovely move there by Dian Pahal. Brave down the inside. It's a corner that tightens through and into Brian's bend. And with 5 minutes and 45 seconds to go, Pahal can now try and set about catching up to Maximilian Abrahart. One of 2 privateers in this race.
Yes.
Another one of the prizes on offer here this weekend. The top privateer in both the Micromax and Minimax categories gets a free engine. Free ROTAX race engine for themselves to use. A great prize for the privateers here this weekend at the Grand Festival. Down the inside, nice move there from a recovering number 5 of Arthur Farrow. That was 11th place, past Carter Jackson.
Yes, passing the other privateer in this class. That very smartly liveried. We don't have a prize for the best turned out kart. But I have to say that that Carter Jackson's kart and the kart of Achilles Giannone are very, very smart indeed. Just let me have a little look. Where is Achilles Giannone? You'll see him in Minimax later on, and of course, oh dear, there is the abandoned wagon of Alfie Mayer. So that has not gone well for Alfie Mayer. That is a shame. And Dian Pahal gains another place. So, the sword of righteousness is heading towards these 3 drivers who are the race leaders. And we've got to change Lucian Smith to the inside of his teammates. And they're making it 3 wide into Brian's bend. That was good. Oman in the lead.
Brilliant stuff from Austin Owen there. Takes the lead once again. Is already in the lead of the intermediate classification. And if Austin can bring this one home with 4 minutes to go, that's going to put him in a good position going into the final round of heats later on this afternoon. Into Senna S for the 7th time in this one. But it's battling at the front. It's going to bring others into play. Josh Huschka there in the number 10. Dian Pahal is 1.5 seconds off the race lead now also. A bit of news if we've not covered it already. Harris Barber's race has got worse with a 5-second penalty as Millward down the inside on his title rival from 2 weeks ago. Goes through. Oman catches the curb. Catches it all up. Holds 3rd place. Smith back up to 2nd.
Absolutely superb kart control there from Austin Oman. And look who's popped up into P4 from last on the grid. It's Dian Pahal in kart number 23, the gold crash helmet, the RCE chassis, and young Dian Pahal is trying to do a top gear from the rear, and he's got momentum on his side. Okay, he was given a little bit of assistance there with the top 3. That's what he's got to do. That's what Dian Pahal has to do. He has to pick them up and put them down early. He's the one with momentum. He comes across the line in 3rd position now. Abrahart, the Travis Perkins sponsored privateer entry. Now, if you're a privateer, look, that's a great strategy. You're a privateer driver. Therefore, you don't have to run a certain type of graphics kit. So run a plain graphics kit so your sponsor logos get highlighted even more.
Absolutely. 2 minutes and 20 seconds to go. Lucian Smith is your new fastest driver out on circuit and your new race leader as well. Well, we had a chat with Luke Millwood earlier on in the weekend. It was a very intriguing insight into the mindset of the British champion this weekend, who knows he's off to Sarno, knows he's on his way to Italy. He said a big part of this weekend is trying to get one of his KR Sport teammates on that plane to Italy in a few weeks' time. Lucian Smith at the moment is the best positioned person to do just that.
Oh, wow.
As here comes Pahal down the inside for 2nd place. Nothing Millwood could do about that. And here's Maximilian Abrahart down the inside as well for 3rd.
Drive of the day so far by Dian Pahal. He has now got 90 seconds plus a lap to close close that gap and make a move on Lucian Smith. Now, we were looking there, Austin Oman, he has dropped back a little bit, but Andrew, your eagle eye may have spotted something.
Yeah, I'm just a little bit curious as to what's going on with there's a piece of something, I don't know whether it's a piece of padding or a strap or a bit of a something around the helmet that's flapping around on just above Austin's right-hand shoulder. I hope that everything's okay. It must be distracting him quite a bit.
I think it is distracting because his crash helmet is probably moving around in his head. It's not undone, ladies and gentlemen.
No.
He's not. But yeah, I think when he had that incident where he went over the curb right by there, that jolted the kart. No suspension, so every bit of contact that the kart makes with the surface, whether it's tarmac, whether it's curbing, whether it's grass, that generates straight through to the driver, and it does appear to have, Oman sort of eased back a little bit and is running wide. So he also might have an issue with his chassis because that was a heck of a trip across the curbing. Meanwhile, Maximilian Abrahart is now trying to push Dian Pahal up to the race lead, and the gap is coming down. The clock is about to strike 0. It does that now. Can Pahal go from last to first?
There is a chance. There is a real chance here. If Pahal and Abrahart can work together across the next lap, that they can bring it back in. Is it a bit of?
It's just padding from the back. It's padding from the rear of the crash helmet, which means his crash helmet is probably going backwards and forwards on his head in the car.
And he's probably just feeling something on his shoulder as well that he obviously can't see at the moment. Final lap board is out then. New fastest lap of the race for Pahal, 55.09. Was a 10th quicker than Lucian Smith. Right now they've just got to stick with it and hope that perhaps Lucian Smith makes a mistake on this last lap of heat number 2 in Micromax. Abrahart, I'm sure, will have a go at some point, and he's going to do so now. Down the inside, takes
crossover.
2nd place. Pahal trying to do the crossover. There's going to be another chance here off of the Senna S, but that's beautifully done by Maximilian Abrahart. Not done yet, though. Gasworks is next.
Yes, Abrahart finished well in the opening heat. Checks over his shoulder. Pahal takes a wide line into Gasworks. Can't get the crossover there. Here comes Lucian passing the lapped kart of Dax Farah, who has got going again into the final corner. Smith is going to win. Who's going to take second? It's going to be Abrahart. But from last to third for Dian Pahal. Great drive there from young Dian. Jos Hushka finishes 4th. Austin Oman 5th. And I would say that if his crash helmet had come undone, the officials on the circuit will be watching that very closely. They would have instantly given him the mechanical flag for safety reasons. So, obviously that is the first priority of all the officials on and off track is the safety of the competitors.
So Lucian Smith takes race victory. Abrahart, Pahal, Hushka and Oman in the top 5. How does that leave things in the intermediate classification after 2 of 3 rounds? Austin Oman in the lead on 5 points. Second place for Josh Hushka on 6, Dean Pahal 10. Then it's going to be, this is where I have to work out which one of it is. It's going to be Arthur Farrow in fourth place on 11, same as Maximilian Eberhardt, Luke Millwood and Albert Farrow are both on 14. Lucian Smith, Dax Farrett and Benedictas Masiokas in the top 10. That's the order in the intermediate classification. There is your provisional result from Heat 2 in Micromax. Smith from Eberhardt, Pahal, Hushka, Oman as mentioned. Luke Millwood led early on but slipped down to 6th place. Benedictas Masiokas in 7th. Both of the Pharaohs, second race in a row where they've had a lap 1 incident, but again, they both fought back up into the top 10. Arthur ahead of Albert. Sebastian Crawford completing that top 10 ahead of Harris Barber, Carter Jackson, Dax Farrer. One retirement in that race was Alfie Mayer.
The Pharaohs, they got involved in some dodgy dealings. It was a pyramid scheme.
Oh dear. He's here all weekend, ladies and gentlemen. Good stuff there from Micromax. They've got one more heat to go. That will be scheduled. It is scheduled for 4 o'clock. Let's head down now to Nicole.
Yeah.
I'm with Lucian Smith then in Parc Ferme. Lucian, this weekend your teammate Luke Millwood, who's previously, well, I say previously, a couple of weeks ago won the British Championships, already got a ticket for the Grand Finals. So are you going to be working with Luke maybe so he can help you win one?
Hopefully, but it all comes down to probably the final because we're all so close and it might just be one stroke of luck could win you a ticket. And if you get a ticket, it's a bonus.
So do you think, the Micromax is so close because it's so fair between all of you? All of the engines are pretty much the same and keeps the racing nice and close and competitive?
Definitely, because in some other classes, the engines, they could make like a 3/10 difference in a lap, and over a 10-minute race, that's like 6 seconds. And so the driver could be really good. But in this class, it's all down to driving standards and how you drive. And I think it's been a good start to the weekend after a tough Heat 1, but I think it's going to come down to the final.
And previously then, the Grand Festival has been overseas. It's come over to the UK, to Warden Law this year. What's it like to race on this circuit?
I like the circuit. It's really nice and flowing. It's good that it's here because it would have been a lot more expensive to go overseas. But I think this track, I really like it, and it's maybe some drivers' Achilles heel, but I think we're really good at this track.
Great to hear from you then, Lucian. I've got a little bit more time, so I'm going to go and talk to Maximilian Eberhardt, who had some great results throughout this year within the British Kart Championship, within the ROTAX category. Maximilian, quick word from you then. You were having a lovely little battle towards the later stages there with Dean Powell. Previously, you've been teammates. Tell us about the battle and what your thoughts are about the event so far.
It was a tough battle and I'm really liking the event. Dee's a great driver, he defends brilliantly, and it's a pleasure to race against him.
And are you expecting a little bit more of the same throughout the weekend? Some more battles with Dean, and is there anybody else you've kind of got your eye on, thinking that could be in the mix with you?
I think everyone can be in a mix. It's a one-off event. Anyone can pull something out of the bag at the last moment, and it's going to be a very tough one tomorrow.
Very insightful. Thanks, Max.
Thank you.
Let's head up then to hear a little bit about ROTAX, who they are, what they do in this karting paddock.
Why do you come here? Is this your career?
Or is it all about fun? A chance to get away and leave it all behind?
Or do you chase your personal best? Challenging yourself over and over again. Why do you come here?
Maybe you're here to collect moments. Good ones. And not so good ones.
Or you can't afford mistakes because you want that victory. when the hard work finally pays off.
This is the place that brings us closer to the people who share our story. Whoever we are,
Whatever we're here for, racing is who we are.
Welcome back. There is a look under the watchful eye of Dave Tooley. That is Tom Reed, the farmer, one of the drivers trying to get his very first ticket to the big dance. And yeah, Tom has got his a supporter here, Kate Cropper, the first lady to win One Man and His Dog. When it was called One Man and His Dog, now it'd be called One Person and Their Dog, if the dog identifies as a dog. But yeah, she's here, a family friend of the Reeds, you know, with Jin, the wonderful border collie, who is very well behaved, and she would be my Paddock show pooch of the weekend for sure. But there, I love that view. The drivers, you know, what are they thinking? Look at those eyes. There's the signal. Engines are fired. It's Minimax up next.
Take you through the grid then for Heat 2 in Minimax. Albie Friend and Tom Reed in an all-strawberry racing row 1. Luca Holmes-Ballack needing a good result here is on row 2 next to Jensen Chalk. Fraser Anderson as well needs a big one in this one from row 3 alongside Joshua Cook. Emerson McAndrew-Uren and Harry Taylor on an all-DHR row 2.
Row number 5, Benjamin Lawn and Max Gilman. That's your top 10, followed by Jack Collinson and Ollie Thompson. Then Edward Haynes and Hasnain Khan. Row 8 is Riley Murrow and Sebastian Clark, with Alex Goodson and Sebastian Behrman on row number 9. The top 20 rounded out by Harry Radcliffe and Guernsey's Cody LePatruel. Max Jolly and Soren Gallagher are next. The field rounded out by the very smart Achille Giannone and the young lady Amelia Giannone, Miles Burton and Oliver Spencer. Burton, great drive, underrated drive in the opening heat. We were focusing on Oliver Spencer, but Burton did an equally superb job from the back of the field. The lights are out, we're off and racing. Can anybody catch Albie Friend? That is the question. And already the number 1 seed, the double international trophy winner, Friend, is away and gone.
Yeah, a good start there from Albie Friend, who dominated Heat 1 earlier, won by 6.5 seconds across those 10 minutes. And already the chasing group are needing to get themselves organised. It's Luca Holmes-Ballack who's come to the front of the chasing group in second place there. P26 in the intermediate classification after the first round of retirement early on for Luca Holmes-Ballack in the first heat. So he's on a recovery drive. Defence to the inside there. As, is there a problem for Harry Taylor? Yes, there was.
Yes.
Falls down. The order was up in the top 5. He's got it all to do now.
There's also a very unfortunate problem for Achille Giannone, who has not come around on the opening lap. I was hoping we get a chance to see, you know, the pride. I mean, so Mr. Giannone Senior is the importer for the EKS chassis brand, and the graphics are very, very smart indeed. Unfortunately, we'll have to wait till later on to bring you shots of just how smart that go-kart looks, because the Mo-kart at the moment, it's parked.
And that's going to be a not good haul of points for Achille Giannone at this stage. 8.5 minutes to go. Saying that, it might have been a transponder issue, because Giannone's just popped back up again in 25th, which is good news. Change for second place. Down the inside, Emerson McAndrew-Uren had a torrid time to finish his round here at Warden Law in the British Championships. The last time we saw M in action round Karting North East. Technical problems robbed him of a potential podium on that day, but he struck back brilliantly across the second half of the British Championship season. Finished third in the final standings. Has already got his ticket to go to Sarno. Right now he's at the head of this train trying to close down Albie Friend, but the trouble is Friend is gone Friend has disappeared up the road. 1.67 seconds is already the gap.
And there is Tom Reed just getting squeezed wide there by Jensen Chalk. Jensen Chalk leading the BNL standings, so he's got another chance to get a ticket if necessary here. Luca Holmes-Ballock to the inside for the Synergy Factory team. Let's have a look. Where is... No, is that Luca Holmes?
Yeah, it is. Number 6.
No, number 6 are down to 5th position, so he's safe. He's safe. He knows what happens if he goes lower than 5th. You'll find out later, ladies and gentlemen. Now, Jack Collinson is one of 2 Anglo-Latvian drivers here. Well, Gustav Uzakovs isn't here anymore, but he's broken his wrist after a roll yesterday. We hope that you get well soon, Gustav's. Heal up, because you're representing Latvia in that championship. Steve Collinson, Jack's dad, as, the number 1, 2, 7 car, Harry Ratcliffe for the Sam Pollock Racing Team. The grass, it still be damp. And that has caught Harry out. Now, we on the live chat, as we watch some great battling, there is the number 161 car. That's Fraser Anderson, privateer driver on that Carlos Sainz chassis. We get mums, we get dads, we get brothers, we get sisters. I've never had a great uncle on the live chat. The only great uncle I know is Great Uncle Bulgaria. Underground, overground. It's a Womble. No, Nicholas Westover is not a Womble. He is the great uncle of Louis Westover. And yes, Nicholas, and thank you to Cross-Eyed Lion, to Dirk, our supporter from Germany, for helping guide Nicholas to the senior race, where Louis International will be making his next appearance. We call him Louis International because he hasn't raced in the UK, but he's gone to race in the USA, and, Louis International.
Louis International, indeed. Second in the first heat for Minimax, which we'll see again, not too distant future, around 40 minutes' time. Down the inside, lovely stuff from Hasnain Khan. Hasnain Khan,
Yes.
Looking back through the results after the lunch break, Henry, I think went a little bit under the radar in the first round of heat. Started 14th and finished 9th. A good bit of progress up the order. He's got some strong race pace at this stage.
And do you know where
now
he is
gained
now?
6,
He's
up to 8.
Up to 8th now. Harry Taylor, whatever problem had afflicted him on the opening lap, has now been solved. I think he's went offline, got a bit of muck on his tyres, and is now heading back in the correct direction in 11th position. Harry Radcliffe did get his car out of the grass, so all 26 drivers are still running, including Achille Giannone in 24th position. Soren Gallagher runs 23rd. Ollie Thompson is 21st, and Joshua Cook, the Micromax International Trophy winner, is 20th. There is a move up at Gasworks, and that, I believe, was the number... Let's have a look. Who was that making a move? Was it Jack Collinson getting involved there with Edward Haynes?
I think it was Carl on Gilman.
It was Max Gilman, yes. Max Gilman. We spoke to Max's new mechanic, Mr. Excitement, Reggie Dewey. And again, last time we were here at Warden Law, Max was a bit under the weather and decided to show us his breakfast live on television. So I said, as long as you don't vomit on live TV, then we'll say happy birthday to you for yesterday, Max. So far, we've both kept up our end of the bargain.
Absolutely. 5-second penalty for the number 151, Sebastian Clark, currently 17th place on the road. So unfortunately for the Synergy Factory team driver, unless he can get 5 seconds up the road for the rest of the competition, he's going to be losing places at the end of this one. 3 minutes and 45 seconds plus 1 lap to go. Albie Friend in full control. The scary thing for me, Henry, is we've seen a truly dominant season. Is there a problem there? Oh, no, hang on, that's Harry Radcliffe doing absolutely the right thing.
Superb.
Going a lap down, pulling off to driver's right, nice and safe, off the racing line, letting the rest of the field go through.
I would have liked to see him actually maintain some sort of forward momentum, but again, there were blue flags waving, so the drivers would have seen that car stationary off the racing line, halfway down Conrod Straight. Very heads-up piece of driving for Harry Radcliffe, who already knows I'm last. The best I can hope for is the best he can hope for is to stay on track, and hope that, without wanting to wish ill upon others, hope that other drivers fall out, so he can pick up just 1 or 2 positions. And, there's a sideways Edward Hayne going offline, and just look how slippery that is. Wow. I said earlier, the orange, he thinks he's got a puncture. I think
he's just got dirty tyres.
He hasn't got a puncture, he's just got dirty tyres. I said earlier, the Orange Army here at Karting North East, as that's Benjamin Lawn in the red and black, the orange and black race suit, getting moved a little bit wide, one of the Synergy karts. Oliver Spencer has so far not gained as many places as he did in race number 1, but he is still doing well. He's running 12th. The marshalling team here at Karting North East, they were fastidiously out brushing the circuit off because there obviously a bit of mud and dirt got washed onto it overnight, and with the various offs that we had during the wet warm-up session, so much so that I spoke to the head marshal, who's now had to go down the road to another event, but he came here anyway this morning to make sure the team were okay. He had to literally drag one of the marshals off the circuit to have lunch because the marshal was focused so much on cleaning the track, and that is dedication for you. So well done to the Karting North East marshalling crew. But as we saw there, it's still very dusty offline, so much so that Edward Haynes thought he had a puncture, but he hadn't. He had just got on the dirt and then, slid across the track, and you can still see at the side of the circuit bits of grass cuttings and what have you. Meanwhile, here's about, and maybe Edward Haynes, let's have a look down the thing. Let's have a quick look at the tyres, if we can come back to that shot in a little minute to see if there is a puncture. Here's the battle of a second. Chalk, McAndrew and Tom Reed.
At the moment, these drivers are all in the battle, not just for second place in this race, but right at the top end of the intermediate classification. As things stand, Friend would be on a perfect 0 score. McAndrew would be in second on 5, then Chalk and Reed third and fourth on 10 and 11 points respectively, as that's a move from Tom Reed down the inside of the number 3 seed from this year's British Championship. Reed back up to third. McAndrew now also having to think about Jack Collinson. This has been a really good response from Jack Collinson. I saw him very briefly in the paddock during the lunch break. It can be very easy for a driver when they have a bad first heat, have a bad result like Collinson did. The chin drops, the head drops. Not Jack. He goes, okay, that was a bit of a problem. Straight back into the top 5. It's really good response from the local driver.
Picks himself up, dusts himself off and goes again. Harry Taylor, 5-second penalty. Max Gilman's just dropped back to 16th position. Lisa G.
Cook off.
Yes. And he was down at the back there, but the Seychelles is watching. Seychelles.
Seychelles on the seashore. We're on the seashore, in a way.
I've got to say, as jealous as I am of somebody in the Seychelles, this is where it's at.
Oh yeah.
I'd rather be in the People's Republic of Tyne and Weir. There is Harry Ratcliffe. Well, okay, he's retired. However, he has gained. I did a technical flag. That's why. But of the 26 drivers, by staying on track, he's now 25th. He gains 1 place. Will that be important in the greater scheme of things? We don't know. However, it's a point. And this weekend, more than anything else, points mean prizes. The 114 kart is off the circuit as well. That is Max Jolly. We're on the last lap. Albie Friend, there was a move there. Benjamin Law getting sideways. I think George Friends has taken his eye off the ball. Albie's only leading by 2.8 seconds. Panda, come back.
Standards are slipping.
Standards are slipping. That is mechanical, lethargy coming in. Can't rest on your laurels as Albie Friend comes around the corner. He has not been seen by the rest of the competitors. He takes another win. Second for Jensen Chalk, third for Tom Reed. It's a Strawberry Racing 1, 2, 3. Does that mean we've got to give credit to Mark Baines, who sort of helps out with the and sort of
I
runs
think we've got to really on this occasion.
He's a Wednesday fan.
I know he's a Wednesday fan, but he's very good at getting these drivers into a good position, and it means...
And to Nathan Rawlings as well, by the way.
Absolutely. Friend will now only need, I reckon, maybe a top 5, top 6 in the third heat. He can take care of the materials a little bit through the third heat off the back of a very strong start to this Grand Festival. Friend wins in a 1-2-3 for Strawberry Racing. Chalk ahead of Reed. How does that leave the IC?
Yes.
Friend still on a perfect 0. McAndrew UN on 7. Reed and Chalk both on 10. But remember, it's the tiebreaker based on timed qualifying. Reed was quicker over the 3-lap average than Chalk. So that's why Reed has got third place in the IC at the moment. Riley Murrow is still there as well. P5 at the moment on 14 points. That's a tie with Oliver Spencer. Hasnain Khan 1 point behind.
And Hasnain Khan up to 6th position
Really good.
again. He's going under the radar here, but he's 7th in the point standings at the moment. Riley Murrow finishing 8th there. Oliver Spencer, he's 6th in the point standings, from the back of the grid to 9th this time. Benjamin Lawn for the Synergy Factory team. Good drive. Luca Holmes-Ballock. Oh, can I say, Luca Holmes-Ballock, I said he had to stay in the top 5. He finished 7th. Luca would like to say hello, a big hello to Harriet. Back in school. Oh, hello, Harriet, from Luca Holmes-Ballock. We had a deal. Harry Taylor finished 11th, but he gets a penalty. Alex Goodson up into 12th position. Sebastian Clark, 13. Again, Miles Burton. Great job from Miles Burton. I think Dad Burton was a little bit more sort of pent up after qualifying. Miles is like, Dad, it's okay.
It's all right. He's got this.
Leave it with me. I got this. Fraser Anderson finishes as the leading privateer in 15th position in front of Max Gilman, Ollie Thompson, Sebastian Behrman, Cody LePatruel from Guernsey, and Achille Giannone at top 20. All 3 privateers inside the top 20 ahead of Max Jolly, Soren Gallagher, Amelie Davey, Josh Cook, Harry Radcliffe, and Edward Haynes.
Very good stuff there from the Minimax category. They will have their third and final heat at 20 minutes past 4 this afternoon here at Warden Law, just outside of Sunderland in the northeast of England. For now, though, let's head down to Nicole Sutherland.
I'm with the number 1 plate of Albie Friend then. Albie, you've got a ticket already, again, to the Grand Finals. You've been there a couple of times now. But how are you feeling about being in this event with kind of not that much pressure, really?
Yes, exciting, and I'm here to have fun, help my teammates, and yeah.
So is this just kind of, keeping your foot in the racing, keeping fresh, keeping sharp ahead of the Grand Finals in October?
Yeah, I just want to get out and not be a bit rusty for the World Finals, so I'm just getting out and staying in the kart for a bit.
You don't want any cobwebs when you arrive in Italy. So then this weekend you're on the OTK as you normally are, the Tony Kart, but you won't be racing that when you're out in Italy. Have you got any plans to jump in a Birrell anytime soon?
No, I think it doesn't make much of a difference. I think I can get used to it in about 3 sessions or so we just have to turn up there and work it all out when we get there.
I like the confidence. I'll catch up with you later on. I've got your teammate Tom Reed is over here. Tom, you're having a really good later season this year. Lots of progress. Can you tell me about that progress and about how you're getting on this weekend?
Yeah, I had a good result at the RMC at Lenato, P2. Yeah.
And am I right in saying you've got Dave Tooley helping you out back in the awning? What's Dave been saying to you recently?
He's just been saying just keep going straight back in and you'll get up there.
So for the audience at home, maybe who don't know what that reference means when you go straight back in on a driver, can you tell me, I know what that means, but can you tell maybe some people at home what that means?
It means so if they overtake you, try and go back in and then overtake them as soon as you get to them.
Well, I'll be looking out for you to make lots more overtakes then, Tom. Good luck for the rest of the weekend. We'll throw up to a short word about Sarno in October and then on to the next race.
There we have it. Now have a look at a truck. It's a motorsport-timing.co.uk truck. Just to the right of said truck, and a big hello to the paramedics, the medical team here, just to the right of said truck in the green and yellow building, that is where the Motorsport-Timing team are. You can see some of the Motorsport UK cameras which observe the drivers all the time. Now, let's have a look. You can see Ian Rogers in there. Give us a wave, Ian. Well, that's RB Lapper. Right. Moment of truth. Phil, this is Liam Wright is gone. He has gone to a family party. Phil Lapper on the spanners. Barb, Nanny Babs, watching from the Costa del Sol. Look at the fear. Look at the fear and concentration in Albie's eyes. Has Dad tightened the wheels? Has Dad put the fuel in? Has Dad
got the bumper on correctly?
Chain guard. Is Dad about to quit drinking because if anything falls off? But Albie Lapper qualified his best result of the season so far, P3. And there he is. Just look at the intricacies of the crash helmet designs. So Strawberry Racing have just had no pressure, Phil. Strawberry Racing have just had a 1-2-3 finish. Will they get a 1-2-3 finish in the next race? We'll find out now.
Let's take you through the grid for Minimax in their second heat of the day. Jared Fox-Whiteley starts on pole position, is joined by Heat 1 winner Kai Veach on the front row. Albie Lapper and William Archer start on row number 2. They will be ahead of Daniel Minto and Scott Marsh on row number 3. Row 4, Kai Clark and Joshua Smith.
The rest of the top 10 led by Jacob Woods and the returning Charlie Wolfit. Then we got Jack Thompson, the closer Cole Denham in P12. Noah Barham, the Anglo-American driver, and Joe Anderson on row number 7 with Lewis Goff and Isabella Stansmore-Wilson on row 8.
Addison Smith and Archie Lovett go from row number 9. Alfie McBain and Stanley Clark complete the top 20 on row 10. Samir Paul had a disaster on the formation lap in Heat 1. We'll start this one alongside another non-starter from earlier on row 11. It's Riley Sims-Ezard, Rory Armstrong and Louis Radcliffe completes the 24 runners in this one on row number 12. And the good news for Samir Paul this time, the wheels have been attached correctly. Everyone is rolling out. I don't think we've got Joshua Smith out there, though, unfortunately. I do not see the number 15 ticking through on transponders.
Joshua Smith, who didn't start the first race with a problem, and we are going to go around again. And you can see here the new garage building that is being constructed. Compared to where we were in July when we were here for the British Kart Championship, construction is happening apace. Not finished yet, but there will be the new Hunter Motorsport race shop. There'll be there'll be other rooms in there as well. A real all-you-can-eat karting facility here. The Hunter family working diligently, and of course they're all racing most of the time as well. So but the whole family here are involved. They've got a great team of people. The paintball arena. I never got a chance to hit Anthony with Jordan with a paintball while we were here. Every time I suggested Motorsport UK paintball, for some reason, somebody said, probably for Anthony's safeguarding purposes.
Maybe we'll have like an end-of-season activity, getting back across
and this is the end of the season.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, moving on. Karting, go-karting, into the S's. There is Dan Ashton, just to say, right, I'm watching. We go into the tram lines. Lights are still not out. Too fast, maybe? Too fast. Yes. Hello, Go-Kart Bob from United States. Now, 7 a.m., that would be 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 1, 2, 3. That is West Coast. So in California or somewhere like that. Tell us where you're from, Go-Kart Bob. Don't say America, but which state are we in? Because in addition to our passion for go-karting and all things with motorsport on it, we are also huge American sports fans. Well, you're an American football fan. Sufferers. Well, as a Detroit sports fan,
that's good.
The Lions doing well. The Tigers might even make the playoffs this year. Pistons. We won't go into the Pistons, but yeah, there's always next year.
It's always
right, third time lucky. Oregon, Portland, Oregon, a trailblazer from Oregon, or a mariner from Seattle.
Some good motorsport team down in Oregon as well, back in old former student days. Anyway, there's a race about to begin. Here we go then, Heat 2 for Minimax into the tram lines. We're green, we're racing 10 minutes plus 1 lap, and it's another great start from Kai Veach, as we saw in heat number 1. Are they all going to make their way through?
Yes.
Yes, Kai Veach has lost the lead, though.
Oh, my goodness.
It's all going off in the second half of the field. It was a bit of a scrappy first heat for the juniors, and the early stage of this one, it's a repeat.
And leading the race, it's Albie Lapper. Phil bolted it together properly so far. Right, and look at these streaking away at the front. Oh, somebody spinning across the grass coming through the centre S's there. Right, and that is the number 89 of Archie Lovett who has gone off. Now, Kai Veach is second, and I'm looking back. Is that Scott Marsh up into third position? I think it might be. Yes, it is. In the number 30 cart. The rest of the field thread their way through the Paddock Bend and onto Conrod Straight to start lap number 2. Our pole sitter, Jared Fox-Whiteley, has dropped to 9th. William Archer has dropped back to 6th. Cole Denham's made a good start. Watch the number 62 Dan Holland racing cart. There is a right family do. Sometimes someone might be making a speech, and then all they can hear in the background is me and you whittering on because Liam is there fastidiously watching his phone, trying to, like, look, it's not a wedding, best man speech, something like that. But so far, Lapper leads.
Does indeed, by 1 second with 8.5 minutes remaining. Coming round to complete the second lap of this second heat of the day. This is all getting a bit close out there.
Bit ambitious, and sadly, for the number 28 cart of Daniel Minto, I think that was Jack Thompson leaving the scene of the crime. No, was it William Archer? I think it might have been William Archer.
It's the age-old Hunter versus SPR livery
can't
problem again.
Tell them apart. Hint, hint, hint.
Here is the fight down into Senna 1. This is the 23 of Jared Fox-Whiteley, the 22 of Noah Barham, and the 5 of Lewis Goff. Lewis Goff has already qualified through to the Rotax Grand Finals later in the year. That's from his efforts in the British Kart Championships in 2024. 7.5 minutes remaining. If you're just joining us as well and you're wondering what the different colour boards are in terms of the standings on the top left, if it's a driver with a black background, they are eligible for either of the 2 tickets. Remember, it's 2 tickets on offer for Minimax as opposed to the other classes where it's 1 ticket. New fastest lap of the race, Henry, Jack Thompson, on a 51.48.
Yeah, very good. Now, Albie Lapper is 1.28 seconds in front. Liam watching. Liam writes, don't panic. You're in no... Even if you win... Oh, dearie me. You're in no... Charlie Wolfett in the middle of the track. You're in no danger of losing your job. Phil looked absolutely terrified earlier. This is where Liam wrote down like an 8-page book of how to set up a car. Phil has ticked off everything, so far. Right, Lapper leads by 1.2 seconds. Kai Clark in 5th position sets a new fastest lap. There's the number 77 KR Sport Kart at the back of this 4-vehicle train, trying to close in on the fleeing Strawberry driver. Veach second, Marsh third, Denham fourth, then Kai Clark, then a gap back to Thompson, Barham, Goff, Smith, who is out there. Joshua Smith is out there. For some reason, his transponder didn't pick up on the rolling lap. And then it is Jared Fox-Whiteley rounding out the top 10.
Move for second place. Scott Marsh down the inside of Kai Veach in Gasworks. He doesn't get the drive off the corner, though. So Veach brilliantly retakes that position by the time they're through Horseshoe, out of Horseshoe now and through Paddock Bend. 5.5 minutes to go. This is very good news for Albie Lapper. I was thinking that these 4 drivers would work together at this stage of the race, but that doesn't seem to be the case. No. Lapper's lead is now to 1.5 seconds. Someone's lost a bumper. It's the number 66 of Rory Armstrong who is going to have to come into the pits because those ends of the bumpers are needed in this, the short way of putting it. So Rory may already realise that has gone. If he doesn't and continue around, I think we're probably going to see a mechanical flag for the 66.
And I think it was former Grand Finals Micromax competitor Daniel Minto who was also involved in that, the number 28 kart. Here we go, into the hairpin of Paddock Bend, around Horseshoe, into Paddock Bend there. Now you can tell that the second place battle, they're slowly dropping back a little bit. The gap now 1.6 seconds. Marsh and Veach squabbling over second. Albie Lapper is up into P2 in the point standings as things stand. This is into the Senna S's. They've been joined, this group, by the Hunter Motorsport number 65 of Jack Thompson. Charlie Wolfett has been given a 5-second penalty. We saw him spin earlier, but that may have been, the spin may be as obviously was the result of an actions that caught the race director's eye, shall we say. Oh dear, and that's a tight, but that's the Hunter Motorsport Sam Pollitt identity crisis battle going on. The 76 of McBain and the 16 of Joe Anderson. I mean, Sam Pollitt, I've got to give Sam Pollitt grief about something. I mean, he had the Tier 2, Tier 1 thing. That's been resolved in his favour. Sam Pollitt Racing, one of the teams of the year in the British Championship. So now I've got to give him some grief about something new.
Indeed. But I think he'll probably take his up on the fact that they had that livery, in terms of the 2024 season, they had that livery first. Although
times move on. Yeah. Times move on. And also, congratulations to Sam Pollitt, Ethan Jeff Hall, our new World Kart champion, who will be racing in the Grand Finals. The first time the reigning World Karting champion will race at the ROTAX Grand Finals. He started at Sam Pollitt Racing, you know, and he saw the feature interview that you did. Excellent feature earlier on. Rory Armstrong has had a mechanical failure and has been given the mechanical flag, as you said he would be, Andrew Mather. Now, I want to know, in the Costa del Sol, how many gins has Nanny Babs had since the start of this race? 2 minutes and 40 seconds to go.
Oh! No, sorry, that's Armstrong going in.
Armstrong
got ahead of myself there.
Now, Nanny Babs, I don't want to alarm you. However, the gap that Albie had, your grandson, was 1.6 seconds. With 2.5 minutes to go, it's down to 1 second. And it's only 2022 Junior ROTAX Grand Finals champion, current number 7 in the world, Scott Marsh, closing in. But don't panic.
No panic.
Let's just hope that Phil has popped the setup on. No need to panic.
2 minutes to go then, end of lap number 8, lapper for Marsh. The gap is 0.9 of a second. Cole Denham's had a really good race here, up to P3. My goodness me, Scott Marsh just put in a 50.73, new fastest lap of the race, quicker than anyone out there on circuit, took 4/10 out of Albie Lapper's lead last time around. Further down the order, Lewis Goff is having a good run as Noah Barham goes down the inside of Joshua Smith. There it is. Physical confirmation that Joshua Smith is out there, getting a better result than last time out when it was P22 in a retirement.
He's changed his race suits. Josh Smith yesterday, he was one of the last holdouts. I think Jack Steadman might have his old Project One Racing race suit on as well. But obviously now Project One Racing is now the Jack's Motorsport Project One Racing Group. And I have Gerard Cox's beanie, I have his hat here waiting to put it on for the podium if a Jack's Motorsport driver gets there. It's here in spirit. Here we go. The battle for the lead is now on. First-year junior driver Albie Lapper against third-year junior driver, former Grand Finals champion Scott Marsh. Teammates, neither have qualified so far for the Grand Finals. They come into Gasworks, 50 seconds to go. Now, it's only a heat race. It is a test of Lapper's concentration, of, you know, his focus. Without being cruel, Scott Marsh is the quicker driver, and everyone knows that. You know that is so. Marsh has got more experience and is quicker, generally. Albie Lapper has track position. So, all you have to do, Albie, make your teammate work for it. Don't give anything away for free. Don't take each other out. Make your teammate work for it and stay focused, because Cole Denham and Kai Veach are not far behind. The clock strikes 0 now.
Good line there from Lapper through the entry of centre one, but here comes Marsh down the inside into Gasworks. Can Lapper get it on the cutback? No. New race leader, Scott Marsh, knowing that this is quite possibly the last opportunity he has in 2024 to head back to the Grand Finals. Grand Finals which he won, of course, in 2 years ago. Last lap board is out for the drivers. Marsh will go into the lead as well in the intermediate classification, because he was third in his first heat earlier on today, and Kai Veach, who won that first heat, is down in fourth place. New fastest lap of the race from Lewis Goff into centre one. Lapper's not given this up, though. He could still have a chance into Gasworks.
Yes, indeed. Well, but he has to think the closer, Cole Denham. We call him the closer because the last lap is when Cole seemed to make all the right moves, and he is there in P3, but they come out of Gasworks. It was a 1-2-3 for Strawberry in the previous race. It's going to be a 1-2 finish for Strawberry, so Paul Spencer and the junior and senior half of the team, we don't want to give Nathan and Frag all the credit, so there they go across the line, and it's a win for Scott Marsh. Well done to Albie Lapper. Phil's there, Dad Phil is probably thinking, see, this is why I have the wine at night. It helps. Honestly, it helps.
Clears the mind. There we go then. Scott Marsh takes the win by 0.3 of a second. A thumbs up there with his teammate Albie Lapper. And Scott Marsh 1 week on from a top 10 finish in the FIA Karting World Championships. Continuing the strong form that was seen at PF International. Cole Denham P3. A little bit of a chat going on there. Between the drivers. Good performances in that race, I thought. Henry Lewis Goff continuing the good race form that we saw at Wilton Mill 2 weeks ago, up 8 places to P7. Alfie McBain as well, up 7 spots.
Well done, yes. Jared Whiteley lost all those places really on the first quarter of a lap, but then stayed in 9th place just behind his teammate Joshua Smith. Jacob Woods, top 10 for Jacob. Joe Anderson, Alfie McBain, like you said, Noah Barr and William Archer's under investigation. Had a warning flag, so that 14th place is very provisional.
15th place for Addison Smith, up 2 spots. Daniel Minto involved in that moment with Rory Armstrong would come home P16 ahead of Stanley Clark, Louis Radcliffe, Isabella Stansmore Wilson, Riley Sims, Ezard. That was your top 20. Samir Paul gets to the end of a race for the first time this weekend, P22 rather, 2 retirements from that race, Rory Armstrong and Archie Lovett. That leaves the intermediate classification at the end of 2 rounds of heats like this. Scott Marsh on 3, Kai Veach second on 4, Kai Clark third on 7 ahead of Albie Lapper P4 with 8 points. Good gap to Jared Fox-Whiteley in 13. We will see the juniors out again later on this afternoon at 4:40. For now, though, let's head down to Nicole Sutherland.
And with Albie Lapper then, great result for Albie, second in that heat. Albie, can you tell me about the race a little bit and tell me about what you were thinking when you could see Scott coming up behind you?
Well, yeah, I just took the lead in the first lap and Dad kept saying big gap, so nice and relaxing. I didn't expect him to catch that quick, but I didn't mind. It's still a good result, especially for the team.
And obviously Scott is a driver who has won the Grand Finals before. He's got a wealth of experience within the ROTAX class and in juniors. Have you been picking up a bit of advice and tips from Scott this weekend, or doing your own thing?
Yeah, I have, but I felt my driving style is quite good, but there's always stuff to learn from him because he is really good.
And then your driving style, you said to me previously this is a really physical track, the corners that come at you quite quickly. Do you think your driving style actually suits this kind of circuit?
Yeah, I do, because it's quite a low grip circuit, so you can use a bit more lock, and I tend to like that a bit more than the very grippy circuits, so it's better.
Great to hear from you, Albie. We'll throw up then to hear a quick word about Sarno in October, and then on to the next race.
Welcome back to Warden Law, Karting North East. It's the ROTAX Max Challenge Grand Festival for 2024. First time the Grand Festival has come to the United Kingdom. And it's a good happy birthday to Martin, one of our camera operators out there on circuit for Alpha Live, bringing you these pictures for the Grand Festival, as they will be, of course, for the Grand Finals as well. Dabs are optional for the camera operators once we get to Italy. Minimax are next, the second heat of 3 for our oldest, most experienced drivers here this weekend. A large plethora of British drivers have already qualified for the ROTAX Grand Festivals. Macaulay Bishop, your British champion, Callum Bradshaw, Matthew Higgins, Ethan Jeff Hall, the new CRK FIA Karting World Champion, Spencer Braum, Harry Bartle in this race, and this man here, Kai Hunter, starting on pole position for this second heat, won the first heat earlier on. The drivers competing this weekend in Senior ROTAX for an entry into DD2. Next up, it's Heat 2 for Senior ROTAX. Let's take you through the grid then of 24 drivers ahead of this one. Kai Clark and Deacon Russell start on the front row of the grid. Louis International, Louis Westover is back on UK shores and starts on the second row of the grid alongside Ewan Charman. Brandon Klein-Nagelvoort and Jamie Perilli go from the third row of the grid ahead of Archie Walker and Tyler Harris on row 4.
Row number 5 is Guy Cunnington and Jack Steadman. Row number 6, Lizzie Mentier and Jack Gillingham, with Benjamin Southgate and Joshua Graham on row number 7, and Jack Lilly and Jack Collins on row number 8.
Runner-up in the Junior British Championship this year, William Antrobus starts on row 9 alongside Henry Gregory. Austin Lee and the champion in juniors are directly behind on row 10. Oakley Pryor and Rachel Robertson are next up on row number 11. Daniel Armstrong and Alex Duncan complete row number 12. Very interesting start last time around, Henry.
Yes.
I was just looking through the results from earlier on.
Yes.
Those on the inside column, the pole side of the grid,
Yes.
all had very good starts. Hunter first went on to win the race. Westover P2, Klein-Nagelvoort 5th. Let's see if we see the same again here.
They're into the tram lines. Lights are out. We are off and racing. That inside line looking good again. Oh, it was looking too good. Louis Westover and Kai Hunter. Westover comes out in front. Brandon Klein-Nagelvoort up into third. And they looked very, very close together, that front row. And I wonder if Louis Westover was given an assist into Kai Hunter there. Hunter is straight back into the race lead, wheel to wheel. No, it's Westover back to the point.
Good stuff there from Westover and Hunter. Hunter having another little look down the inside into Gasworks, but Westover is wise to that one. Who else has had a good start out there? Guy Cunnington, I think, has gained at least a couple of places in his Tony Kart suit this weekend, but running, of course, for his own team, Guy Cunnington Racing. We had a great chat with Guy ahead of the final round of the British Championships 2 weeks ago about what a week in the life of Guy Cunnington looks like, both as a driver and as a team manager and owner. If you've not gone and
really good.
had a look at that, that's over on the Karting UK channel. Down the inside, change for the lead. Kai Hunter takes it away from Westover. Brandon Klein-Nagelvoort through, and poor Louis Westover. Welcome back to racing on British shores, Louis. You lose one place, you lose about 5.
Well, and I don't know if we do have replays this weekend, but we can look back at the first corner incident, but that was Kai Hunter making sure that Louis Westover got freight trained. He left no room, and of course Kai wasn't all Kai know that he went into turn into the first corner and found his wheels off the ground. He wasn't aware of what was going on behind Louis Westover, whether Louis Westover also had his wheels off the ground as well, so to speak. Jamie Perilli making a move up into the top 6.
Good move there from Jamie Perilli. He's had a decent season, had good speed here for the round of the British Championships that took place earlier on in the summer, if my memory serves me correctly. 8 minutes of this race to go. Who else has had a good start? Benjamin Southgate's had a good start for the Pro Train team. The red and white liveried number 15 is up 4 spots to 9th. That down the inside is Archie Walker, another driver who is yet to get their ticket to Sarno. That's a move past Brandon Klein-Nagelvort for P2.
Yes, Cunnington right there in 4th, then Charman, then Westover, and behind them Perilli closing in. Lizzie Mentier having another very, very good run in the Dan Holland Racing number 50 kart. Benjamin Southgate up into the top 10 for Pro Train Racing. Louis International is down into 9th, and Motorsport Magpie, welcome aboard. Louis' great uncle, Nicholas Westover, is thinking, why on earth those two idiots talking about Louis International? It is it's his nickname, a very fond nickname that his team give him because he has raced all over the place.
Now he's down the inside of Benjamin Southgate. That was looking a little bit close with Deacon Russell. They're still pointing in the right direction, but Southgate now off the racing line.
Somebody has got agricultural
very wide
through the... let's have a look. Who was that? It was Greg's on legs, Henry Gregory, for the MLC Motorsport team, running wide, the horseshoe into the grass, and not out of the race, but down to 24th position. But Nicole is down in the pits, getting some insight as the race progresses.
With Josh Poulin, then Hunter Motorsport coach. Josh, what have you said to Ewan Charman ahead of this weekend and race?
Well, Ewan's obviously new to us at Hunter Motorsport and new to the OTK as well. We've had a lot to say to him in terms of how to adapt to the OTK, as it's very new for him. But I mean, as you can see, he's hit the ground running, and we're very pleased to have him here at Hunter Motorsport.
Thanks to you, boys. Back over to you in the comms box.
Thank you. Josh Pauline, Josh and his sister Evie were formerly of this parish, so to speak. Interestingly, when we spoke to, when we saw Tom Reed earlier, and of course Tommy mechanic Dave Tooley. Dave Tooley mechanicked for a certain Nicole Sutherland back in the day.
5 minutes of this one to go. This is the fight for second place involving Ewan Charman. Just behind Archie Walker at the moment. This would be some very useful results for these two in the top 3. Right now they're in the top 3 of the intermediate classification as well. They've got a little bit of ground to find on Kai Hunter, of course, because Hunter at the front, clear by a second, is looking good to continue the perfect streak that started in time qualifying earlier on this morning. Jamie Perilli up to P4. Guy Cunnington in 5th. Cunnington also holding one of those spots as here goes Charman down the inside. Beautiful move on the brakes into centre 1. That's second place.
Yes, indeed. Now, Motorsport Magpie David Whitehouse said he's watching it under a storm in his office. Well, there's a storm brewing here. It's a storm going to the Charmander. Ewan Charman, who is closing in on the race lead. It's a Hunter Motorsport 1-2 at the moment. Here's a good battle on circuit. It is for 4th position, and it involves the 52 of Guy Cunnington. Here's Walker, there's Cunnington in 4th, with Perilli in 5th, Mentier in 6th, and Nagelvort in 7th. With Louis International, 8th, then Deacon Russell, Austin Lee up 9 places from 19th to 10th. Then William Antrobus, Jack Lilly, Jack Steadman, Harry Bartle is up 6 places. Spoke to Harry mechanic Stuart Wright, and the whole team got a little bit wrong in qualifying. So Bartle and his Strawberry Racing teammates, Jack Lilly and Austin Lee, all starting down at the back of the field, but they're all making forward progress when it comes to race time.
They are indeed. 3 minutes and 20 seconds of this race to go, and still plenty to be decided. A bit of a slide there for Brandon Klein-Nagelvort through Paddock turn onto the pit straight. There's a quick look at Guy Cunnington in 4th, who is now back up to 3rd in the points in the intermediate classification. He's 1 point ahead of Archie Walker, so if he could find a way to catch up to the KR Sport number 91 ahead, that would be very useful indeed. Don't worry about the number 42 of Ewan Charman falling down on your standings time. I think that's just a little moment with live timing, because he's quite clearly still there in second place. Good drive so far from Ewan Charman. again impressing on that Carlos Sainz, the CS55 chassis, as he has done since that mid-season switch to Hunter Motorsport. Was at the very front of the field 2 weeks ago at Wilton Mill for the culmination of the British Championships. As I said earlier, he wasn't ever going to be part of the discussion for who would book their tickets on that day in history, but he showed with the race pace that he had that here at the Grand Festival, he is a proper contender.
Yes, he was one of the many drivers that made comments on our TikTok. Andrew Mann and I are now TikTok famous. You are listening to us from Yap Central. This is Yap Central, the commentary box.
The one and only Yap Central.
The one and only Yap Central. We are in, it's not a scrutineering era, this is the ROTAX era. And it's absolutely, well, I think that we are slaying the commentary.
I'd agree.
I'd agree, yes.
But I think we understood the assignment. Anyway, 1 minute and 35 to go.
We're very mindful, very demure.
Kai Hunter leads by 1.26. What's the pace like? At the moment, it's advantage charming on the pace front, but ever so slightly. 49.9 for Hunter, 49.87 for Charman.
His pace is peak brev.
Yes. At the moment. Now, keep an eye on Guy Cunnington there in 4th place. At the moment, he's on 8 points. It would be 2 4th places so far for the 2019 British champion in the senior ROTAX category. I don't think he's done yet, Henry.
No, he's not. And if you want to look at Lucy Derrick in charge of Lucy Socials, if you want to see Andrew and myself make complete fools of ourselves, then
on the regular,
on a regular, then you can go to the Karting UK TikTok channel. We see some some of the edits are straight fire, and then also in between the Witness the Sickness edits, there's a couple of us making fools of ourselves with some humour and comedy, ladies and gentlemen. Apparently it's better than the Sauber Formula 1 team's effort at that particular Gen Z PR thing. Showing my age now. Anyway, back to the go-karting. Kai Hunter leads by 1.28 seconds. That's flying.
That's looking pretty good at the moment for Kai Hunter, similar to what we saw with Albie Friend earlier. If he was able to bring this one home, time is up, and the last lap board is out. He would only need to finish 4th or higher. He could take things a little bit easier, perhaps, through the 3rd heat. You never know on a long weekend like this when you're going to need your materials. You want to save them as much as possible across the course of these heats. At the moment, it's looking like it's going to be a 1-2 for Hunter Motorsport as well, because I would say, Henry, that Archie Walker is more body language-wise thinking, well, I don't think we're going to catch Charman, and I need to focus on Cunnington behind there in 4th.
Yeah, I mean, okay, Kai Hunter, as expected, and everyone sort of knew coming into this, look, we are dealing with one of the best, former champion, double British champion at his home circuit, So, I'm not saying we're not going to try as the race ends checkered flag for Kai Hunter, but this is the battle for second position and be the first person in line to capitalise if there is an issue for Kai Hunter. That is key in what an Archie Walker's mind. There's the checkered flag. Kai Hunter, big thumbs up there to his teammate, nod of the head. Yep, that setup you told me was good. So, Hunter Motorsport, a 1-2 finish. Hunter and Charman, Archie Walker in 3rd, followed by Guy Cunnington 4th, Jamie Peretti 5th. Then a trio of Dan Holland racing karts led by Lizzie Mentier, Louis Westover, to give him his correct name, and Brandon Nagelvort in 8th. Austin Lee was the biggest mover in that race, up 10 places to 9th. Deacon Russell rounds out the top 10. Harry Bartle up to 11th, followed by William Antrobus, Joshua Graham, Jack Lilly, Jack Stedman, Jack Collins. Lots of Jacks in... of course, they would have to be in 14, 15. Jack. Then Benjamin Southgate, Rachel Robertson, Daniel Armstrong, Alex Duncan. Oh, Olivia Duncan's going to be on the Paddock show this evening doing another interview. In fact, I might get her to present it.
Yeah.
Why not? You love it so much. Blame your brother, Olivier. Blame Alex. Henry Gregory after his spin, Oakley Pryor, Jack Gillingham. Oh, he spoilt the Jack. And Tyler Harris retired, sadly, from the MLC Motorsport number 84 car on lap number 9.
Intermediate classification looks like this. Kai Hunter, perfect so far today on 0 points. Ewan Charman's second place in that race goes to 5 points. Guy Cunnington with that fourth. Pair of fourths on 8. Louis Westover drops to 4th place, is now on 9 points, shared there with Archie Walker.
Motorsport Magpie is throwing shade at you online.
Again. But I don't think... I'm just going to check. Look, Sheffield United haven't even conceded a goal yet today.
He was throwing shade at your driving skills. And I got to say, Motorsport Magpie, man in commentary box is feeling murky, so...
how rude.
Be worried. Yes, how very, very rude of you. Yes.
Anyway.
That certainly isn't cricket. There's a wind turbine on 3.
Yes, it's very windy
which
here
shows
today.
that it is drying. I mean, the track, it dries quickly anyway. Even though we've got cloud cover, there is still an autumnal breeze in the air. That means it's blinking freezing up here. I'm used to this. This is like summer. I got shorts on.
Yes, indeed. More to come from the senior category. The next time they will be out for their third and final heat will be at 5 o'clock. Last race of the day of 10 minutes plus 1 lap. We will be promptly starting. After round 1, we had a lunch break. That is not the case after round 2. We get straight into it with the third round of heats. Remember, all of these results from today combined, the points will set the grids for the super heats tomorrow. Which, if you want to get the time in your devices or whatever, 11 o'clock is when we start for the super heats tomorrow. Let's head down to Nicole Sutherland.
I'm down here then with a rather tired-looking Archie Walker. Archie, I feel like in all the years that we raced against each other in junior ROTAX, senior ROTAX, you've always been so close to a ticket. Do you reckon this is the year that we'll see you in the driver's tent at the Grand Finals?
Do you know what? If you asked me yesterday, I would have gone no. I had like the worst day ever. I couldn't find any sort of pace. But yeah, I mean, it looked up in that heat. We made some big changes then. Struggling a bit with longevity, but to be honest, like the changes we're making and the forward progress, I think we got a shot.
Changes to the car, changes to your driving. Can you tell me what are they?
No, I can't do the changes, but yeah, the driving. It's just been chipping away. Like we definitely had an issue with my driving yesterday. It wasn't up to scratch, but I think I've managed to get through a bit. But there's still a bit to find to catch up to the two Hunter boys.
And just before we were on camera, you said you're a bit tired after a 10-minute heat. Do you find this track particularly physical?
Normally I don't. That's the first heat. I felt like the longest 10 minutes of my life. Just like those last 5 minutes getting caught. It was a long one, but to be honest, it's not normally an awful track for it. But that one, I definitely felt it.
I was talking to your dad yesterday actually, and he said a very true comment. Like there's no type of fit that's like kart fit. Like kart fitness is next level, I think.
Do you know, like Oakley, he got back in the seat after a year and he did the Thursday test and we came, he's like, more than 5 minutes, I'm done. Like, that nothing can prepare you for what it's like driving a go-kart.
Great to hear from you, Archie. Good luck for the rest of the weekend. We'll throw back up to the box then to hear a little feature about some British success last week.
Well, a big part of the 2024 UK karting calendar was last weekend at PF International. For the first time in 7 years, the FIA Karting World Championships came to the United Kingdom. And there was a great level of success across the classes, particularly for British drivers. Here this weekend at the ROTAX Grand Festival, 2 of the top 3 in the senior category are here in the paddock. Let's catch up with them and reminisce about their years racing through the ROTAX ladder. Here with Matthew Higgins. Matthew, 3rd place last week at the World Championships. Good weekend. Happy with the final result?
Fairly happy, not entirely. I mean, obviously we're there to win, so anything but a win is always going to be a disappointment. But yeah, still got to be proud of the result we got, and yeah, on this year an unproven car and package. So yeah, it just shows that the energy kart is amazing, and yeah, we can get out there.
And getting the best out of the materials as well. It's always been such a big part of your racing career, but particularly
ROTAX days, racing through the British Kart Championships, competitive in terms of what's underneath you and the drivers out on track. How big was your time racing ROTAX in the preparation for last weekend?
Yeah, I mean, it's a mega good playing field where it's extremely level. I think everyone's kind of got a package out there. I mean, 9 out of 10 people have the package to win, so yeah, it's always competitive and close. And yeah, I mean, just the experience on the grid and the talent on the grid, it really does prepare you well. I mean, I often hear a lot of people say that you can't go ROTAX to OK, but Joe Turney, he got on ROTAX to OK. Jeff Hall obviously won last weekend. He's been on ROTAX this year, and yeah, myself have been on ROTAX this year, so it just shows how good the playing field really is.
And the karting pathway as well, and how it helped you. Obviously, family-wise, rallying's been the historic story, but your journey from through the club racing into the nationals, all the way up to the top as a wild card as well. Not doing the whole season. Yeah. How big of the part of the journey has that been?
Yeah, amazing. I mean, that's where that is where you learn your skill, and that's where you learn the craft. So, yeah, for sure, the progression that you can go through in the British karting is probably better than anywhere else, in my opinion. I mean, you look at that grid, Brits dominated. Of course, it's on a British track, but whichever track it is in the world, at that World Championship, there's more often than not dominated by the Brits. So it just shows what a great pathway that Motorsport UK have.
And the season not done as well, and I know you've got some plans to do more bits of car racing, and also you've already got your ticket for Grand Finals through BNL. Looking forward to that?
Yeah, I'm really excited to do that one. I mean, we've had a pretty good season so far this year in the ROTAX with Kart Masters and the European Championship, so yeah, hopefully we can finish it off there.
Well, best of luck, Matt, and we'll be cheering you all the way. Thanks for your time.
Thank you.
Here in the Sam Pollitt Racing awning with the new world champion Ethan Jeff Hall. Ethan, be saying those words, world champion, has it sunk in yet?
I still don't think it's sunk in yet. Obviously, it was a great weekend winning the OK World Finals, but I don't think it's sunk in yet.
And a race that'll live long in the memory. For myself up in the box, it was a very dramatic finish. What was going through your mind when you saw Joe Turney have that problem at the bridge?
Obviously, I was putting pressure on Joe the whole race, and I was really quick. So it was a matter of being able to capitalise when he made a mistake, and obviously went off under the bridge. And it was a big enough mistake where I could get past, and I knew I had to keep him behind. So I had to stay on the track myself as well, but I had to make sure I was as quick as I could, as least mistakes as I could, and I did just that. So yeah.
The adaptability that you needed across the course of the weekend, across the whole season, because you've been running a programme in Europe with ROTAX, the Ginetta programme here in the UK, and then the 2 races, Kristianstad and PF International for the OKs. Taking it back to many years ago when you were running with Sam Pollitt Racing, one of the smaller teams back then, how important was that base of learning through the ROTAX ladder and in the British Championships for what you've achieved?
Yeah, it was so important. Obviously, Sam picked me up when I think I was just 6, and we did 3 years of racing with Sam, so he taught me everything about driving a go-kart when I was young. So to be back racing with him this year is a great feeling. Obviously, Sam's put me in a position where I've come through as a great driver and got titles like the OK World Finals, and I've obviously done Ginetta this year, and we're leading the championship going into the last round, so we'll see how that goes next weekend.
And the success that you've had in the ROTAX international competitions as well, twice international trophy winner amongst other things as well. How did that support and build you up through the course of your career?
Obviously, we did a lot of racing in Europe in the last couple of years, and in England, being European champion, vice world champion in ROTAX, and multiple other championships. So that's definitely taught me a lot of learning, and just helped me up until this point today. So it's been very crucial.
What advice are you giving to the drivers here this weekend as well, particularly the micro and the mini classes, the Grand Festival classes, getting them ready for this weekend? What are you telling them?
It's just looking through the data, seeing where they can improve, and just trying to make them do the best as possible. Obviously, there's tickets up for grabs today, so this weekend. So just trying to make them be the best they can, and try and secure a few of them.
Last question. I don't think anyone's ever done the double of an FIA World Championship and a Grand Final champion in the same year. Do you think you can do it?
well, being very strong in ROTAX this year, obviously winning my ticket from Le Mans, so it's definitely looking very possible.
Good stuff. Ethan, once again, congratulations for last weekend and thanks for your time.
Thank you very much.
Well, here with the main man himself, Sam Pollitt. Sam, where do we start? Great season for your team. You should be, I guess you're really proud of the effort that you've put in this year.
Yeah, it's been a really good year. We changed quite a few things at the beginning of the year, completely different to what we did the years before, and I think it's all sort of worked for us really.
Going back a few years, we just had a chat with Ethan about his starting out when you picked him up when he was 6 years old. You know, the team wasn't the size that we're seeing now those years ago. How supportive has the ROTAX ladder been in growing the team and the business?
Yeah, massively. I mean, when Ethan started, like you said, I think he was 6, might have even been 5. And we were a lot smaller than this, just doing the club events. And then we just obviously tried to grow it and at the point we are now.
And the success you've had this year, you know, wins in the British Kart Championships with Antrobus and Oman. You just missed out on the title with Austin as well in Micromax. What's next?
Hopefully a little bit better next year. Hopefully one step further. If we can win the British, that's the goal. That was the goal this year. Obviously I think we won the most races in juniors, but a few penalties in some of the other ones cost us. Same with Austin. I think he had the most podiums, but again, a couple of penalties cost us. So I think the goal next year is to win the British.
And how good is it as well to have an event such as the ROTAX Grand Festival in the UK as well? First time it's come to these shores.
Yeah, really good. For a lot of ours that didn't do Europe this year, I think we had 5 or 6 that did. The ones that didn't, for them to experience sort of a European sort of event, I think it's good for them.
Well, thanks for your time, Sam. It's been I know you're very busy getting the next class out on circuit, and have a good weekend.
Thank you very much.
Great to catch up with Ethan Jeff Hall, the new FIA karting world champion, and Matthew Higgins, who was part of that 1, 2, 3 podium in the senior category. The big question now, who will be the next driver to come from these British Kart Championships and ROTAX Grand Festival grids and be at the head of the field in karting in the future? We can't wait to find out.
Hello and welcome to the 2024 ROTAX Grand Festival. On behalf of Jag ROTAX and Motorsport UK, I'd like to welcome you all to the Grand Festival being held for the very first time on UK shores. This is the 3rd biggest ROTAX event in Europe this year, behind only the Grand Finals and the International Trophy. And it is the last chance for any of these drivers to qualify for the biggest party in world karting, the ROTAX Grand Finals in Sarno. Britain has one of the proudest records in the ROTAX Grand Finals. We are the reigning Micromax champions, the reigning Minimax champions, and the reigning Junior Max champions. We've also won a number of senior titles as well as DD2. The fact that we only have 90 drivers here is actually because our British ROTAX drivers are the best in the world, and quite frankly, we've scared off the competition. So that is a huge congratulations to you all already. You are the envy of the ROTAX world. It does mean, however, that Team UK has more pressure on it in the Grand Finals than any other nation. This British Championship is a training ground for the very, very best. And it's no surprise that both current CIK FIA World Karting Championships got their start in ROTAX racing. So, on behalf of Motorsport UK, Jag ROTAX, Karting North East at Warden Law, a wonderful venue for this, I would like to say good luck, may the best driver win, and let's show the rest of the ROTAX world what Britain is made of.
Fantastic stuff. Welcome back to live coverage, live pictures here at Karting North East at Warden Law, just outside Sunderland, for the ROTAX Max Challenge Grand Festival. Henry Beaudette, we're going into the final round of heats here today. This is when it gets serious.
Yep, and speaking of serious, look into the eyes of Luke Millward. He knows that he has a task on his hand, one poor result, one very good result. Well, where did he finish in the second heat? 8th and 5th, so 2 average results there. So what is going through his mind? He'll be given, you know, his mechanic will have given him, his dad Joe will have given him some advice. The team will have told him what they expect, what he needs to do. He'll know what his tyre pressures are, whether they're going to be good at the start or whether they're going to come in. He'll know how the kart is going to handle things like that. He waits and watches. It's the first time, I believe, in his career he has raced with the #1 plate, because it's his first official Motorsport UK British title. Does that add any pressure? How does that affect a driver's mindset? There is his teammate, Lucian Smith, the driver who Luke is trying to help get to the Grand Finals. And Lucian Smith, an excellent interview. At the end of the last Micromax race, Lucian Smith and Maximilian Eberhardt spoke wonderfully. Lucian doing a bit of free PR for ROTAX by saying it's all about driving skills because the engines are so equal. That's music to ROTAX's ears. And Maximilian Eberhardt said, I love racing with Di Eberhardt. He's a great driver, races really, really well. Excellent work from the youngest members of the ROTAX family. But my talking, is about to finish for a little bit. Let's hand it over to the drivers. They wait to be given the starting signal. Micromax Heat 3 up next.
Two heats down, one to go for Micromax. Let's take you through the grid for race 9 in our programme here today. On pole position, the #2 of Austin Oman, alongside on the front row, his title rival for the British Championship, the #1 of Luke Millward. Josh Huschke and Lucian Smith form up row #2. Smith won heat #2. Albert Farrow and Dax Farrow will be looking for good starts from row 3. Can both of the Farrows get through the first lap clean? Arthur Farrow starts on row 4. He's joined by Alfie Mayer.
On row #5, Sebastian Crawford and Benedictus Masiokas. I think Crawford, though, just had a quick spin on the outlap. Harris Barber and Maximilian Eberhardt are next. Then it's Carter Jackson and Dian Pahal. Dian, last race, went from 14th to 3rd. Looking at who was the driver that
I think it was Crawford.
Yes.
He's a hunter.
He should get back into position, has he? I'm not sure he has. He will have no time because the lights are out. We are off and racing here at Warden Law once again for the final time here today in Micromax, and it's Austin Oman. Helmet has now been fixed and he is off at the races in the lead with Luke Millward into P2.
There's a bit of a moment there for Harris Barber. I think the front wheels are up in the air for a moment, but Harris Barber is still in this race, fallen down to 14th place out of the Senna S for the first time in this one. A little bit wide there for Lucian Smith with the green details on his neck guard there. Will fall down to around 6th place, down into Gasworks for the first time. It's been a good start for Oman up in the lead. That down the inside was Lucian Smith getting past the #5 of Arthur Farrow. Very glad to say that at this moment, I think both of the Farrow brothers have got through the first lap. Around the final corner. Now they've got through the first lap.
I'm going to use the N word. They negotiated lap #1 in the background. That's James Fitzhugh having a heart attack, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go then. It's Oman from Millward. Then a gap back to Huschke. And the leading Farrow brother was actually younger of the two Farrows. Albert Farrow. And new leader, it's Luke Millward.
Good move there from Luke Millward, starting this race quickly again. Can he keep this form going? We saw this in the second heat from the new British champion, crowned 2 weeks ago, but then he fell back in the second half of the race to finish P5. Good start as well for Josh Huschke. Huschke currently sitting in 2nd place in the intermediate classification. Remember, the results from this race and the 2 heats prior, all the points combined, will form the grid for the super heat tomorrow morning at 11 o'clock, where there will be double points. All the points will carry over from today into that super heat. So it'll be the results from the 4 races that set the grid for the all-important final on Sunday afternoon. But this race right now, drivers will know a good one here. They're going to elevate their chances ahead of that superheat tomorrow.
Yes, and there's the battle. There is the number 42 of Albert Farrow, still in front of the KR Sport number 7 of Lucian Smith, with the zip cart, the factory zip cart, number 18, the man in black, Benedictus Masiokas, in 6th position. Then it's Arthur Farrow. Here comes Lucian Smith, and move done up at Gasworks. Now, Dian Pahal is still in 10th position, just in front of Zach Dax Farah. Alfie Mayer running in 9th position. Maximilian Abrahart is up into 8th position. Carter Jackson, Harris Barber and Sebastian Crawford round out the field. We've got a new leader. His name is Austin Oman.
Yeah, really good run for Austin out of Paddock corner. Got the slipstream off the back of the number 2 and easily made the move, relatively easily made the move into the first turn. This is a key phase of the race now, I feel, for Luke Millward. Henry, because it was around this point in the second heat where we just started to see the new British champions start to fall back in the order. They've got about 0.8 of a second over the chasing duo of Huschka and Smith. Millward electing to just stay there in second place. Meanwhile, his teammate is down the inside of Huschka and has got 3rd place.
Good move. This class is turning into... Oh, dear, I'm going to upset a load of people now. This is turning into a bit of a Sam Pollitt Racing KR Sport benefit. They're annexing the top 4 positions at the moment, with the Dan Holland Racing number 42 of Albert Farrow next. Then it's the Zip Factory driver Benedictus Masiokas. The leading Strawberry driver is Alfie Mayer in 9th, and Harris Barber for Thule Motorsport, and has Harris Barber moved across for Strawberry? Oh,
Abrahart.
Abrahart in the barriers, and let's have a look. The front wheels look like they're still pointing in the right direction. No, the engine stopped. He's going to say, no, can I get back on? He's going to have a row with the marshal now. Wouldn't do that. I have to say, I can see the marshal out of the control box window walking off, and Abrahart is still trying to plead his case. But the marshals, when a driver is out of their car, when the marshal is now rushing back across a live race circuit, because now the marshal's job, first of all, get the driver to safety, then go back and get the cart out of the way so that the track is clear. You can see the yellow lights flashing. There is said marshal. Well done again, moving the cart out of harm's way. I am thinking that maybe Maximilian was saying, the cart's working, can I push it back on? I don't know, the marshals do, they do have training into how to speak to very sort of amped up drivers that might be angry, sad, upset. I mean, the one thing that a marshal is not going to encounter during a race is a happy driver. So there are ways to speak. I mean, and I think the drivers should also be given training on how to speak to the marshals, because they're angry, upset, etc., etc. They haven't finished a race. The marshals are just there for their safety. So I think that could be something that we look at in, because the marshals are just there to help. They're there to help and keep everyone safe. And, here we got battle for the race lead. And they're also there, they love some good racing. And they've got some good racing to watch now. We got a 3-cart, making a 4-cart battle for the lead. SPR versus KR.
Really good timed move, really good timing on the move there from Luke Millward. I think he sensed that his teammate Lucian Smith had closed the gap down. So elected to go for the lead a little bit earlier than perhaps is normal. Owen's going to respond with a move of his own down the inside into Gasworks, and for Millward, he now finds himself in 3rd. Brilliant reading of the situation by Lucian Smith. Lucian Smith up to P2, trying to get Austin Owen off the racing line. Points forward to say, yeah, let's work together. That'll have been to his teammate behind Luke Millward, and keep an eye out for Josh Huschka as well there in 4th. Strongest performance so far that we've seen in 2024 from Josh Huschka. I think back to Kim Bolton. That really good drive that he had there, and another driver who it just feels like in the second half of the season he's kicked up a gear. It's really nice to see them competing for race victories.
Yes, indeed. But again, it's one of those things. I mean, looking at Huska, you know, won the pre-final, second in the final at Kim Bolton. He says, looking at Andrew Mather's incredible sets of notes, and then was getting a little bit close for comfort there. Oman versus Smith. That happened in the earlier race, and Oman was making sure that he did not get pushed out wide again there. So it is Millward and Smith in a Sam Pollitt Racing sandwich at the moment at the front of the field. And Austin Oman, 2.5 minutes to go. Nothing to choose in the top 4. A little bit further back, Albert Farrow is 2 seconds behind this battle in 5th, followed by his brother Arthur. Alfie Mayer is next. Dian Pahal is up into 8th, followed by Masiokas, Barber, Farah, Jackson, Crawford and Abrahart. The point standings as they run, Austin Oman would have 4 points, Josh Hushka would have 12, Luke Millward 15, then it would be Albert Farrow with, I think it would be it would be Arthur Farrow with 16, then Lucian Smith, Dian Pahal would be 6th, Albert Farrow would be up to 7th in points, Abrahart would fall to 8th, Mayer would be 9th and Farah 10th. That is the point standings as they run.
1.5 minutes to go then. Dian Pahal, new fastest driver out on circuit with that 55.03. Going to stick with this great battle between the two SPRs and the two KR Sport drivers. At the moment it would be an all Sam Pollitt Racing front row for the Superheat tomorrow, but here comes Melbourne down the inside. Bit too much speed though. Oman cuts back, retakes it. Here comes Lucian Smith now on the inside with his teammates side by side into the chicane.
Whoa.
Still side by side out of it. Brilliant stuff from Lucian Smith through into second place. Is Josh Hushka now going to have a go into Gasworks? No, not on this occasion. For Austin Owen, this is a good chance to break away. The gap was 0.4 of a second. It's grown a bit, but here back comes Lucian Smith, another driver who, like Hushka, has really stepped it up a notch in the second half of 2024. There's more gesturing going on between the drivers. They've got 2 laps to sort out this dominant position at the moment for Austin Owen.
More hand gestures there than in a sign language conference. Because, well, Smith had one hand off the wheel as I thought he was going to hang back and try and push Mill, but no, he thought, no, we're going to go round the outside at a chicane. Millwood was like, what was all that about? Then Lucian Smith's giving him the signal, oh dear, that is
Masiokas.
Benedictus Masiokas out of the race. Yes. They managed to sort it out eventually. Austin Oman's lead is 0.3 of a second. The clock has struck 0. Next time around, it'll be the last lap. Arthur Farrow has now got in front of his brother Albert Farrow, as has Alfie Mayer, Dian Pahal. So we got a 4-kart battle for 1st, 2nd, 3rd and 4th, and another 4-kart battle for 5th, 6th, 7th and 8th as we start the last lap. Lucian Smith has got his head down and is pushing on.
Good work here from Lucian Smith. It's not completely out of it. As you can see, he's closing in on the race leader. Austin Owen can know at this stage, though, he doesn't need to win this race. He's got an 8-point advantage over Josh Hushka in the final. Well, sorry, in the current intermediate classification. The final, I see, will be tomorrow after the Superheat. Is this going to be your pole sitter for that Superheat tomorrow? That realistically is going to be the last chance for Smith to get alongside. What a run today, what a day for Austin Oman, back after the disappointment of 2 weeks ago at Wilton Mill. Austin Oman will finish the heats in 1st place. A brilliant set of results for the Sam Pollitt Racing driver in number 2. 8 points the gap over Josh Hushka, who finishes 4th in that race. It will be an all SPR front row for tomorrow's Superheat.
And of course, running the Micromax and Minimax part of the Sam Pollitt Racing awning this weekend, Super Teddy Pritchard Williams. He may be threatening to retire, or have threatened to retire, but he is proving that he does know what he's talking about there with Sam Pollock Racing. His drivers, not Sam Pollock, but Sam's concentrating on the other half of the ordering. Teddy running the micro mini part. They've only got an annex to the front row of the grid.
Really good work
yes.
for SPR. So Owen from Smith, Millwood, Hushka, and then the two Pharaohs, and others, of course, 7th down, leave the IC looking like this. Owen from Hushka, Pharaoh. There's your provisional result from Heat 3. As mentioned, the top 6. Dean Pahal P7.
Yep, we'll do results, then standings. Harris Barber, Alfie May 8th, Harris Barber 9th, then Sebastian Crawford, Dax Farah, Carter Jackson. So Carter Jackson finishes as the lead privateer in that race. And look at the autumnal leaves there, you know, the sun is setting. Well, there's not been any sun today, but yes, the leaves are beginning to fall and the dice are falling into place for the point standings, Andrew.
I say the point standings look like this after 3 heats. Oman on 4, Hushka 12, Pharaoh 15. That's going to be Arthur Pharaoh with the better results of the two brothers. So quite a good recovery there from Arthur Pharaoh, considering the dramas of later on or earlier on today. Luke Millwood P4 on 16, Lucius Smith on 17 points, as was Dean Pahal, so that'll be your 3rd row of the grid. Albert Pharaoh on the 4th row of the grid with Maximilian Aberhart. Farah and Mayer will also be in the top 10. Are you about to say a word?
I'm about to say I feel like I'm watching the start of Country File on Saturday night there. And this is Cedra, who is she's concentrating on horse racing, greyhound racing as well. She's only got more horsepower to deal with this weekend. But if you can just listen, you can almost hear the wildlife tweeting and fluttering away in the northeasterly breeze here. And yes, very art. That's what we do, ladies and gentlemen. Art. Nicole, speak to a driver, please. Thank you.
With the number 1 plate then of Luke Millwood. Luke, thoughts on that race then?
Not very good, to be fair. Just teammates fighting and then we're losing out, so hopefully we can fix that, even though I thought I needed the points since I had a bad 8th position at the start of the day.
And you've got a ticket already. You won that at the British Kart Championships. So how come you've decided to come to Warden Law and race in the Grand Festival?
Try and get my teammate a ticket, that was the main objective, but I want to get the E Plate myself, so hopefully 1st and 2nd.
So maybe by the end of this weekend you'll have a number 1 and an E to potentially stick on your kart?
Hopefully.
And your thoughts on the rest of this weekend then? What are you expecting to happen in the racing?
All I'm just going to do is I'm going to try and get to the front, but looks like we aren't too far back, but we have no clue where we're starting, so hopefully it's 5 or above.
And this race then, of course, is a one-off event, very special, very spectacular. But recently you won the British Kart Championships. What's life been like since being a British champion?
It's been good. It's not been much different because your friends don't treat you much different. But when you come to a karting track, it's always that you're 1 step ahead.
1 step ahead indeed. Thanks, Luke. We'll head back around Parc Fermé. We've got a little bit more time to catch up with some other drivers, see who we can find. There's Austin Oman here. Austin, spoke to you earlier on after a heat win. How was that 3rd one?
Good. It puts us 3rd for the super heat. And so we have good positions to start.
Good positions and good confidence, do you reckon?
Yeah.
Okay then, so one more question for you. Are you still enjoying the Kart Republic as much as you were earlier on?
Yeah.
Great to hear from you then, Austin. We'll throw up to the box to hear some words about ROTAX, what they do, who they are.
Why do you come here? Is this your career?
Or is it all about fun? A chance to get away and leave it all behind?
Or do you chase your personal best? Challenging yourself over and over again? Why do
maybe you're here to collect moments. Good ones. And not so good ones.
Where you can't afford mistakes because you want that victory. It's all about this one moment when the hard work finally pays off.
This is the place that brings us closer to the people who share our story. Whoever we are.
Whatever we're here for. Racing is who we are.
Welcome back, everybody, to Karting Northeast. Warden Law, we're getting ready for the third and final heat of the day at this 2024 ROTAX Grand Festival for Minimax. They have had two fantastic races so far today. The big question, though, is can anybody stop the dominance of Albie Friend? Luca Holmes-Ballock there on your screen starts immediately behind Albie Friend on the pole side of the grid. Emerson McAnder-Uren there. Focused on getting another good result. We'll start this race from the inside of row number 4.
Yes, indeed. There, the look inside the eyes of Emerson McAnder-Uren. Here we go with Minimax Heat 3.
Let's go through the grid of 26 drivers. Albie Friend starts on pole position, is joined on the front row by Tom Reed, Luca Holmes-Ballock and Jensen Chalk on row 2, Fraser Anderson and Joshua Cook on row 3, Emerson McAnder-Uren and Harry Taylor on row 4.
Row number 5, Benjamin Lawn and Max Gilman. Row 6, Jack Collinson and Ollie Thompson. Row 7 is Edward Haynes and Hasnain Khan. Row 8, Riley Murrow and Sebastian Clark.
9th row of the grid, Alex Goodson and Sebastian Behrman, who's moved up to Minimax for this weekend. Harry Radcliffe and Cody Lepaterel on row number 10. Max Jolly, another driver moving up to this level, starts on row 11 alongside Soren Gallagher. Achille Giannone and Amelie Davey on row 12. Miles Burton and Oliver Spencer start on row 13.
Yes, now let's have a little look. We're into the tram lines. Can anybody take the fight to Albie Friend at the moment? Let's find out. The lights are out. We are off and racing. Friend into turn number 1. Holmes-Ballock and Reed side by side for second. Luca Holmes-Ballock almost to the inside of Albie Friend. Look at that phalanx of Strawberry Racing carts sitting right behind the Synergy factory driver of Luca Holmes-Ballock. It's Jensen Chalk up into 3rd position. 4th is Emerson McAnder-Uren. Looking back further back, that's Harry Taylor in 5th. Great start for Benjamin Lawn, who had a good performance when he's the driver in the black race suit and the orange sleeves on it. Further back, the rest of the field plunge through Gasworks hairpin and out into the horseshoe.
So, Albie Friend does not need to win this race to start on pole position.
Sorry.
The Super Heat tomorrow. That looked a bit close.
That was Miles Burton starting from the back of the grid, gaining places and then losing a couple.
Indeed. So, I think, well, in the end, no net loss or gain for Miles Burton at the end of the first lap. Good start as well for Riley Murrow out there a little bit further back in 10th place now, but a gain of 5.
Better start for Oliver Spencer from the back, from very stone last, from 26th to 17th on the opening lap. Now, this is a sight unfamiliar to viewers today. It's a shot of Albie Friend with his rivals in the same frame.
Is indeed. Well, again, is he just taking care of things, knowing he doesn't need to push too hard? He's got an 11-point advantage in the intermediate classification on the live scores. That driver he has the advantage over. He's going for a move down the inside of Jensen Chalk for third place. That's going to get close. But Emerson McAndrew sweeps through. He's followed through by his Dan Holland Racing teammate Harry Taylor, who's up to fourth. Once again, we've often seen it with these mini drivers in the British Championships this year. They are brave, they are fierce out on circuit. They're guaranteed to deliver our entertainment out on track.
I want to take a quick moment to talk about Benjamin Lawn. Looking at your encyclopedia of results this year, Benjamin Lawn is not, with all due respect, Benjamin Lawn, not a name that we are used to calling in the lead battle.
Not in the lead battle, but when I've had the pleasure of watching Benjamin race, in previous at this level. When he gets in the zone, though, my goodness me, I really rate this driver in terms of his tenacity and ability to overtake.
Yes.
He's one of those drivers who just needs to find himself in the Goldilocks zone, and then it just all comes together. Maybe that's happening here this weekend. Drivers sometimes, when they come into a new class or as you say, a new level, it takes them a bit of time to find their feet.
Yeah. Now, he did start the season with Coles Racing.
Yes.
He's moved across to Synergy, so you say the Goldilocks zone. Maybe Mike Spencer has, how do we say, sort of, caressed it into it? No, beaten it into it. No. HR and not, no, I'm lying. But yeah, sometimes a change of scenery can really help a driver. Mike Spencer with the rest of the team. Obviously, they got good kit. Finley Lyons has been winning a lot on this year. Luca Holmes-Balak as well. And Oliver Spencer up into P14 now with the new fastest lap of the race. But yeah, Albie Friend is keeping everyone at arm's length. So this is a hard thing for a driver to do. Look, he's been told to look after his kit. Right, okay, I'm going to look after my kit. So I'm not going to drive as fast as I possibly can. But if I ease off too much, then I'm going to be drawn into a battle. And then I'm going to have to use my kit up because I'm going to be defending and scrambling around the place. So here's Tom Reed under pressure into Gasworks. And there is the number 191 of Jack Collinson, gaining 2 places for the price of 1. Riley Murrow was the other driver in that there. And speaking of Riley Murrow, he's down to 8th position. What does his mechanic have to say about it? Nicole Sutherland, take it away.
I'm trackside then with 2019 Minimax British champion Archie Kitching, who is Riley Murrow's mechanic. Archie, how much of a chance do you reckon Riley's got of winning a ticket this weekend?
Yeah, good chance. We're getting there now in the new car, but a few more good results and we should be there.
Great to hear from you, Archie. Back up to the box.
Thank you very much, Nicole. Really big scrap out there on circuit between the two DHRs and Luca Holmes-Balak that's emerged with the number 6 seed from this year's British Championships in the lead.
Jensen.
That was a bold one from Jensen Chalk down the inside, looking to return to the Grand Finals. Gets past Emerson McAndrew and up into 4th place. Once again, Albie Friend, he has been doing a taking care of the materials job right now, and I think the rest of the field kind of know that if Friend is threatened, he will turn up the turbo again.
Well, I was going to say his rivals are assisting Albie Friend because this is a great battle. But I have to say that the defence up at the front started doing a good battle between Taylor. We saw while we were speaking to Nicole was speaking to Archie Kitching, former Minimax British kart champion. We did see we saw Harry Taylor put on a bit of a move on his team. Oh dear, Edward Haynes in the sky, and that's Tom Reed in the grass. The farmer's in the grass, and Haynes carries on. Unbelievable, Jeff. That was the headline from the last lap of the World Championship. Unbelievable, Jeff. But that could have been nasty. Everybody carries on.
I think Riley Murrow was involved in all of that. Benjamin Lawn as well. So that bright start for Benjamin Lawn has come to nothing in terms of a strong result. Warning flag for the number 6 of Luca Holmes-Balak there on more problems for Harry Radcliffe.
I wonder if we can take a look back at that incident, because it kind of happened rather suddenly. We want to just make sure that everyone is okay first of all. Now, there's no issue on the track, but the drivers there's Benjamin Lawn walking away. He is holding his lower arm, so he's walking away. He might have had a tweak. Let's have a little look back if we can. Here we go. It was all getting a little bit feisty. Lawn is on the outside line. He's side by side with Reed, and it was Reed and the Sam Pollock
of Riley
Murrow that sort of got involved, and then of course that created a concertina effect, and sort of Haynes, sort of Lawn slowed down very suddenly in the middle of the corner, and Haynes just went over the top of him. So we hope Benjamin Lawn is okay. He's walked away to the marshal post, but arm is probably a little bit sore. Obviously Tom Reed is not going any further either. That's a real bit of misfortune for Tom Reed, because that drops him down to 10th in the points standings. Now, he could still, ironically, move up a position or two if Jack Collinson, who is currently 7th, if Collinson loses a place or two, that would elevate Reed, even though Reed is out of the race. Meanwhile, speaking of the race for second is still on, and look at Oliver Spencer. Spencer, from 26th on the grid, is now up into 4th position.
It's been a tremendous drive, this, from Oliver Spencer. He really seems to have reinvigorated his season. Hadn't been on the podium before the very final round of the British Championship 2 weeks ago, but has continued the race form. Yeah, had a bit of an unfortunate moment earlier on this morning. Was underweight in qualifying. That's why he's had to start these heats from the very back, but he's charged through now and is continuing on. 50 seconds of this one to go. He's about 2 seconds off the back of Luca Holmes-Ballock, so he's going to need some form of battle between Macandrew Uren and Holmes-Ballock ahead to get involved. But again, around this circuit, we were talking about the flow that this circuit has. Just as easy as you can find yourself in the rhythm round Warden Law, you can lose it, particularly if you're in a fight side by side.
Yes, indeed. Hello to Bethany Freeman on the live chat. Please, keep the comments coming in. It's a nice, relaxing day. It's a nice day with longer races. Only the 4 classes. Oh, Chalk and Collinson. That's 1-0 Latvia against England. Going through there. Mummy Chalk's not here this weekend.
No.
Mummy Chalk had some very choice words to say about Bicester. She went shopping. I think she would rather come to Sunderland. We've got shopping. There's plenty of shopping centres up here in up north. Here we go. This is really what a race, says Cyrus. Yes, well, it's not over yet. Well, it is in terms of the race win. Albie Friend, 3.8 seconds up the road. Emerson McAndrew Uren is quite clear of Luca Holmes-Ballock. Well, not that close. They're quite close together. And you're looking back, so this battle we're watching, this is for 4th place, and it's 7 seconds behind the race leader, Edward Haynes, that MLC. Well, got to say, all credit to Lee Murray and the team at MLC Motorsports. They build a sturdy wagon.
They do indeed. Final lap board is out. Friend is on to the 13th lap of this one. This is the fight for 5th place. Taylor versus Collinson, with Jensen Chalk waiting in the wings to pick up anything out of this one. As you mentioned, Henry, Edward Haynes and Joshua Cook not too far. This has been a good run for Joshua Cook in the top 10 once again. As down the inside looks Collinson, trying to wedge open the door. Here comes Chalk. Has gone on the outside now. That's going to be a difficult position, but we've seen drivers be able to overtake in Minimax around there. I think the difference this weekend, I say the last time we were here, it was the height of the British summer, which lasted all of about a week. There's not as much grip on the outside of the exit of the Senna S this time.
Yes, indeed. And Once again, a familiar sight for Albie Friend, and there goes Collinson to the inside on Taylor. Wow, well, there's a move. Jack Collinson. Take a bow, son. You know, you've got to be tough when you live in Hartlepool. And there is a familiar sight. Albie Friend taking the checker flag first. George Friend's going to be absolutely unbearable. He's 3 wins out of 3. Today, Emerson McCann, and in every single race he has been, I mean, you know, in a class of his own.
Well, 2 weeks ago, he had the British Championship pretty much sewn up before we got going. You know, sometimes drivers take it a little bit easier. Not Albie Friend. He took on the competition and won that final round once more. And you know, I think there's almost a bit of a similar vibe here. You know, he doesn't need to race this weekend. He's already got his ticket through to the Grand Finals, but he just wants to keep racing. He wants to keep the form at the domination and ever learning every time he's out on circuit.
Peace and serenity falls upon karting Northeast. The last vestiges of a British summer. The green grass of home. It's Emerson McAndrew Uran following Albert Friend home. Luca Holmes Paddock in 3rd. Oliver Spencer in 4th. 22 places gained this race for Oliver Spencer. He's passed more drivers than any other today. Jack Collinson in 5th ahead of Jensen Chalk, Harry Taylor, then the flying Edward Haynes, Joshua Cook, Max Gilman, Sebastian Clark, Max Jolly, another driver moving up from micro to mini, finishing in 12th place, Alex Goodson, and leading privateer home, Fraser Anderson.
Good work there from Anderson in P14. Sebastian Behrman, another one of the drivers who stepped up to minis this weekend, P15. Riley Murrow, after that scary moment through the chicane, got into 16th place. Hasnain Khan, P17, ahead of Ollie Thompson, Achille Giannone, and Miles Burton in the top 20. Cody Lepaterel, Soren Gallagher, Amelie Davey, and Harry Radcliffe, the last of the 24 finishers. 2 retirements in that one. Again, in that moment through the chicane, Benjamin Lawn and Tom Reed. Quick rundown of the points in the intermediate classification. Friend, a perfect 0 through today. He'll be joined by Emerson McAndrew Uran on the front row of the grid for the Superheat at, I want to say, around 11:20 tomorrow morning. For that one. Second row of the grid will be Jensen Chalk and Alex Goodson, 16 and 24 points respectively. Oliver Spencer goes from the back of the grid today in the heat. We'll be on the 3rd row for the Superheat tomorrow alongside Max Gilman.
Excellent. Now, look at this. Look at the wildlife. Now, it's Silflay Hour. Are you familiar with the works of Richard Adams and Watership Down?
I am a little bit.
This is Evening Silflay, and that's Flayra.
There you go.
Watership Down. Bright eyes burning like fire. Bright eyes. Nicole, stop me singing. Please speak to a driver. How can you close and fade? How can a light that burns so brightly?
With Luca Holmes Ballack then, Luca 3rd in that race. A DNF earlier on. Can you tell me a little bit about how you've been getting on and that DNF?
Yeah, the DNF, my engine wouldn't start. It's just a mechanical problem. Those things happen. Second heat was just a bit of a bummer. So those things happens too. Third heat was good. I just need to be quite consistent because I had 2 bad heats, so I might be in the top 15 if
And where this is quite a technical track, all the corners come at you quite quickly. Do you think that on-track consistency plays a big part in your performance?
Yeah, probably, yeah.
And we've seen so far some strong performances by your competitors. Albie has kind of run away with every heat so far, but do you reckon, you know, later on in the weekend you can catch up and give him a run for his money?
Yeah, hopefully.
And what do you think it will take to do that? What do you think you've got to do to try and catch up?
Just be nice and confident, don't overthink it, and yeah.
Great to hear from you, Luca. We'll catch up with you later on. Got a little bit more time then. We'll head through Parc Fermé. At the corner of my eye, I can see Max Jolly. Max, I know, had a really difficult qualifying. He said to me he just wasn't happy with the kart setup. He had no grip. Max will catch up with you quickly. He's just putting a tyre onto the tyre spike so that it can go back into the bay. Max, from qualifying into the heats, you know, you've improved things, you picked up the pace. Can you tell me a little bit about that?
Yeah, so quali wasn't the best. Some of it was the kart, some of it was me. But in the first heat, I got 10th or 11th, so I'm happy with that. Second heat, I just wasn't being aggressive and racing that hard. But in that other one, I was racing hard and I got P12, I think.
And this race, you know, it's a one-off event and the prizes on the line are pretty special. Do you actually think it's more pressure, there being a ticket on the line, or do you think it's more exciting and you drive better?
Some of it, it's a 50-50 because some of it's pressure and some of it's exciting.
Great to hear from you, Max. Good luck for the rest of the weekend. We'll head up then before the next race to hear some more words from ROTAX.
Two more races to go then here today at Warden Law for the first day of racing for the 2024 ROTAX Grand Festival. The penultimate race of the day will be the third and final heat for the Junior Max category. Once again, Henry Beaudette, we're about to find out who's going to be on pole position for one of those super heats tomorrow.
Yes, indeed. This fight for the title is, or for pole position for the super heat, is a lot tighter than in Minimax. There is Scott Marsh getting, and you look at that, you think, oh, okay, race suits, for example. You can see there, that's the homologation for the race suits. I will say this now. Every person in karting will have been contacted by certain racewear companies going, we offer good products for our thing.
Daily.
And daily. They are not homologated. Do not be fooled. You need to see the CIK standards. Here we go. Junior ROTAX, race 3. Right then, here we go. Your starting lineup. Jared Fox-Whiteley will lead. Heat 1 winner Kai Veach to the line. In heat number 3, Albie Lapper and William Archer go from row number 2. Daniel Minto and Scott Marsh go from row 3 with Kai Clark and Joshua Smith on row number 4.
Jacob Woods and Charlie Wolfett go from the 5th row of the grid, ahead of Jack Thompson and Cole Denham on row 6. Noah Barham and Joe Anderson go from the mid-pack on row 7. Lewis Goff and Isabella Stansmore-Wilson are on row 8.
Addison Smith and Archie Lovett are up next, with Alfie McBain and Stanley Clark rounding out your top 20. Samir Paul and Riley Sims-Ezard are next, with Rory Armstrong and Louis Radcliffe rounding out the field. Here we go again. This is, can Jared Fox-Whiteley capitalise and turn qualifying pace into race pace? The lights are out, we're off and racing. He gets squeezed to the inside. It's a good start from Kai Veach. Oh, they're braking, they're all running wide at Brian's Bend. At the back of the field, carts go off now. Who has capitalised? Because there's going to be some huge movers and shakers in this one. There's still carts going over the gravel area outside of the dog leg, and as they come back into view, Kai Clark leads this race.
Kai Clark started on the 4th row of the grid, but has found a way through everything that was going on there, through the first couple of corners to lead this one, but for how much longer? Because he's got one of the MLCs all over the rear bumper. It's the number 95 of Charlie Wolfett. Wolfett, who had a disaster earlier on today, has got an opportunity to turn his weekend around at this stage. Wolfett started on the 5th row.
Wolfett start 10th on the outside row of the grid. Now, who's Kai Veach, Cole Denham are dropping down the order. Archie Lovett has not come round. He has retired. Stanley Clark has been held up. Denham is only 22nd. Veach is only 20th. And there's a move. Charlie Wolfett passes Kai Clark for the lead. MLC Motorsport lead this race.
Near move there from Albie Lapper, trying to get past Clark for second place, but found himself once again on the driver's left-hand side, coming out of the centre S where there's not a lot of grip at all. That's all getting a little bit close as well. The number 28 of Daniel Minto's in the middle of it. The 15 of Joshua Smith. Also, I think Scott Marsh
No, it was
has
Albie
hold
Lapper.
himself. Well, Albie Lapper's lost places. Scott Marsh just got away with things there. He's still in third place. Joshua Smith's in the dirt. Running out of Paddock Bend, has gone over to driver's right, just looking to try and clean his tyres up a little bit. Now has to deal with his teammate, Jared Fox-Whiteley, who again has had problems in the early stages of one of these heats. He started in pole position, he's now in 10th.
Yes, and there is Isabella Stanmore Wilson going out, and there's Scott Marsh going for a move on Kai Clark, and hooks his nose cone coming out of that move. So as Clark went, all this looks unpleasant. Somehow they all get through. And out onto Gasworks hairpin, but there's an awful lot of defending going on, and Daniel Minto has turned it around. I'm not sure if that was a solo performance or whether it was a duo.
Yeah, I think he may have had a bit of assistance there in terms of going round, whether it was a gravity effect or something else. I'm sure we'll find out in due course. 51.78 seconds from the race leader.
The gravitational pull or the plastic push.
Lapper.
No! Lapper's out. Lapper is not out. He's looking down. Oh dear. We won't say what had gone wrong, but certainly he thought something had necessitated a trip onto the grass. It wasn't, so obviously something went wrong, but he seems to be back in the race. There's a move. That is Jack Thompson briefly up into second place, now settling for third with Scott Marsh. Jack is not an eligible driver for the Grand Finals. He's too old, but up at the front, Charlie Wolfett has done an Albie friend and checked out.
I see a little hand there from Kai Clark. That's because the number 77 is under investigation. So Kai Clark's position in this race has got a degree of uncertainty over it. Rory Armstrong is up to 12th place in the back of the grid. Is now the fastest driver of them all out on track. It's not quite gone in the way I thought it would, but a couple of people have asked me at the start of the weekend, Andrew, who's your tip for Junior this weekend? It's like, obviously, there's some obvious ones like a Scott Marsh.
Obviously.
But apart from that, it is a very, very open category as round goes Marsh. Marsh with Woods there. Marsh gets going again. Well, we just said he was the obvious one in the field, but if there's moments like that for the former Grand Finals champion, this is why this ticket competition is wide open in Junior Max here this weekend. Marsh goes down. Where has he ended up here with after that moment? He's down in 15th. He's down in 15th place.
I'll say it for the second time. I think a group conference call with the junior ROTAX competitors is before the superheat tomorrow is probably a wise thing, because yes, there is a big prize, two big prizes at the end of this event, but drivers are, well, I'll say it, I'll tell you what, sorry Dan Park, I'll say it, drivers are defending way too early, and they're not doing what British drivers do best, and that is proof they're the best in the world in ROTAX racing. I'll take the flak, but I'm only reflecting on what we're watching. We have seen way too many incidents. All these drivers, we have watched them all year, pass, repass, put on superb racing, including at this circuit in July. And okay, heat 1 was heat 2, very good. Heat 3,
scrappy. Scrappy, I think is the word I'd use to describe today. That's another moment. Kai Clark getting in with Jack Thompson there. Joshua Smith's going to try and look round the outside. Jared Fox-Whiteley, who was strong here back in the summer round for the British Championships. Plus 5 second penalty for Albie Lapper in the number 29. Well, saying all of this with Scott Marsh down in 13th, but there's a chance here that Scott Marsh, even though he's outside of the top 10 in this race, is off the road is the number 82.
Oh,
That
dear,
is Louis Radcliffe in trouble. I don't think you're going to get that one out of there, Louis. Marsh could still be on pole position for the superheat tomorrow because it's so up and down out there.
Okay, that was a good move, a good, clean move by number 23, Jared Fox-Whiteley. See, you can do it. It can be done.
3 minutes and 10 seconds to go. We've got another interview with Nicole Sutherland, who's with the new world champion.
Ooh.
I'm trackside then with Ethan Jeff Hall. Ethan, what have you thought of the junior ROTAX racing so far?
It's been great racing so far. Obviously, a ticket up for grabs this weekend. The racing's been carnage, but it's been great to watch, so yeah.
Thanks, Ethan. Back up to you.
Thank you very much, Nicole.
Yes, carnage, the C word, again. Yes, but, you know, I think it's safe to say, ladies and gentlemen, that apart from Charlie Wolfett, who is away at the front, the finishing order on track may not be the final finishing order once all the cameras are reviewed. We've only had, Kai Clark's under investigation and he's had a warning flag. The number 84 kart of Jacob Woods is under investigation. Albie Lapper has had 5-second penalty, Nanny Barber's not happy with that. She said, Albie, what was Kai Clark gesticulating
I think he was gesticulating down to his engine and probably trying to communicate with his mechanic, who I believe again this weekend is Joe Bleakley.
Oh, of course, yeah. Joe's there going, I can't help you right at this moment. You just focus. We'll worry about it after the race. How does that sound, Kai? He's got the two Jack's Motorsport teammates behind him. Josh Smith, I know what was Josh Smith's problem earlier. He didn't have his Project 1 Jared Cox special race suit on. Now he has. Look at him go.
Down the inside, Fox-Whiteley for second place. He's got that one. Smith trying to wrestle his way through to take third away from Kai Clark. Less than 90 seconds of this one to go. William Archer up there in the top 5 once more. Yep. And I say,
Jack Thompson.
Yeah, he's not happy at all. Is Kai Clark, that second lap in a row.
Yeah, and Josh, you've got, tell me about it in 1 minute 6 seconds plus a lap, Kai. You just focus because currently you are in third position. Currently you are leading the standings. Now, provisional, of course. Currently, number 77, Kai Clark, will start the superheat from pole position. So currently, that's what he needs to worry about. Later, he can have a go at his mechanic. But currently, focus on the job in hand, Kai.
Scott Marsh back up to 9th place. He's closing in on the lead for Kai Clark. It's 2 points at the moment in the intermediate classification. That's what will decide who's on pole position for the superheat tomorrow. 30 seconds of this one to go. Leader over the line. So there's going to be 2 more laps for the junior category here.
Trying to tell Joe again. Joe's like, I got the message. We'll deal with it later.
Everybody watching on the broadcast at home has got the message as well. There's the battle for second place. Jared Fox-Whiteley
the number
clear
82
now.
Car, that's a lapped car. That's Louis Radcliffe. Archie Lovett has gone out. Sadly, Isabella Stanmore Wilson has also retired. Louis Radcliffe is a lap down. Kai Veach, the race 1 winner, only 20th. That drops him to 6th in the point standings. Albie Lapper is down in 18th position. That drops him to 7th in the point standings. This win elevates Charlie Wolfett, who had an average finish of 14th over the first 2 heats. This vaults him into the top 10 in 8th position. Cole Denham is recovering to 13th position, just behind Addison Smith, who's having a good run. Scott Marsh, P8.
Yeah, Scott Marsh looking like he could still be on pole position for the superheat tomorrow morning. And we are now on the last lap. Charlie Wolfett going through the centre S, through the second part of the centre S now, comfortable and clear.
Yes.
And a great recovery.
Yes, and Kai Clark has been passed by Josh Smith, and he's been passed by Jared Fox, by Josh Smith. That puts him into a tie with Scott Marsh for the points lead, but we'll talk about that later. Here is your dominant winner. for MLC Motorsport, it is Charlie Wolfett. The battle for third place comes across like Jared Fox-Whiteley. Good recovery, and we saw some good, clean passing from Fox-Whiteley in that one as well. He takes second position. Josh Smith will finish third. Kai Clark drops to fourth position. Jack Thompson, well done, Jack Thompson. He finishes in fifth position ahead of William Archer and Jacob Wood. Scott Marsh in eighth. And let's have a little look now. The post-race discussions, I mean, we normally try and keep it quiet so we hear the drivers, like a bit in the green room in Formula One. But the Formula One drivers have been told to stop swearing. And there is, sadly, Isabella Stansmore-Wilson having her cart returned to the track. I would have the bleep button ready after that one. Not for this driver. Oh, hello, come on now, Charlie. Yeah, win a race, get taken out by another driver coming into Park Ferme. Unintentionally, there we go. He looks mildly happy with that. Bit of a breather. Ooh. Well, where'd everyone else go?
I was going to say that was probably the thought in his mind of once he'd taken the lead after a slightly chaotic start, that he looked behind him and everybody had gone. Good work from MLC as well. Great to see them getting a strong result in that final race of the day for Junior Max. The next time we will see them out will be 11:40 tomorrow morning for their Superheat. There is your very much provisional results.
Yes, Wolfett from Fox-Whiteley by 3.3 seconds. Joshua Smith in third. Kai Clark fourth. Jack Thompson, William Archer, Jacob Woods, Scott Marsh, Noah Barham and Daniel Minto round out your top 10. Cole Denham recovering to 11th ahead of Lewis Goff. Rory Armstrong, great drive from the Northern Irishman. He finishes 13th ahead of Joe Anderson, Albie Lapper, Stanley Clark, 15th and 16th. Kai Veach. Poor result there for the Heat 1 winner. He finishes 17th, followed by Alfie McBain, Riley Sims-Azad, Samir Paul, Addison Smith, Louis Ratcliffe, Isabella Stansmore-Wilson and Archie Lovett. And yes, there are some ROTAX flags fluttering in the early evening breeze as Nicole Sutherland prepares to talk to our Race 3 winner in Junior ROTAX.
Down then with number 95 of Charlie Wolfett. Charlie, got you shopping and checked out there. Can you tell me about it?
Well, yeah, I just come in the first car and everyone just went wide, and I just sent it straight on the brakes, got inside, pushed Kai for like 2 or 3 laps, and then went straight down the inside of him, and just everyone was battling behind and just managed to get a really big gap.
And since the last time I saw you, you've shot up a bit. You're in juniors now instead of minis. First year in the junior ROTAX category. Can you tell me a bit about what your experience has been so far this year?
It's really hard stepping up from mini to junior. Like, it's unbelievably hard. But we're just getting there at the end of the year now, and we're really, really fast. So, yeah.
And going back to that heat win there, when you're out there by yourself, kind of driving around, you've got nobody as a reference, you've got nobody as a benchmark. How do you make sure you don't make any mistakes?
Just look at my mechanic and my driver coach, and just see what they need to tell me and what they want me to do, and yeah, just follow them.
And a ticket then for the Grand Finals, is that, you know, is it on your mind, or are you just trying to take as each race as it comes?
Just take each race as it comes. We didn't have a great last heat, so probably not going to be starting up there for the pre-final, but we'll see where we come. But yeah, always the Grand Finals ticket. It's always on my mind.
Great to speak to you then, Charlie. We've got a little bit more time to head round the paddock. Round Park Ferme, we've got Jared here. Jared, Jack's Motorsport driver. We've got Joshua Smith there as well, Joshua's kart. We had a fast lap from him this morning. He talked us through one. Jared, today, how's it been going? You've had a bit of bad luck. Can you tell me a little bit about it?
Yeah, I think the day we obviously poled it, which was a very good start, but it's just unfortunate how we just get involved in some incidents. So we got demoted back by them, but we came through in this one, got a P2 after a bad start. So yeah, it was pretty good.
Great to hear from you, Jared. We'll head up then and hear about the Grand Finals in Sarno in October, and then over to our next race.
Once more into the breach, dear friends. That's Richard III, that is. It's senior ROTAX time. Oh dear, Cardiff have lost again.
They have indeed. Last race of the day.
Yes,
if you have missed any of the races earlier on today, don't worry. You can watch them back at your leisure, including.
Where have you been?
Exactly.
What have you possibly been doing that is better than watching the 2024 ROTAX Max Challenge Grand Festival from Karting North East in Warden Law? Why?
Once you've sent your answers in, you can go and watch back the action from all 11 races that have been completed here today. As I say, we've got one more to go. Once again, we're going to find out a pole sitter for one of our superheats tomorrow, Henry.
Deacon Russell, Jack's Motorsport did an excellent job across the classes in junior and senior. Oh dear, now
what's going on there?
They're hiding. Look at that.
We can see you.
That looks like a Max Jolly. And it looks like it could be an Emerson McAndrew urine in the trees.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, let's move away from that camera shot. They're hiding from the cameraman.
Understandable.
It's understandable. All cameramen from Alpha have passed the relevant TBS checks, by the way, ladies and gentlemen. That is just, again, the camera crew, they get a rapport with the drivers, and the drivers, they love the fact that they're on camera all the time around the place. You really see their personalities develop. Yes, Max, we can see you. They're not exactly, shy and retiring around the paddock. Here we go, you and Charman. It is noticeable, however, when I go to, and you will see this as well, when we go to other nations, the young drivers in particular are far less media savvy. I mean, you get the one-word answers, yes, no, yes, no. Over here, because Alpha Live's coverage, because of the paddock shows, track talk, and all the in-between races, these drivers are far more comfortable when a microphone is involved. And that's really good news. Here we go. Last race of the day. It's Senior ROTAX Heat 3.
24 drivers heading out on circuit for this one. Kai Clark, the first of them. Deacon Russell alongside on the front row.
It's Kai Hunter. You said
Kai
Clark.
I said Kai Clark.
Again.
Kai Hunter and Deacon Russell on row 1. Louis Westover and Ewan Charman on row 2. Brandon Klein-Nagelvort and Jamie Pirelli on row 3. Archie Walker, another one of the KR drivers, on row 4 alongside Tyler Harris.
Richard Harris. Tyler Harris, yeah, Richard. Then Guy Cunnington and Jack Steadman on row number 5. Lizzie Mentier and Jack Gillingham on row 6. Benjamin Southgate and Joshua Graham, row 7. Jack Lilly and Jack Collins, row 8.
William Antrobus and Henry Gregory from row 9. Row 10, Austin Lee and Harry Bartle. Row 11, Oakley Pryor and Rachel Robertson on row 11. Row 12, Daniel Armstrong and Alex Duncan. The points as things stand: Hunter on 0, Charman on 5, Cunnington and Westover 8 and 9 respectively. We're under starters orders for 10 minutes plus 1 lap, getting ready to go for the last race of the day.
Yeah, ESC Bob, I forgive you. I'll talk to you in a minute, Bob. Here we go. Let's go racing. No, we're not.
No, we're not.
Excellent.
We can talk
now
about
I could.
that.
So I can forgive ECK Bob tomorrow, because he's going to the he's going to Mendips Raceway.
Yeah.
Now he's going to the PF Banger National Banger World Championship. That's not the Speedworth World Banger Championships. That takes place in Ipswich. Doesn't take place at Wimbledon anymore because Wimbledon's been knocked down. That's the home of the Banger World Championships. However, is it the under 2 litre tomorrow, Bob? The PRI one, is it the 2 litre? Banger World Championships. I banger racing my thing like. Here we go. Oh, what's Kai Hunter got his head in his hands for? Now, point standings. Kai Hunter, perfect score, 0 points. Ewan Charman, 5 points, is second. Guy Cunnington, 8 points, is third. Louis International is tied with Archie Walker for 9 points in fourth. Brandon Klein-Nagelvort, Lizzie Mentier, Jamie Pirelli, Deacon Russell, Josh Graham is your top 10 in the points standings.
I know what it is. It's when he talked to Nicole earlier, he didn't start with his standard line of "Hello, Nicole."
Hello, Nicole. Yes, hello, Kai. Hello, Nicole.
So he's going to have to put it right in this one and get another race victory.
Right, let's have a little look there. Well, I think about how many Austin A50 Farinas have been smashed up in banger racing, and Mark 3 Granadas, Mark 2 Granadas, a Mark 1 Coke Bottle Estate Granada. Oh my goodness, we're off and racing. Here we go. Into turn number 1, Brian's Bend. The final time today, 24 senior drivers go in, and 24 senior drivers all come out there. But there is a NASA panel. That's Joshua Graham, who has had the NASA panel knocked out of factory spec.
Yeah, I think that was a moment with Benjamin Southgate. They started alongside each other on the 7th row of the grid. So similar story to what we talked about in Minimax. Can anyone take the challenge to, in this case, Kai Hunter, who's perfect through the first 2 rounds of heats here today? Good scrap between Archie Walker and I think Jamie Perilli there in the number 30. No, it's the other Jax Motorsports. It's the number 21 of Deacon Russell, has had a bit of a tardy start out there from the front row of the grid, but it is one of those circuits it's difficult starting on the outside, especially with that fast run into turn 1. So it's Hunter from Westover. Klein Nagelvort, 1st, 3rd and 5th is where they started. 1st, 2nd and 3rd is where they are at this stage. Russell down 2 to 4th. Archie Walker up 2 to 5th. Guy Cunnington, another good start, completes the top 6.
Yeah, indeed, there's a move. Archie Walker now to the inside of the number 21 car. Guy Cunnington capitalises as well. Deacon Russell, oh no, Harry Bartle. Something has gone awry with the reigning British Junior ROTAX champion making his senior debut this weekend. He will go to the Grand Finals as a senior driver, qualified at the back, made 2 good starts, and now something else. That was Jack Steadman being shown the door. Josh Graham, hand in the air, because he wasn't just waving, he wasn't doing a Callum Bradshaw, he was just waving to say, I'm coming into the pits. So good heads up thinking there from Josh Graham. Here is the inter-team battle at Dan Holland Racing. There's 26 of Louis Westover in 2nd, the number 93 of Brandon Klein-Nagelvort in 3rd.
7 minutes and 45 seconds of this race to go.
Oh, yes.
There is the damage on Joshua Graham's number 8 machine. It's been a difficult season for Joshua Graham. He had a great weekend at Lark Hall. Took a round victory in the British Championships. That very much was the highlight of the season, and there haven't been many others.
Yes, but, well, go-karting, 10% elation, 90% desolation. Don't like that ratio, you're in the wrong game. Archie Walker has set the new fastest lap of the race so far. And up into P4. Guy Cunnington is running in 5th. Perilli 6th. Charman 7th. Deacon Russell 8th. Tyler Harris up to 9th. Now Bob is on. He just mentioned Formula 2. He just mentioned Formula 2 Stock Car World Championships at Taunton next weekend. Oh, I'm in Wigan.
You are in Wigan.
I am with you.
With me.
Yeah.
6 minutes and 45. So we won't.
No,
We've got a job to do.
No, yeah.
And this race as well, the field have got a job to get on terms with Kai Hunter, who's got a 3/4 of a second lead now. Westover P2. Guy Cunnington is all over the back of Archie Walker like a bad suit at the moment in 3rd place. Archie Walker, who won the pre-final here when we visited for the 3rd round of the British Championship. So we know he's got good pace round this circuit and in this formula. But Guy Cunnington, we said earlier, he was another driver who performed very well the last time we were here. And it just looks, the body language of Guy's kart at the moment is that he can take the corners tighter than what Archie's able to do right now. Archie's still quick, he's got good corner speed, but he's having to make himself a little bit of a longer path round the track than his rival behind.
You saw there the number 72 kart of Austin Lee picking up a position. He moves into 12th position. His teammate, his new teammate, Jack Lilly, is just behind him in 14th place. They're battling with Benjamin Southgate for Pro Train Racing. Jack Collins, the second of the Pro Train drivers, is down in 17th position, and there is a change for 5th position. Brandon Klein-Nagelvort losing out to Ewan Charman. So Charman, second in heat number 2 to his teammate Kai Hunter, now moves up into a top 5 position there as Guy Cunnington passes Archie Walker. And again, no defending. Archie Walker, big game thinking. Now, point standings. Louis Westover has moved back into second position. He's level on points with Ewan Charman. No, Ewan Charman has made that move. Charman now moves back into P2. Guy Cunnington has actually slipped to fourth. It's very, very close. Charman in second has 10 points. Then Westover in third has 11. Cunnington in fourth has 11. Walker in fifth has 13 points. So the fight for who starts alongside Kai Hunter and then directly behind Kai Hunter in second and third and fourth and fifth in the super heat. I won't say the P word. It's a super heat. I'm going to say it. The S word, super heat, not the P word, pre-final. I will get it right. But that is a good battle that can change a lot as this race continues to unfold.
And as one of the things I like about this format for this weekend, Henry, is it's going to keep all the key players at the front, with the scores carrying over into the super heat tomorrow. Yes, don't get me wrong, that super heat is going to be crucial because you've got the double points aspects. But, you know, if one of these drivers, you know, your Hunters, your Charmans, your Westovers at the front have a bad super heat, it's not like you would with a pre-final. You go, oh, well, they're out of it now because they're going to start the final from the back. They're still going to be in that top 10.
Oh, do you know what? Bob has just said you're going to make me feel better. He's going to send me some videos of the Formula 2 World Finals next weekend.
Look.
So while we're at Three Sisters, then
we can enjoy that in the evening.
Yeah, that'd be nice. Thank you. See, karting is a family. You know, I'm just the saddest member of it.
3.25 minutes of this one to go. Hunter in control, a second clear of Westover. Guy Cunnington in third has caught Louis Westover now. So this is your fight for second place on your screens. Going through St. John's if you're watching from trackside. What has Louis Westover got here into the Senna S? Keep an eye on Jamie Perilli at the back of this group as well, because he's going to potentially be catching up to the back of Walker if this is a fight. Got to remember as well, you have got Ewan Charman. For those of you watching at home, yes, Ewan Charman. I think there's a bit of a problem with the transponder. That's Guy Cunnington down the inside. Decisive move from the former British champion up to second place.
Now, that will put Cunnington third.
On the front row.
Or on the front, because Ewan Charman is there. So, Cunnington will now start third, directly behind Kai Hunter. Ewan Charman is at the moment starting on the outside of the front row. 2 minutes to go. Question for the super heat: would you rather start on the outside of the front row or the inside of the second row?
For the super heat itself, I think you'd rather start on the inside, but if you get the advantage from that and then end up on the outside of the front row for the final,
yes. So this
I think you'd actually want to go the other way around.
This is what the drivers have to think. So if Archie Walker, per se, was to pass Ewan Charman right now, then that would put Charman and Cunnington back into a tie. There is... How can you communicate to a driver, lose a place?
Just go.
So, yeah, you can't. But the teams are thinking that because they're looking at the starts today and they're thinking, how many times has a driver on the outside row made a better start than a driver on the inside row? The answer is...
twice, I think, for Kai Veach, and that's the only time I've seen it happen.
Yes, and we're in race number 12 of the day. So, on 10 occasions, it's been better to start third than second in today's heat races.
And I think even more importantly, in senior, the inside column, as I call it, first, third, fifth, have always gone forward. So that is, unless the weather changes, of course, for tomorrow, which it could, that is going to be a trend that we would expect to see into the superheat and into the final as well. 35 seconds of this one remaining, then plus one lap. Kai Hunter, what a job he has done today. He was, I think, quite philosophical. Charman down the inside of Westover. That's for P3. That is going to further secure a 1-2 ending in the intermediate classification overnight for Hunter Motorsport. Brilliant move by Ewan Charman.
Now, of course, what would be better? The best way to start on the outside of the front row is to have your teammate who already has a ticket to the Grand Finals on the inside of row one. And I'm just wondering, pontificating, would we see a situation where we cross the start-finish line to start the Super Heat tomorrow morning, and Kai Hunter doesn't necessarily try to move over to stop his teammate Ewan Charman from getting the inside line, or does he sort of help and try and manufacture a way of getting his teammate in front of the pack?
There's another way as well that he could potentially help with that, but I'll keep it to myself for now, because time is up on this one, and we're nearly about to go onto the last lap of this final heat of the day at Warden Law. A bit of dirt being kicked up there. Perilli, who's again Jamie Perilli. It's kind of been the story of Jamie Perilli's story. He's gone under the radar a little bit for me, but again, a really solid performance, and is up there in the top 6.
Under the radar, not a word you would use to describe the colour of his BMW. No, sorry, I said I stopped doing it, but I couldn't. You just queued it up, Andrew. You queued it up, and I couldn't possibly resist. I couldn't resist. Yes, here we go. Hunter, Cunnington, Charman, Westover, Walker, Perilli, Nagelvort, Antrobus. William Antrobus up into the top 8. Then it's Russell and Lee, Lilly and Mentier, Harris and Gregory, Duncan, Southgate, Collins, Stedman, Armstrong, and the rest. The clock has struck 0. This is the final lap. It has been a perfect day for the homegrown hero, Kai Hunter. He comes out of the horseshoe into Paddock Bend for the final time. His Hunter Motorsport team are there. They give him the thumbs up, and he takes another win. Cunnington finishes second from Charman, and the rest of the field flood across the start-finish line. And hello to Mattis Ankens.
Well, there we go. What a dominant display from Kai Hunter, looking to secure that DD2 ticket for winning here in the senior category, and of course the E Plate as well for his efforts this weekend. That'll be decided tomorrow. He will start tomorrow in the Super Heat on pole position. The question is, what will the tactics be between the Hunter Motorsport duo, because he will be joined on the front row of the grid by the number 42 immediately behind him. Another brilliant job by Ewan Charman.
That's a bit worrying. Why has he just sat on the weigh scale? Why hasn't he moved off the weigh scale? Because, he's waiting
for the call to say all good to go.
Okay. Looks over. Where is the call? He's smart move. You know, that's experience.
Yeah.
Because he'll look, yep, I'm on weight, and he'll move off. Well, it's great that you know you're on weight. The technical team needs to there. So obviously there is something happening with the technical team further back, and this is just Kai's thinking, the cameraman's still on me. The cameraman's still on me. What do I do?
Can't run away now.
Have a little nap. And now there was the technical official there. So yep, okay, you can come in. We'll see if he rectifies the situation with Nicole afterwards, because he didn't give us his hello. There's Ewan Charman stand there, just to say, oh, well done. You know, that's I think I got to say I did that yesterday, and I got shouted at by by Gary. Are you putting my fence down, boy? Yes, because he speaks just like that.
Timings for tomorrow, whilst we're waiting for Kai down there. 11 o'clock we'll start things with Micromax, 11:20 for Minimax, 11:40 for Junimax, and then 12 o'clock. Those are all the time for Senior Max. Those are all the times for the Super Heats tomorrow. If we can, let's have a little look at the provisional results. Hunter from Cunnington, Charman, Westover, Walker, your top 5 for the final heat of the day. Jamie Perilli P6 ahead of Brandon Klein Nagelvort. Great effort by William Antrobus, the runner-up in the Junior British Championship, up 9 places to 8. Deacon Russell and Austin Lee also up 9 places in that one, completes the top 10. Jack Lilly, Lizzie Mentier, Tyler Harris, Henry Gregory, and Alex Duncan complete the top 15.
Benjamin Southgate, Jack Collins, Jack Stedman are next. Then Daniel Armstrong, Rachel Robertson, Oakley Pryor, Jack Gillingham, Joshua Graham, and Harry Bartle fail to finish. 12 races has been very good. We talked about the family. There is the gorse and everything in the paddock, but Nicole Sutherland has Guy Cunnington down with her in the pits.
I'm with Guy Cunnington then. Guy, 2019, you were at the ROTAX Grand Finals. You had a lot of success. Do you reckon tomorrow maybe you'll be returning, you know, getting a ticket to return in October?
Yeah, that's the plan. Obviously, it's Sarno again, which is where it all happened in 2019. So yeah, it'd be nice to go back and get some redemption.
Obviously, if you do return, this time it would be in DD2 rather than in Senior ROTAX. Do you reckon you could put your hand to DD2 kart?
Yeah, I don't see why not. It's obviously another one-off race where you've got loads of days to get used to it, and it's only the one race on Sunday that matters, so you can use the whole week to learn, which is what the good thing about the event for the situation like we're in now, where I've never driven the kart. So obviously if I did get the ticket to go, then there's plenty of laps to early on in the week, testing heats and all that to get to grips with the kart, so yeah.
And today then, first day of racing here at the ROTAX Grand Festival. Experience of the festival so far?
Yeah, it's been a really good event. I like obviously 3 heats is different, and then the super heat instead of a pre-final to what we've had at the British Champs this year. So it's good that they've mixed it up. Otherwise, what makes this event different? So it's really good. Obviously the competition's good. You got like Louis and that have come out of retirement. So it's good to see. Like I obviously used to race with Louis many years ago. So it's good to race these people again. A few people that haven't raced for a while. So it's good fun.
Thanks very much, Guy. Great to hear from you.
Thank you.
That's everything then from today, the first day of racing here at the ROTAX Grand Festival. Thank you very much to ROTAX for hosting such a fantastic event. I'm Nicole Sutherland. We'll be live tomorrow from 10:50. Don't miss a second.